I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one Chief Rocket in Knicks Universe, the main man, Uncle Freezy. Welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. What's good? What's good, y'all? What's good? What's good? Back again. Back again. We are legit. All of us. Ahmad, Tiffin, Bodega, all of us. We are legit. Frank Matos, all of us, we are the hardest working fan base in the game, y'all. We are the hardest working fan base in the business, right? Right? Y'all want this party started, right? Y'all want this party started quickly, right? What's good? What's good? Jay Busby, we here, baby. We here back again. Like Coogee Rap and DJ Polo. Back again. What's good, y'all? What's good? That's how we rock. I'm the number one Chief Rocker in the business because I'm the number one Chief Rocker in the business. Let's go. Let's get it. Bricks Nation is in the building. Ernesto, what's good, man? How you doing, brother? Jay, what's good? Jay, you jumping on? You gonna hang out? Are you busy? Frank makes us like the SpongeBob fish tank. Yeah, because if you see that thing right there, that's a pineapple. That's a pineapple, man. Man. Man, listen, man, I'm excited to be here with y'all, man. Let's rock. Let's talk a little Donovan Mitchell. Let's talk a little, is Quentin Grimes better than RJ Barrett? Or can Quentin Grimes be better than RJ Barrett? Let's talk a little, can Farron Hunt develop into a rotation player? Let's talk about a little, what is Cam Reddish? Let's talk a little dynamic duo backcourt. I want to talk about the dynamic duo backcourt first, though. So we'll talk some dynamic duo backcourt, right? Hey, Brian, listen, man. Hey, bro, listen, man. It's the same, man. We love rocking for y'all, bro. We try to do this thing, man. We try to be as available as we can so that we can get a feel for what you guys want, right? And speak to those subjects that y'all like to have spoken about, right? I have one here that I want to talk to y'all about, right? There's one I want to talk to y'all about, right? And that is, let me write this down just so I can stay on track, right? The dynamic duo backcourt of Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson. Let's speak to that a little bit. Let's speak to that a little bit, y'all. Right, Ernesto, hey, man, hey, just keep hanging in there, brother. Keep hanging in there, Bubba. Keep doing your thing. And you know, anytime you want to jump on, man, just say the word. Ernesto, I'm sorry. Bricks Nation and Uncle Freezy kind of go back, what, about a year and a half? About a year and a half, something like that. Yeah, man. So let's talk about this dynamic duo backcourt of Jalen Brunson and potentially Donovan Mitchell. Right? Before I speak to the Donovan Mitchell part, let me check Twitter to make sure. Okay. Just want to check to see if anything has happened. You guys got any breaking news? Any news? Let me see. I'll check Woj just real quick, okay? No, ain't nothing happening. Ain't nothing happening. Yeah, ain't nothing happening. Okay. So we don't have anything happening just yet. White Falcon is in the building. What's good? What's good, White Falcon? So you said it could take up to 2 weeks potentially. It might take up to 2 weeks or so or whatever. Man, maneuvering, dancing back and forth. Yeah, I know how it is, man. Like 3 years. Man, hey, bro, that let you know time flies, bro. Time flies, man. You know? Legit, man, time flies, man. One thing, you arguing on somebody else's panel, and then before you know it, it's like 3 years later, and you like, what were we even arguing about? Time flies, brother. It does. As I rock the Blorence Tears tee. Man, time flies, but let's talk about the potential of a backcourt of Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson. The first thing we want to speak to is the flexibility in lineups. Let's first speak to the flexibility in lineups. Quiet Money is in the building. Sean Hicks, what's good? What's good? Let's speak to the flexibility in lineups, right? So by having a Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Brunson backcourt, the first thing it gives you is on the ball flexibility, right? Who is the point and who plays off the ball? This is intriguing because even though Jalen Brunson is a point guard, he played a lot of off the ball orchestration with Luka Doncic, right? Jalen Brunson played a lot of off the ball with Luka Doncic. A ton of it. What's up, boss? I see you. That's what we do, bro. That's what we do, man. Listen, it's all Knicks all the time. It's all Knicks all the time. It's legit all Knicks all the time. Bam. Shotgunner, what's good? It's all Knicks all the time, man. Here, that's what we do here. Like this ain't a news reporting agency. We not that. Like we not a news reporting channel, right? That's not what we do here. It's not. This is a Knicks fans channel where we just come in here and just hang out and do Knicks stuff. Right? Troy Flett's in the building. What's good? So Jalen Brunson can play on the ball or off the ball. Right? On the ball or off the ball. He can be your primary playmaker. He can thrive in that role. Or he can play off the ball and complement another guy playing on the ball. How we know this is we've seen him do it with a guy named Luka Doncic. Right? We've seen it. We've seen it. We've seen it. Now, how does that impact Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike? I was gonna say, how does that impact all the Knicks, right? How does that complement what we already have on the roster? How does that help or hurt? How does that complement RJ, Julius, Obi, IQ, Grimes, Cam, Obi, Mitch, Jericho, Isaiah, all them guys, whoever is left over in the Donovan Mitchell trade? We don't know exactly, so I'll name everybody because I don't know who will be gone and who will be here. So I'll just name everybody. Derrick Rose, Evan Fournier, all them guys. How does that impact the rest of the roster? What it does is, like, for instance, during the course of the game, RJ is going to want to kind of get in his bag. Y'all know it. Every game, RJ wants to kind of take over for a little bit and be the primary ball handler. Well, what you have in a Jalen Brunson is a small guard that has already played with and successfully with a jumbo guard in Luka. And yes, RJ is a jumbo guard. RJ is a jumbo guard. He's not a 3. He's a jumbo guard. Right? He's a jumbo guard, man. That's what he is. RJ is a jumbo guard, man. Like Joe Johnson. Jumbo guard. He's not a small forward wing. Like, people want him to be that because of his size, but he's not that. You can tell. And smart dudes that have already coached RJ Barrett know that already. NBA minds have already put him in those jumbo guard situations. They say he does one thing and then give him the responsibilities of a jumbo guard. Yo, Kayode Kid is in the building. What's good, Caliente Kid? Caliente. What's good? Caliente Kid says, salute to you in the chat. I believe if we get Mitchell, we're one step closer, but it all depends on the price. Keep up the great work. Much love. Bro, you know, hey, for one, you know we're going to keep up the work. You already know that. You already know we're going to keep up the work because it's what we do. It's in our nature. We're going to keep up the work, man. But we want to see you more, man. Come on, man. You out there saving the world and ain't got no time for the little people. Caliente Kid out there saving the world. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Love having you in the chat. So the thing is with Jalen Brunson is he's played with a jumbo guard before. So in them lineups where Donovan Mitchell goes to the bench, and you have a lineup of Brunson, RJ, Cam, OB, Hartenstein, say for instance, you don't lose anything in ball handling and things of that sort. RJ could get in his bag, play with a second unit along with Brunson, right? You have Brunson, RJ, and then the second unit guys. Just follow me. I'm not saying that this is a dominant or predominant lineup, right? All I'm saying is when it happens, because it will. When it happens, excuse me. See what water does to you, man? You drink water and water gives you like this. So, but yeah, my point is when you get Brunson and RJ, and the second unit guys, Cam, OB, Ike, Cam, OB, and Ike, you don't lose anything by having JB play off the ball, RJ run primary ball handler. Now you got Cam, you got RJ and OB in a pick and roll situation with Cam as the weak side slasher, Ike as the five that's screening, and now you got Brunson spotting up from wherever he feels comfortable with. And what that does is it presents the non-stop problem of an aggressive pick and roll offense. Right? Right? Adele Chapman, what's good? What's good? All right. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. So what you want is a situation where what you want is a situation where no matter what offensive lineup you put on the floor, it still puts pressure on the defense. Jay Busby says, so you saying RJ is Jalen Rose with handle and playmaking? No, not really. Well, more like what I'm saying is a lot of these guys have basic dribble, pass, and shoot skills so that you could put any offensive lineup on the floor and you'll still have a primary, right? You have a primary playmaker and a secondary playmaker and a tertiary playmaker in case you need, some guy to make something happen, late in the shot clock or something. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, y'all. And I thought I did this. I thought I did this before, but maybe I didn't. Yay to your Knicks. Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Brunson, and we'll save. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I did this before, and I didn't. I'm not perfect, man. I'm just trying to do the best I can. All right. Yeah. There we go. There we go. All right. And then somebody says, adult donkeys, a time for turtles. Sometimes people think they uncles, but they really nephews. Yeah, some people have opinions all the time. And we just leave it at that. Snipes Entertainment was good. Troy Fleck is like, Knicks brought back Mitch for 60 to set trash. We'll see. We'll see. I think you'll see the emergence of Mitch this year. I think you're going to see the emergence of Mitch this year, because a lot of times those trash screens that you saw he was setting, Mitch knew he was not getting the basketball because we didn't have the playmaking at the guard position last year. Right. So here's the thing. I want to get back. Okay. So Jalen Brunson presents backcourt and lineup flexibility. And now when JB goes to the bench, guess what it gives you? Donovan Mitchell. It gives you Spider and RJ in the backcourt, or whatever guard is left. Say it gives you a Spider Derrick Rose look. Or a Spider Emmanuel Quickly look. And if you really bold, it gives you a Donovan Mitchell, Cam Reddish look in the backcourt. It gives you a Donovan Mitchell, Cam Reddish, maybe Farron Hunt and Obi. Think about that. Think about the athleticism. A Spider, a Cam, a Farron Hunt, and Obi Jericho Sims grouping. The possibilities are endless. Right? Always pressure on the rim. Right. Yep. Always pressure in the rim, and always with some type of backside spot up shooter away from the ball that you can rotate the ball around the perimeter to keep the feet of the defenders moving. Oh, I forgot how Spider, Cam, RJ, Obi, Mitch. And so what happens is that athleticism that we were lacking all of a sudden gets highlighted. Right? The athleticism that we were missing in large stretches, all of a sudden we're one of the most athletic units in the league. So you remember last year when we had lineups of Burks, Fournier, RJ, Randall, and Mitch, or Taj. Now you go from Burks, Fournier, RJ, Randall, Taj, to Spider, Cam, Hunt, Obi, Mitch, or some combination of athletes. So you go from not being athletic at all to super athletic. To super athletic. And I'm not trying to get you to spend unnecessary brain cells on imaginary lineups and things that won't happen. But what I will say is this. Before we close the door on what a Donovan Mitchell can bring to the table, think about the possibilities, right? I'm not trying to send you down Dream Street, right? But what I am saying though, is by adding Donovan Mitchell, all of a sudden, the possibilities are endless, right? Right. Okay. So Jalen goes to the bench for a breather. Donovan Mitchell stays in the game. Now you can run different lineups with Donovan Mitchell. But what about with Donovan Mitchell and JB on the floor together? And Donovan Mitchell is the primary ball handler instead of Jalen Brunson. Key Turner says, Knicks fans totally skip trying to be good first and go straight to a chip. That's hilarious because when have you been good? Show me the proof of the Knicks being good with these guys. How about last year? 37 wins. Was that good? How about 2 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago, 4 seasons ago, 5 seasons ago, 6 seasons ago? Was this team good? 7 seasons ago, 8 seasons ago. Was this team good? 9 seasons ago. Was this team good? You can't go from good to chip when you've never been good. Turner, I get what you're saying. I get what you say. I do, right? But the thing is, you can't be good without good players. You can't be good without good players, bro. You know this. We already had these conversations like a million times. You can't be good without good players. I said, listen, I put the stats on the screen. I showed you from statmuse.com. I showed you the stats where people complained. People complained about ISO Randall. ISO Randall killed the offense. Right. ISO Randall was less than 2% of all offensive plays ran all season. 98.5% was other stuff, and we point at ISO Randall. That was our excuse. Now that we have the data, to show, to debunk that myth, we come up with other myths. We debunk myths with data. We debunk myths with data, right? And then every myth we debunk, we come, instead of acknowledging that we just don't have talent, we make up more myths. Why? The fact of the matter is last season, our backcourt was atrocious. The front office saw this. 2 of the first things that were done was trade away Kemba Walker and Alec Burks and bring in Jalen Brunson. Because if we see it, you know they see it. I know it. I know, bro. I know. I keep trying because listen, y'all. About 70% of the time, I say about 80% of the time. I would say 80. To be conservative, about 70% of the time, me and Keith Turner agree on everything. About 80, let's say 70, just to be conservative, because I don't want it to sound like we trying to be super friendly or nothing like that. It's probably 80. We'll just say 70, just to be conservative. We agree. Like most of the chat agrees most of the time, except for the polarizing issue. Like, how much do you give up for Donovan Mitchell? Then everybody like, oh no, that's too much. Everybody kind of be all over the place. Or should we keep Julius Randle? And people are like, yeah. It's always like these. So for the most part, we agree a lot. For the most part, we agree a lot. A lot of times, the things we don't agree on is just hell in a cell. Like, how do you feel about Julius Randle and everybody? All hell just break loose. Hey, Dave, listen. Usage rate and isolation are two separate things. And I know you know that. Usage rate and ISO are two different things. We know that. We all know that. Right? We all know Randall's usage rate is too high. Right? Like, for instance, we don't need a 255-pound power forward bringing up the ball after a made shot. Why? This boggles my mind. Why is Julius Randle taking the ball out of the or making a guard take it out so he can bring it up the floor? While Randle does that, the opposing team is getting back and setting their defense. It takes the pressure off of them scrambling and maybe making a defensive mistake. Right? Y'all see it. Y'all see the play 2 years ago at Golden State made me want to jump out of a plate glass window. Right? I think we were doing a live stream and we were playing the Golden State Warriors on like a Friday or Saturday night, maybe like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, something like that. I wasn't at work or something crazy. So we did the live stream. The Knicks had a 1-point lead. Right? The Knicks had a 1-point lead. Steph Curry catches the ball off the screen. As soon as he caught it and got the look, everybody headed back down court because they knew it was money. Right? Julius Randle makes a guard take the ball out, and he brings the ball up the floor. Mind you, think about what I said. We had a 1-point lead. The Knicks have a lapse on defense. Curry gets a good look for three, uncontested, off a great screen by Draymond Green from his sweet spot. Before the ball goes through the net, everybody start running back down the floor because they know it's money. Right? So we're down by 2. Julius Randle makes the guard take the ball out of the net, and he brings the ball up against the Golden State Warriors set defense. By the time we get down into a play, it's 16 seconds. We run that stupid Thibodeau weave at the top. It's 9 seconds left on the clock. We try to run the pick and roll. Nothing's there. They kick out the Julius with 6 seconds. Jab step, shoulder, jab step, shoulder, jab step, shoulder, jab step, shoulder, pump fake, jab, pump fake, pump fake jab, pump fake shoulder, and Randall shoot a contested 18-footer over Draymond Green. And you know it's a brick. Golden State get the ball. They push it down the floor. They run the same play. They run the same play. Steph gets an open look from the same spot on the same look off the same action, right? Julius Randle tells the guard to take the ball out. We down by 5, and Julius Randle brings the ball up the floor against the Golden State Warriors defense. We run the stupid weave. We run pick and roll. Nothing's there. They kick it back out to Julius Randle. 7 seconds left on the shot clock. Julius Randle catch it against Draymond Green. Jab step, pump fake, jab step, pump fake, shoulder, pump fake, jab step, pump fake, shoulder. And then shoot up a brick over Draymond Green and miss. And the Golden State Warriors get the long rebound and come down the floor. So we went from a 1-point lead against a great NBA team to a deficit of 8 because our power forward wanted to be the point guard. Zigzag, I'm telling you, bro. For one, Julius Randle, jab step, pump fake, jab step, pump fake, shoulder, pump fake, jab step, pump fake, jab step, shoulder, pump fake, all this stuff. Randle, in a close game, give up the ball to the point guard. We went from being up 1 in a nip and tuck game to down 8, now having to try to come back with limited offense against a great defense. And I like Randall. I'm probably the only content creator in the world that likes Julius Randle. I do. I like Randall, but we got to know our roles. We got to know our roles, man. Julius Randle. Really? In a 1-point game, you jab step, pump fake, jab step, pump fake, pump fake, jab step, pump fake, shoulder, lean, pump fake, shoulder. Randle, come on. Give up the ball. That's why my man was like, Julius Randle usage rate too high. Because Randall don't do that all the time. It's just he do it like in the most opportune time. So it makes it look like he does that all the time. Y'all feel me? Like Randall legit don't do that all the time. He don't hog the ball like whatever. It's just when he get in his mind that he got to get his, he don't see nobody else on the floor. Randall ain't no PG. He ain't mellow to be doing all that. Right. Nah, I'm with you. Trust me. And I'm not knocking Randall. I'm saying in the most opportune time, Randall does this thing because he feels like we need a bucket. And you know what? In those moments, we do need a bucket, and our guards can't shoot. But Randall, come on. I'm not saying that I don't see what Julius Randle saw. What I'm saying is, man, give up the rock some. Let others touch it. I know they can't shoot. Hey, JR, look, I know they can't shoot. I've been mining numbers all summer. I know Quickly can't shoot. I know Grimes can't shoot. I know RJ can't shoot. I know Burks can't shoot. I know McBride can't shoot. Right? I know this. Right? I know this. And I like them players. I like them players. Right? I like them. But listen, I know it. The numbers are what they are. Right? Like I know what Lawrence Tears is. I know what Lawrence Tears is. The numbers are who we are who the numbers say we are. We are who the numbers say we are. Right? But think about this. The organization sees that. They signed Jalen Brunson in free agency, and they look to trade for Spider Mitchell. Oh, yeah, I got to keep saying this, y'all. I forgot. Hey, man, if you're new to the channel, man, subscribe to the channel. Smash the like button. This right here is a community, y'all. I mean, we rock, man. We rock at night and in the morning. Sometimes we even jump in midday. Sometimes we even rock midday. Tomorrow might be one of them days. We'll do the Knicks morning drive in the morning. Probably about 8 o'clock in the morning. Probably, depending on the housework stuff, like, cutting the grass. I got a side porch that I gotta cut down, you know what I'm saying, and stack up some wood and all that stuff. So depending on how all that stuff go, I may be able to get on tomorrow during the day, and definitely tomorrow night for the Knicks at Night podcast. Y'all know how we rock. We rock the mic. Y'all know how we rock. Y'all know how we rock, man. Y'all know how we do this. It's a family affair. Y'all already know how we do this. Y'all know how we do this, man. We gonna rock. We gonna rock, y'all. That's how we gonna do, man. We gonna rock. Y'all know how we do this, man. Y'all know how we do this. We gonna rock. We gonna rock, and we gonna keep rocking, and we gonna rock, and we gonna keep rocking. It's a Knicks channel, man. We're going to talk Knicks. That's what we're going to do. So subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button. Get those likes up. Support your guys. Support your guys, man. Yeah, man. Hey, we appreciate the subscription. For all the subscribers, we appreciate y'all, man. That's why we try to provide this content and be available. That's why we trying to be available so that we can provide that Knicks talk all the time. Big Task at Hand is in the building. What's good? What's good? Bim. So by adding Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell, that jab step, pump fake, jab step, pump fake, jab step, cut the rip through shoulder, jab step, pump fake. Give up the ball, Jay. Hey, Jay, I'll give up the ball, man. Kareem Granton's in the building. What's good? All right, there we go. So I've been hogging the mic. JJ, what's good? I've been hogging the mic. I've been seeing some of the fellas come through. Man, if y'all ready for y'all ready for the Knicks Smoke at Night podcast? Yeah, because with me, man, I really don't get into that. Yo, Cooper, what's good? Big Dale, what's good? Y'all know me, man. All I want to do, and I'm just concerned about the topics and the content, bro. I don't really care about being right or wrong or none of that stuff. My main deal is how good y'all feel about what y'all seeing. That's my thing. How good y'all feel about what y'all viewing? Do you want to talk about Spider? Do you want to talk about Brunson? Do you want to talk about Tibbs? Do you want to talk about RJ Barrett bouncing back? Do you want to talk about Julius Randle's? So check it out. There's another thing. Julius Randle's bad season, good season, bad season, good season, bad season, good season, bad season. What's next? Good season? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Right? For a lot of us, Julius Randle has something to prove. Hey, and you know what? Julius Randle probably feels like he's got something to prove to himself. Hey, H1, hey, I'm going to go get some fish in a little while, probably in about a week or so. But this is my first time doing an aquarium in like 10 or 12 years. So I'm not rushing nothing. I got the tank set up. I'll probably put a little bit more water in there, just a little bit more water, and let that go. Add some water treatment to it. Let that filter keep, you know what I'm saying, filtering out all of that. And then we'll go get some fish. Probably about a week or so. Probably about a week or so. Maybe next week this time. Maybe next week this time, you know what I'm saying, we'll get some fish. Big Diff says, I think we Knicks fans should put last season in context. I agree. Jay, what's good?
What's going on, Freeze? Good evening.
Hey, man. How you doing, brother?
Listen, I think I love the Knicks morning drive, but some of the best basketball content happens at night.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, man. You mean when we get a chance to actually talk and listen?
Yes.
Right. When there's no smoke in the air, we actually get to listen to each other. Yeah. No, I feel you.
Yeah, you're able to just talk about like games or concepts, personalities, how one person fits, and it's just you're able to talk basketball. Sometimes it's just refreshing talking basketball.
Yeah. That morning crowd is about that smoke, but you know what though? That's the way I like it. I like that energy up in the mornings, right? I like that energy up in the mornings. Not saying that I want the smoke all the time in the mornings, but I like to get that energy up in the mornings, bro, because what happens is our competition, and we're not competition to them, but I'm saying my competition for views, like the ESPNs and the Foxes, they dish out the smoke in the negative way, right? So I like to try to dish out the smoke in a positive way in the mornings. I would prefer you guys to come here and watch this and get you guys' feedback. I'd rather talk to Knicks fans about Knicks basketball as opposed to dudes that went to school for journalism that are talking about the Knicks because that's their job.
Oh yeah, I got a good question for you right now. If
Wait. You know I don't like getting put on the witness stand. Is it just a basketball question? Are you trying to put me on the witness stand?
No, I'm not gonna do you like that.
Oh,
but
okay.
Let's start this off. If this trade goes down, this might be the first time we're able to say this in a long time. Will the Knicks have a top 5 backcourt in the NBA? Possibly even top 3.
when you say backcourt, are you just talking about your starting shooting guard and point guard, or are you talking about the entire backcourt rotation?
Starting.
He said starting five. I mean top five, right?
And off the bat, I'll just give my respects to CP3 and Booker. After that, we were open for conversation.
How do you feel about Marcus Smart and Malcolm Brogdon being in backcourt?
They cool.
But you don't think they're better than JB and Spider?
Top end, no.
How do you feel about Maxey and Harden?
Maxey, yeah. Harden left so much to be desired. Unless he just comes back in phenomenal shape and gets his game back. He really lost a lot last year.
Yeah, his burst was gone, bro. His burst was gone. You can tell Brooklyn is a grease fire, bro. You can tell Brooklyn is a grease fire, man. Dudes playing, they ain't even in basketball shape. I mean, come on. Yeah. How do you feel about DeJounte Murray and Trey Young?
I feel like they're possibly on the same level, but again, upside, I think we topped them.
Yeah, because in order to be, and this, I just want to put your question in context. So in order to be top five, that means there are only 4 other backcourts around the league better than this one, right? And possibly top three means there are only 2 backcourts in the league better than this one, right?
Yep.
So just for the sake of S&Gs, I'm gonna throw out top 3 because I ain't seen them play yet. Right. So I'm gonna say no to the top 3 one. Right.
Fair.
Top 5. So that means the backcourt of Spider, JB and Spider are better than 26 other backcourts in the NBA.
A lot has transpired this past year that makes me put out that statement because Clay's not Clay no more. Harden don't look like Harden no more. Lillard lost.
You think Clay's not playing?
No, I just don't think Clay's not Clay no more. He's not the same Klay Thompson.
I think he was rusty, bro.
It looked really bad.
I know. He was out for a long time, though. He was, and the things that he does are not skill based. Basically, like the things that he did are not based on athleticism.
Yeah, but his defense was an X factor.
His defense on Tatum in the finals. You remember the defense he put on Jaylen Brown in Game 5 when they ran that side pick and roll play with Jaylen Brown? He waved off the entire defense and took Jaylen Brown out of the offense. That was huge. Without that, I don't know if Golden State wins Game 5 and 6.
I'm not saying that statement as a Knicks homer, because you know me as to be a realist, but I just feel you got something cooking here. And when everybody's trying to go big, sometimes it's good to zag when everybody's zigging.
Right. No. Hey, but Jay, listen, I'm not analyzing the Knicks backcourt. I'm just speaking to your point about Clay. I just want to clarify the thing about Clay first.
Maybe it's like you said, he was rusty. Maybe he comes back like the old Clay last year, but the Clay we know is not the Clay we saw this year.
Yeah, no doubt. And so the thing we have to take into account too was he didn't have to rush back and be that, because now they have Moses Moody and Jordan Poole. which both look like really good players right now.
But you see where this conversation is leading to, that we're able, as Knicks fans, to say we can be in this conversation.
Right.
When was the last time we were able to say that?
Right. No. I'm not disputing that. So let me just say this. I'm sparsing the parts, right? Because when you say Steph and Clay, I'm immediately just thinking about your point about Steph and Clay. Out of respect to the conversation, I'm just doing one part at a time. That's all. What about?
You want to throw Moran and Bane out there? We could do it.
No, Bane's not good enough. Bane is good. He's not that good yet.
So we're above them too.
Yeah, like Ivy and Cade, both of them are good.
They're not ready yet.
Cade's not good enough yet.
They're not ready
right?
yet.
Yeah. Duarte and Halliburton, they're not good enough yet. Yeah. Drew Holiday and Pat Connaughton, they're not good enough yet. And it's Connaughton that's not good yet. Even though he's good, he's not elite yet.
Because
Kyrie, Seth Curry.
The point where I'm getting at is, if it works out, you have the potential to have two All-Stars in your backcourt day one.
Okay.
Because if the Knicks are winning, the hype will be real. These guys will be in conversations for whatever awards the NBA is going to hand out.
Right.
And it ain't too far-fetched to think that both guys can make Eastern Conference All-Star team. Because we don't know where Kyrie's going. Lowry's fell off.
Yeah.
Brogdon's injury history. We don't know. For what we know, these two guys are durable.
Okay. Right. I'm with you on that part. But in fairness to you want to move? Are you saying you want to move on from the question, or do you want to continue to?
No, we could rock out because I was thinking about it and I really couldn't figure out too many backcourts that are better than the one we could possibly have if this trade goes through.
Okay. So what are you basing the top 5 thing on? Is it solely all-star potential? Is it scoring? Is it overall?
Overall.
Okay.
Because if you look at like a backcourt like Miami, who they throwing out there?
We don't know yet. Probably.
But from last year, I'll take Brunson and Spider.
Right. Okay. Yeah. What about Russell and Anthony Edwards? I think that backcourt is slept on.
Anthony Edwards is a problem.
The Anthony Edwards part is what I'm getting at, bro. That dude is going to be a 30-point per game scorer at least once in his career.
You know what? I think it's very similar, and I'll give the edge to the Wolves.
Okay. Yeah, because they're jumbo. Because Anthony Edwards is a jumbo guard, bro. Anthony Edwards is a jumbo guard, man, bro. Yeah. Okay. So how about this? How about I say yes? JB and Spider is a top 5 backcourt in the NBA. Yo, where's Don P at? Don P been hiding from you, bro?
Oh no.
I ain't seen Don P in a minute. Don P been hiding from you? Oh, Don P in the chat. Yeah, there he is right there. Okay. Don P says CP3, Booker, Luka, Dinwiddie, D'Lo, and Edwards. Yeah. So let me ask you this. What's the point? What are you getting at with that? If the Knicks have a top 5 backcourt, then what?
I just don't understand why so many people still are attaching so much negative energy to Donovan Mitchell, regardless of what we got to give up or a defensive deficiency that we would have.
Yeah, that's a myth.
Oh yeah, we know, but it's kind of hard to sell it to people unless they have to see it with their own eyes, and then they'll be believers at that point.
Right. So yeah, some of these things are myths. Like people are legit. Like, yo, JB and Spider, that backcourt is too small, but they would have traded everything for Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum. You feel me?
Yep.
Like the backcourt is too small, but they would have traded everybody in their grandma car for Dame Lillard and CJ McCollum.
Speaking of McCollum, I know a lot of people on the fence also this past deadline about McCollum saying he's not a point guard and this and that. He's too small. Go to New Orleans. He's balling out. People are like, oh, man, we missed the boat on that one. Right. Really? We're going to do the same thing again for Mitchell?
Right. It's weird. It's weird how we do certain things. Like, so Don P says, let me highlight Don P real quick. So Don P says, it's just perspective, just like Cam. Some of us getting to see it, or some of us gotta see it to believe it. Right.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Right. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? Absolutely nothing wrong with that, unless you make it the narrative.
If that's the reason why you're afraid to jump, that's what's bothersome to me. If something it's already proven, not once, not twice, but a 3-time All-Star, already at 25, before his prime, we're really arguing about this.
Right. No doubt. All right. So I believe the Donovan Mitchell deal is going to be done. And my thing is, what happens after that?
I mean, the only way we're going to find out is depends who stays.
Right. I have a spreadsheet pulled up, right? All right. I
already have something figured out in my head of what I would do. And it ain't too far-fetched neither.
All right. So I got something I'm gonna add here. I got a trade thing that I wanted that I'm gonna run by you. Everybody is spreadsheet freezy. Spreadsheet freezy coming at you. All right. So this is what I think is going to be the deal, right? Just bear with me as all right. Yeah, this is what, okay, so I'm going to put this on the screen, and y'all tell me what y'all think. So this is going to be the deal, right? So we are trading Fournier, Rose, Cam, Grimes, 3 unprotected firsts, starting in 2024. So we'll do 24, 26, 28, right? 3 protected first starting in 2023, right? And 4 second-round picks all in 2023. And the New York Knicks get Donovan Mitchell and Jared Butler. That is the trade.
But I don't think Cam's going nowhere. It's not that the Knicks don't
I understand.
I think Danny Ainge is very adamant that he don't want to pay nobody.
Right. But the deal is you don't have to pay Cam Reddish. You don't have to pay Reddish and you don't have to pay Rose. You can let them walk in free agency. Or you can trade, because the thing about it is asset management, right? Because you bring in, because you got to have bodies on the roster, right? So you bring in Cam Reddish and you give him the half a season to see if he is either something or nothing, right? So you give him the opportunity to prove that he is something or nothing. And he is something, then you consider keeping him, because you have to have salary. You have to have 90% of the salary cap, right? And by not having anybody, then they're forced to give that money away anyway, but you're still going to spend it. So you give Cam Reddish, Quentin Grimes all this season to see if there's something or nothing. Cam Reddish is nothing.
Go ahead, finish.
Cam Reddish is nothing. You let him walk. He's a lottery bust, right? But here's the most important part. The Knicks start the unprotected first in 2024, right? But start giving up the protected first in 2023, right? Here's your other thing. You give away those 4 second-round picks in a very deep draft. Some would say those second-round picks in the 2023 draft are more valuable than first-round picks in the 2025 and 2026 draft. Right? Because it's all about asset management, right?
But wouldn't it be asset mismanagement if everything you said about Cam Reddish, wouldn't you rather have that on the Knicks than lose an asset in OB? Because you know Julius is going to get his 30 to 35 minutes a game. And them signing all these centers, you know they are not going to go play small ball.
But Jay, you can't have it. You can't have everything. You got to concede something.
Yeah, I think they would rather put in OB and keep Reddish and maybe flip Reddish down the line on their end.
How when they drafted Obi, they didn't draft Cam.
They're not gonna. I can't see them keeping Obi behind Julius and then Obi coming for a payday soon, and you're gonna still have the same issues. There's no time for Obi to expand.
But the same thing's gonna happen with Cam. The same thing's gonna happen with Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish is blocked by RJ Barrett.
Not if you trade Fournier, because now you're gonna have Cam Reddish to be your first wing off the bench. That means he can be a different lineup.
Well, Obi is your first 4 off the bench.
Yeah, and he'll play his 5 minutes, and Julius comes right back in. And you know how I know that? I have 2 years of history seeing that.
Right, just like the small forward behind, or whoever plays behind RJ. RJ plays the same amount of minutes as Julius Randle, bro. They play together. They're a tandem. They both play just about 35 minutes a game.
I'm pretty sure Cam could play 2, 3, and 4. Obi's stuck at D4.
Sound like you just like Obi, bro.
I would love Obi to stay, but I'm putting Obi in the deal. I'm being real.
I mean, I'm sorry. It sounds like you just like Cam.
I like Cam and Obi, but I'm trying to figure out how the best way to build my team, because Cam will give me more on that team with Mitchell than Obi would. If Julius is not going on that deal and Obi can play with those starters because he'll be such a low usage player, what is the use of Obi playing 10, 15 minutes a night again? We're going to have the same problems again. People are going to be chanting Obi again. Julius going to be in his head again. One bad game from Julius, people going to come at his neck again. That's not smart business.
It depends on your. I know you guys love to use the business reference, bro, but business is about perspective. Everybody's business doesn't run the same, and you can't like speculate what the other businesses are doing, right? Some are industry secrets. They don't want to share it because it's how they thrive, right? So what I'm getting at is this with the whether it's Cam or Obi or Cam, you're going to have to give up something, right? And Eddie F, thank you for the super chat. Eddie F says, we paid Detroit to buy Kemba out. You think we can grease this deal with cash to buy out Rose? Gives Ainge cap space immediately, I think. Yeah. I agree with you there, brother. And so it's the reason why I have Rose and Reddish in this deal. Because if it works out, then fine. If it doesn't work out, then fine. Right? If it works out, fine. If it doesn't work out, then fine. Right? But Obi, if you take out Cam and you include Obi is there for the long term. If you include Cam, if Cam is a bust, because think about it, if Obi goes there and Obi's a bust, you still have him on contract for a couple more years. If Cam goes there and Cam's a bust, he can walk away this summer. His number comes off the books.
I can always sell to my fans. I traded my lottery pick Obi for Donovan Mitchell. What did you really do with Cam Reddish? You traded the first for him to do what? Salary filler?
Yeah. In that scenario, though, it don't matter because once you get Spider, people don't care.
I just see Cam as a better fit for the construct of that team if Julius stays. That's just my logic, my thinking. And I can easily find, again, everybody wants a nice story. Hey, I'll have Carmelo play those same 10 to 15 minutes off the bench, and he can shoot threes and probably be a better fit for that team. There's ways around it.
Right. Okay.
That way, Tibbs is happy too. A guy that he loves, a veteran.
Okay. All right.
So what would that be? A bench of Derrick Rose, a free agent shooting guard, Reddish, Carmelo, and Hartenstein. You still got young pieces there. Hartenstein's only 24.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, because you can't trade Hartenstein, right? So you can't trade Hartenstein. Hartenstein's gonna be here, right? So you would have. Yeah, I think there would be more moves to be made after that.
Yeah, we just gotta wait and see who's going, who's staying. I don't think all four of the prospect that the Jazz are looking for are gonna go. I think possibly a good two of them. And let me ask you this: for everybody that wants to keep quickly, you're gonna have Brunson and Donovan Mitchell, and you want to keep another undersized guard there. Does that make a lot of sense for you? If they tell you quickly for Grimes, would you not rather keep Grimes instead of quickly? I'm pretty sure these are the conversations they're having, because if the goal is playoffs, when it comes down to playoffs basketball, you're going to have three undersized guards.
I would tell you this. For one, the undersized guard thing is overstated. And two, the difference between Grimes, Quickly, Cam, Obi, all that stuff is not enough for me to even consider stalling a Donovan Mitchell trade. If they ask for all 4 of them and 4 second-round picks, they'd be gone in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'll drive them myself. But I'm just trying to have a basketball conversation with you.
No.
Because if that was the case, they would have made this deal already.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I think Ian Begley cited the word they want to still be competitive and still be able to have flexibility to make future moves. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to construct your team for guys to play with these guys that's going to up their value. Because now once I hear that Max Strus and this other guy, Gabe Vincent from the Heat, have value, they're not really good basketball players at all, but they're playing for a winning team.
Yeah, I think that's summertime fluff. Is it like you ever bought a banana split? You know how you go and you buy the banana split and you get the dessert and then you realize, hey, this thing got a lot more whipped cream on it than what it looked huge back there behind the counter, and then you get it and it's got a lot of whipped cream on it. You're like, oh, okay. That's why it looked like a mountain back there, because soon as you move some of that whipped cream, you just like, okay, so it's just bananas, nuts, chocolate syrup, and cherries. Okay, some vanilla ice cream.
You said it yourself, though. Perception matters.
Yeah.
Winning players from a winning organization matter.
Yeah, them dudes. I don't think them dudes.
Look how far the Grimes hype has gone over Summer League. We're talking about Summer League.
Summer League. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was telling people, just be easy on the Grimes hype. But you heard me say it though. Well, what I'm saying, I've been saying it about RJ, I've been saying it about Julius, I've been saying it about Brunson, I've been saying it about Grimes, IQ, Kills, Farron Hunt. Well, no, I ain't gonna lie to you. I have been pushing the Farron Hunt hype train. Now that's the only player.
I got to see it in the preseason at least. I can't go based upon this.
You talking about Farron Hunt, right?
Yeah, I gotta. When I see him in the NBA game, the last thing I remember about him is Tom Thibodeau laughing because he blew a dunk.
Because he blew that wide open dunk for Quickly's 10th assist. It was so many things. Quickly just needed him to make the dunk to get the triple double, and my man blew the dunk. And
I don't forget.
Yeah. That was. But listen, my hype on Farron Hunt is, and I'm gonna get back to your point about the Donovan Mitchell trade, right? But my hype about Farron Hunt is not unreasonable expectations. My Farron Hunt hype is like, hey, this kid might get some minutes this year. That type of hype. I'm not saying that he's pushing Cam Reddish. I'm not saying that that RJ Barrett better watch out. Right?
You know what I see in Hunt? I see a young, unpolished Trevor Ariza when he first came in the league.
Yeah.
If this kid could work on his 3-point shot, they're basically the same frame. You have a Trevor Ariza on your hands.
I think where Trevor Ariza is faster and more agile in the open court, I think Farron Hunt has more hops. That's the only difference. But listen, and I'm picking nits right now. I'm talking about the difference between some dude with a 44-inch vertical and some dude with a 42-inch vertical. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get dunked on, it don't matter because both guys got a 40-inch vertical. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Like with Trevor Ariza offers you less ball handle, but more straight line speed and more quickness and agility. Farron Hunt is still that to a lesser degree, but hops are, bro. Come on.
You know what I would like to really develop him, because now your mindset has to change in what type of players you're going to look for, because you got to find a bunch of low usage players to fit your team now, because you're going to have 3 to 4. Man, if we have to pay RJ Barrett a max contract to be your 4th option, like this is the problems we're going to have soon. So you got to start scouting differently now. Low usage players, guys that don't need the ball that can still impact the game.
Right. And so that's the point that we made this morning. Remember this morning we talked about bringing in guys like a Justice Winslow, a Josh Jackson. Remember that?
And these guys are still available now.
Yeah, guys to backfill the roster once a trade is done. Like Ben McLemore. Remember I said, man, Quentin Grimes leave. I can go get Ben McLemore right now to do the same thing.
Freeze. I think somebody be listening to these videos because remember yesterday we talked about Eric Pascal and now he played with Brunson and now he's Donovan Mitchell's best friend. The New York Post came out with an article today citing the exact same thing. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. We'll find out.
It's the fact that y'all provide good content, bro. Don P, I'm with you. Low risk, high reward moves to improve the team. I don't mind moves like I'm with you. We tried to do that 2 seasons ago with that fat boy Amari Spellman. Remember Amari Spellman? Amari Spellman played with Jalen Brunson? Yeah.
And this is my last thing I'm going to say on the Jalen Brunson thing. I mean, on the Donovan Mitchell trade. I have yet to see Quentin Grimes go into Utah and take over a game without scoring a bunch of points. I have yet to see Quickly go into Utah, scoring a bunch of points, take over a game, or Obi. I've seen Donovan Mitchell come to the Garden this year and take over the game with his playmaking ability, and his teammates killed us because of Mitchell. This is the type of player that we need on our team and makes everybody else better. Right. And everybody else that we don't want to give up haven't done what this 25-year-old 3-time All-Star will do for us. We got to get real sometimes.
I feel you. I understand where you're coming from, bro. I feel you. I understand where you're coming from.
Right. Everybody who still don't want Donovan, go YouTube that game that happened this year in the fourth quarter. He tore us apart, and he wasn't even scoring. Now and go imagine when he's on
scoring, and he was laughing. He was laughing the whole time, bro.
So all this love we have for our babies, yes, I get it. They're our babies, but man, we got to win a chip. You need these kind of players.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. To me, it's like whatever. It's like whatever, bro. At this point, to me, it's like whatever when it comes to what we giving up for Donovan Mitchell. Just do something, man. Hurry up. That's where I'm at with it. Like the draft picks, I don't care. As long as you don't give up all your draft picks, I'm okay with it. Lakers all day. Dope says, "Can you join?" Yeah, man. Long as you ain't no troll or nothing. Long as we talking basketball and we respectful, bro. I don't care. Long as it's good basketball conversation, bro. I don't care. I don't care, man. I just be wanting to talk basketball, man. Long as things don't be, you know what I'm saying, getting sideways up here.
Let's talk about those picks, Freezy, real quick. What do you think? Because you know Danny Ainge wants unprotected in the future. What's the cap that you're willing to put on that's too much? Because he's going to probably want 3 unprotected plus a mess of those other picks we got. He's going to want our unprotected picks rather than the Washington one, the Milwaukee one, the Dallas one. He's going to want to bet something goes wrong and he hits the jackpot like he did with Brooklyn. So what's your cap on how many unprotected you're sending out?
So what? So what, Jay?
No, I'm just asking you. I want to know what you're.
No. I get what you're saying. I understand where the question is coming from. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm asking, like, so what's the big deal? I'm asking you, like, so what's the big deal about what he wants?
So you're comfortable with handing out 3 unprotected New York Knicks first-round draft picks, 23, 25, and 27.
See, you didn't say 23, 25, 27.
That's what
you
he
just
didn't
said
want
3
because he's aiming for that 23 draft. Everything he's doing is for that 23 draft.
See, well, so okay, so let's start the conversation. Let's start the conversation there. Let's start the conversation there. Ainge wants 23, 25, 27, right? Instead of 24, 26, and 28.
That's why he wants all those contracts gone.
Right, but listen, I understand what you're saying, but hear me out on it. So he wants 23, 25, and 27.
Yes.
As opposed to 24, 26, and 28, right?
Yeah.
All right. So if you start 24, 26, 28, you know you're going to have to throw in additional unprotected first round picks, as opposed to when you start at 23, 25, 27, you can give less unprotected picks and probably more second round picks. Right? So you're asking me which one would I prefer? Of course, I would prefer to start in 24 and then 26 and then 28. Give him protection-based picks. All the heavy protections, give him all them picks, man. I don't care. Right? I think that's like 3 firsts. So if you start in 24 and then give him 3 unprotected, 3 protected, I'm good.
He says no deal. The base of our deal is 23, 25, 27. And I'll concede on the players.
Okay. Well done. Okay.
And I agree, because by the time those 27 picks mature, Donovan Mitchell will still be in his prime at 29 years old.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's why and so it's one of them deals where it depends. See, it's not semantics. Because like to the casual observer, what you and I are talking about are semantics. They're like, man, picks are picks. No, picks ain't just picks. You know what I'm saying?
They're different kind of picks.
Yeah. They're all different. Yeah. So that's why when you asked me initially, I was like, so what? What's the deal with what he wants? What about what we want?
I would still do the
23.
Yeah, I think I would do unprotected 23, 25, and try to do maybe a top 4, 27, or do a protected 24 and leave the 27 unprotected, just in case I'll sell it to him in case anything happens bad to us. But I'll definitely.
But can you give away your own pick in back-to-back seasons?
You can do it once you draft a player. So that how the Wolves did it, that they drafted Kessler, then they traded him to Utah, and then traded next year's pick. You have to make the pick first, then you can trade it, and it won't count for the Stepien rule.
Right, because you're actually trading the rights to the player and not the pick itself.
Yes.
Right. I feel you. Are you willing to wait that long?
No.
Okay.
I want Donovan Mitchell going into training camp. I'm not trying to have him here half the season for the same price. The price is going to be the same now as it is in the midseason.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And so Building Block says you can't do it in this deal. Nah, that's what I'm saying. That's what we were getting at. Like if we had done this deal on draft day, then of course, man. If we'd have done Donovan Mitchell's deal on draft day somehow, well, I guess you could.
Actually, it would have been more damage to us because we didn't have the amount of picks we have now.
No. I'm talking about after you made the trade.
Oh, so you would have traded 11, 23, 25, 27. That's basically what would have been the deal, and probably Dallas picks. Right,
because no, I would have asked him who. You had to do the trade the 11 in order to get the subsequent picks.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You just had to do it that way. Right. But on draft, well, no, you couldn't have done it on draft day either.
Yeah, no, draft day. You draft a player. You trade that player to Utah, and then you trade the 23, 25, 27.
Yeah, because we had 11 and what? We had 11 and 13.
No,
or
only 11.
And
we bought 13 with what we traded 11 for.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So
That's right.
essentially, it would have been the same 5 to 6 picks, maybe, because then you would have been like, we'll trade you 11, 23, 25, 27, plus the Dallas 23. And then now the Knicks are really left with nothing, right?
Right.
But now we're able to still trade them up to 6 picks, but we're still going to have random picks here or there, whether it be the Wizards, the Bucks, our own. Smart what he did, I think. We didn't see it at the time. It's
Right.
smart what he did getting the extra picks. Because it's not about what we're able to give them. We can still sit here and say, you know what, we found Quickly and Grimes later on in the draft. Give me that Wizards pick. I'll find somebody late teens or late 20s.
Right.
I'll trade back and I'll get another pick next year. And I'll restockpile again. That's what Brock Aller's good at.
Bro, I'm gonna go run in here, use the bathroom real quick, grab some water, probably some ice cream. Hey, you mind holding it down for like 2 minutes?
Go ahead, I'll read the chat.
Yeah. Or you can get in your bag. Or you can get in your bag about one of the topics that you just want to talk about.
We'll see. We'll see how this flies.
All right. This is your time now. Hey man, this the moment. Like, yo, for instance, I'll give you an example. Like when I first started the live stream, I always start the live stream with some things that's just been on my mind. Like, what I'm saying, what I'm thinking about, right? And that'd be my moment to just go for what I know, just lay it out flat in front of everybody. And then, so if that's what you want to do, man, go ahead. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Well, depending on how much water I have in this bladder.
Yeah, man. Don't take too long now.
I ain't gonna go. No, I ain't going to sleep. Trust me. All right, bro.
All right. So let's start rocking out with what we're saying in the chat. Let's see. We were forcing Rose and Randall. What do y'all think would happen with Randall's usage if we have 2 guards that are more downhill, that are able to come off screens? You think Randall ends up being more of a corner 3, which he takes a lot of his shots from the corner 3, or more of a catch and shoot from the post? Would you give RJ more money than Spider's getting? Oh man, all right, let's talk about that. RJ Barrett's contract. Will we give RJ Barrett more money than Mitchell? Going into next year, RJ Barrett is going to be behind Julius Randle, Mitchell, and Brunson. You guys want to pay a max contract for your 4th option? That's a tough ask. RJ Barrett will be your highest paid player if he gets his rookie scale max to be your 4th option. Y'all doing that? Or y'all not too afraid to hurt RJ's feelings and tell him go into summer next year, go fetch you a deal, and we'll just match it. So what y'all got to say? Y'all maxing RJ or what? Nope, not giving him a 4th option. But yeah, that's a problem we're gonna encounter now. The only reason I feel RJ will be behind Jalen Brunson is that basically Brunson and Spider's gonna run your team. They've shown they're more efficient doing that. We have no way of knowing what RJ's gonna be coming into next year. If RJ takes off, you know what? Blessings for us. That's our best case scenario. We do got to see a little bit more from RJ. Yep. So again, do you hurt his feelings like DeAndre Ayton is going through now? That he, instead of getting a 5-year max, he got a 4 from another team? Or we're just going to say, F it, give RJ the full max? I don't know if RJ's going to be 2nd or 3rd option. We would like that, but Randall's still a better scorer than RJ right now, whether we like it or not. can't pay RJ more than Brunson and Randall. You think RJ's gonna accept 4 years, $100 million? Yeesh.
Fellas, what's good? How y'all?
We got
Sure.
Freezy. We got a good comment just popped up right now. You paying RJ to be your fourth option?
Yes.
You paying a max contract for your fourth option? Yeah, here we go. Let's do this.
Yeah.
He'll be your highest paid player on your team, being your fourth option.
So?
Oof.
Hey, what was the comment again? I didn't catch that.
What's up, Don P?
What's goody, y'all? What's up, Uncle Freeze?
Hey, what's up, boss?
Hey, yo, y'all know how I feel about the whole situation. I'm not gonna beat a dead drum. I'm gonna just meet y'all where y'all at.
Yo, first of all, show us a dead drum. Show us a dead drum. I ain't never seen one before.
Hey.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. State, what's good, bro?
That's crazy that 4 players got the potential to be $500 million.
Yeah. That's wild, right?
That's crazy.
4 players, bro.
Hey, Dolan's gonna love it though. Money coming to MSG.
Yeah.
Jordan and Kobe never made that on their best day.
But
in their best season.
Bro.
I'm
It
gonna
show
give
you
y'all
the times that we in, bro.
You know, 7 years ago, we had the second most expensive salary in the NBA. This was 7 years ago, but we was the second worst team in the NBA.
Yep.
Not too long ago, we gave Jerome James a 5-year contract that we thought was an overpay. It was only $25 million. Huh.
Yeah, nobody wanted to come here, and they just had to pay bodies.
Those were the days when that was an overpay. We had Jared Jeffries. How much?
Yeah. Hey, y'all. Let me do this real quick. Hey, Snipes Entertainment, man. Welcome to the video chat. And I know it's your first time here, man.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, yeah, bro. It's easy peasy, bro. We just relaxing, just talking, man. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel that.
So welcome, man. I know it's your first time here. Just get comfortable with us. Sometimes we get a little unruly, and it's not out of disrespect. It's just it'd be like the heat of the moment, the conversation thing, man.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
A word, no doubt. So I got state of the New York Knicks podcast coming in, but I think he got like a tech issue thing going on. But when state come on, we'll bring in state also. Eddie C, man, what's good? What's good with you?
What's happening, guys? How's everybody doing?
What's up, Eddie?
What's good, G?
Chilling, man.
I know when you on here.
What we talking about?
I have a question for you guys. You think getting Donovan Mitchell and Brunson and Randall is going to help RJ grow or not grow? And to add to that question, are you paying him his max? Because now his usage is not going to be the same that he probably wants it to be.
All right, so is that question for the panel or for somebody specific?
Yeah, everybody. Anybody can answer. It's just a thought I just thought.
All right, yeah, I would say this. It depends because with Julius Randle, he's a ball dominant dude. Jalen Brunson, you could argue that he can play off the ball since he had experience doing that with Luka. But I think Jalen Brunson's at his best playing on the ball as well. And what's his name? Donovan Mitchell is at his best playing on the ball. So that will make RJ like in a sense, like a spot up player, a spot up shooter. Everybody can't get the ball, so just to answer your question, I don't think it will help RJ.
Not to say that, I'm gonna say this. You think he knows this? Seeing everything that's going around him? And do you think eventually the Knicks gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna everybody don't want to do it now, but if a trade comes along, will the Knicks trade RJ for said star at that point?
No.
I kind of get the feeling that RJ Barrett is like he's gonna be here for the long haul. Like
Right.
they've everything that they've thrown at him, they've detracted. I'm for some reason I feel like Sacramento wanted RJ in the Jaden Ivey trade, and the Knicks weren't willing to give him up,
Right.
and they're not willing to give him up for Donovan Mitchell either. So that
Right.
leads me to believe that he's here to stay, and most likely he's gonna get the max.
Yep.
But then y'all do agree there is going to be some slight of an issue with 4 guys that need the ball in their hands.
Well,
Who's
in the
the second
basketball
seed?
in a basketball game, there's 48 minutes, and not all the guys play at the same time. So it's easier to stagger minutes. Your team will be much better. Your team will be
Right.
much fresher in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Maybe one of the guys can take over. Maybe it'll be RJ Barrett's night. Maybe one night will be Randall. Maybe one night. So I think he's not upset at all for getting all these players. If you're asking me, if I'm
Right.
playing basketball and I'm getting all these guys to play around me, I'm a happy camper.
And it makes your job easier. I'm a
Mhm.
happy camper.
I hope he's happy. I hope he stays. I'm just thinking about what a guy would think, that he's always been the man at every level. And when Julius stopped playing, he basically took over the offense. I wouldn't think it's not too crazy to think he wants to continue what he's ended last year with.
I would like to hear State's opinion on this. He's a big supporter of RJ. So how you feel about that, State?
State, come on, man. What's good?
Yo, what's up, man? Good, actually.
Why you always at work, bro?
That's good, Brian.
State is
I'm not
always working.
Making
bro.
that paper.
It may look like it, but I'm not. I'm not always. It's just, you just so happen to be on at times when I'm at work, which is a great
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Like, that's a great thing, man. That's a good thing. But this is like, I'm so ecstatic to be a Knicks fan right now, man. Like, I completely signed off on the Donovan Mitchell trade. I've been screaming this to Freezy for like 2 years now. Like, if there was one guy to put next to RJ, it's Donovan Mitchell. And the reason why I always said that is because RJ Barrett is the type of guy that you probably need a closer right now to bring him along slower. And I felt like Donovan Mitchell is like the perfect match. And also, y'all got to take into account, we got Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson is I think he's going to be able to handle the pressure of feeding multiple mouths. You mentioned Randall. You got to mention Mitchell Robinson as well.
Mm-hmm.
He got 5 attempts last season. You don't think he's going to get at least 10 attempts this season? So it's going to come with sacrifice. Everybody going to have to sacrifice. And the one thing I'm looking at Randall right now is, are you willing to sacrifice for winning? Because if Randall's on this team right now, look at the roster, he's the 4th option. And if he's the 4th option, and I said this to Uncle, if Randall's your 4th option, you have a championship team. I've been saying, I said, so this is not something like, oh, State, now you saying this. Nah, like, I've been felt like that. So since I feel like that about Randall, I feel like if he just takes the 4th option role on this team right now, I think it would be great. And then here's another thing too, and specifically about RJ Barrett and Donovan Mitchell. RJ Barrett already spent 2 years playing off ball to Randall. So I know he could play off ball already. So Donovan Mitchell, he's played off ball a lot to Mike Conley, but he's also played on ball. Jalen Brunson, he's played on ball to a guy, I believe, who had a 41% usage rate. 41% usage rate.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
So if we take that into account, right, I think that Jalen Brunson is going to be the key that makes everything go. And I think another reason why the Knicks are not putting Quickly in this trade and why Quickly will stay is because I believe that Derrick Rose will be gone. And I believe that the Knicks want to keep Quickly. Not the Knicks per se. I think it's Tom Thibodeau. People got to realize, like, Tom Thibodeau is Quickly's first coach. That's like his baby. You know what I'm saying? Like Quentin Grimes, those like his children. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
There's been times where Tibbs are literally he's traveled to summer league games just to watch Quickly and Obi. So that tells me that Tibbs is the guy who's saying, nah, I'm not signing off on trading Quickly. So Salute the
Hey, State. Let me ask you this: you mentioned RJ playing behind Julius that 1 year, and then Brunson doing it, and then Donovan doing it. Now you're going into a situation where there's 4 guys instead of 1.
But that takes what I said. What's the word here? Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Who's willing to sacrifice? Do we believe RJ willing to sacrifice?
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
See, now I gotta call a spade here, because when there's criticisms against RJ, a lot of people like to reference how many points he's scoring the game. That's people's main argument. Now, if we got Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Julius Randle, you absolutely right, State. There has to be some sacrifices that has to be made. But you really think that RJ is gonna keep up the pace with 20 points or more a game?
No.
This is my thing. What people say that, because I don't say that. So RJ Barrett took the task last season of guarding the other team's best player.
Right.
Same time, he dealt with supposedly ankle injuries, a stomach bug, and supposedly our team's best player acting ridiculous last season. So I got to take that into account. I also got to take into account that RJ is a dog himself. So we're not going to sit here and act like if these dudes is in practice and they all go on the war, that RJ is not going to specifically try to go at Randy and Donovan Mitchell. They're going to make each other better. So I think it's going to be a great situation. My only fight back against the Randall thing is I just think Obi Toppin is just a better fit.
I agree.
With Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson as our point guards. But as our backcourt, but I gotta take into account that the Knicks, the Jazz, not even the Knicks, the Jazz don't want long-term contracts. And Randall just signed a 4-year deal. So I think the only way he would be gone in that trade is if the Hornets want to do a 3-team trade because Miles Bridges is not there for anymore and they want Randall. So I think he's going to be here. So, but when you look in the locker room and you look at Evan Fournier and you look at Alec Burks, it's like, okay, I got to do this shit myself. Now you look at the locker room and you see Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell next to you, you're going to say, wait, I don't got to do it myself no more.
Let's go together. Let's do it together.
Yeah.
I'll say this. RJ always been a team guy since Duke. So RJ is a team guy. The only hope I have with Randall is the time he was with New Orleans. He's shown that he can play that role. I just hope he can accept that role here in New York. I think he would respect Donovan and Brunson. I just hope that, he was with AD and Drew in New Orleans that 1 year. He was the role man. And Julius as the role man, it's a pretty strong dude.
Mm-hmm.
It could work if he wanted to work.
But he
but you're not. It's okay. Let me poke put a pinprick in that balloon, bro. You not gonna ask Randall to be the role man and ask Mitchell Robinson to spot up on the perimeter.
Yeah, that don't sound right. Randall gonna have to change the game. He gonna have
now. But let me say this, Jay. If you asking Randall to be the role man in a situation when he playing with Obi, right? Now Randall and Obi on the floor together. If Randall rolls to the rim, remember, role men in this league get beat up. That's just a fact of the matter. Let's role men, and that's why that's why only rim runners do it, because they built for it. Skywalkers. You want Skywalkers to be rim runners, dudes that can jump, that can catch lob threats, and dudes that have vertical spacing.
Roman don't always have to be going to the basket though, Freezy.
Yeah, well, where else are they rolling?
He can stop. He can roll because a lot of these picks are going to be set above the 3-point line. Once Randall starts rolling and the defense starts shifting, he can catch a quick pass at the free throw line, make his quick moves, and that's when Randall is at his best. When he's not thinking, he's reacting. Right.
Or
he can catch a quick pass and do floaters from inside the paint. And again,
or why not just run that so Golden State runs that same thing out of the 1-4 motion where they catch Draymond Green at the pinch post.
yeah,
Why not just run that there with Randall as opposed to having him set the hard screen, take all this physicality, and then man.
Randall's strong. I seen him last year a couple of times when he would. There was like 1 or 2 games. I don't know what it was that he got in his head. But he was so frustrated, but he made it a point to run and set hard screens and dive to the basket and just play extra energy with the ball in his hands. And I was like, man, like that's if Randall could do more of that and less of the thinking and just reacting, Randall's really, really talented, man.
Right now, I don't want Randall doing that, bro. Even Kevin Durant is 6'11", 240, right? Do you want Kevin Durant to be a role man?
No, but Randall's different. His body's not the same like everybody else. His only comp going to the rack is maybe LeBron James at that.
Why not ask Obi to do it? Why are we so averse to having Obi Toppin be a role man when his body is built for that?
I can't see Obi like that.
Because Obi's soft. That's why.
That's not Obi's game. It's too much finesse.
Right. Right. Why not have Mitch do it or Hartenstein?
If Tom Thibodeau ever gets out of his own way and like once in a blue go small ball and have Julius at the 5, I don't think there's a 4-man besides LeBron James in this league that can contest with Julius Randle at the 5.
Yeah, but y'all gotta take it into account. First of all, Obi Toppin was the role man all day at Dayton, so I don't understand.
Dayton's not the NBA.
Yeah, but Obi's more athletic than Randall, and Obi coming off
vertically. Yeah, he's more vertically. Yeah,
also,
than Randall, definitely.
But did you notice how many times Obi gets to the rack and he's pushed off his spot and he has to make these wild finishes because he can't hold that center of gravity?
Yeah, but Obi always makes the better decision than Randall. I don't want Randall trying to make the decision in the middle of the lane. That's not how this works. And also, Obi is just way more athletic than Randall. Randall, you need the space to floor vertically with Donovan and Jalen Brunson. So, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't disagree with you. I definitely know Obi's more of a team player. He makes the smart passes as a team. I just know when Randall makes up his mind to score, not many people can stop him.
Yeah, bro. Randall's a popper. Randall's a pick and popper, man.
Can I ask you guys a question? I think I asked this question, but I want to ask you guys: are you guys okay with giving up the 4 players that Utah is asking for? Obi Toppin, Quentin Grimes, Emmanuel Quickly.
Nah, Utah.
I think it got leaked now. I think it got leaked now.
I think is the 4th McBride, or is it somebody I'm missing?
I got feedback.
Yeah, I think it's me. I just got a phone call. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay.
I think it got leaked for a reason. I don't think eventually the deal's gonna have all 4 of those. It's basically, I think the picks are gonna stay. I think we're gonna choose what players we want to go in that deal.
How about you, Freezy? You okay with if you had to send those 4 guys? Would you send those 4 guys?
Oh, is it 4 young guys?
I'm asking. I'm not sure if it's. I'm not sure if I'm missing somebody. I know it's not going to be Cam.
No, it was Deuce, IQ, Grimes, and Obi.
No, I'm not doing that. That's blasphemous.
It was those 4 specifically.
They
said no RJ, they don't want to pay him. And they said no Cam, they don't want to pay him.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Good. Do I got feedback?
No, you good. You good. At least it sound good right now. How are we gonna make the salaries match?
With the rookies? No, well, somebody else has to.
Is Utah under the salary cap?
No, I don't believe so because they still got Boggy, Conley, and Clarkson making money. Beasley's making over 20.
Nah, Beasley's making like 15.
Yeah.
Is he? I thought he was making 20.
I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. Yo, this vegan ice cream is banging, bro. Y'all see, I wasn't even talking. This vegan ice cream, this chocolate.
Okay, so the Mike
That's
Conley
everybody.
contract, yeah, they're over the cap. They're like 10 million over.
Okay.
Well, Bogdanovich is a 1-year deal. Beasley's 15. Clarkson is 13 with 2 years left. Beverly is 13 with 1 year left.
What's the probability that Mitchell, if he comes, he'll come with another player or two?
I'm the one that's been saying, like, I'm pretty sure they want to attach Michael Beasley to the Mitchell deal.
You said Michael Beasley?
Because
No,
that would make
Malik,
more sense.
Malik Easley. He always get names wrong, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I got to get happy for a minute. Hold on.
Michael Beasley?
No,
Malik Beasley. Yeah, Malik Beasley.
Like they asking
So
for a
good
six
Becky,
pick.
y'all.
Yeah, but the Jazz got to have some type of money on their roster. Also, they can't just give away all these contracts.
Yeah, they got to have some kind
And
of.
I'm also thinking that they're asking the Knicks to try to find something for Fournier, because I don't know if they want Fournier as a player.
Right.
So I'm telling you, man, I don't think it's the deal isn't done just because it doesn't want to get done. I think the deal isn't done because there's a lot of moving parts to this deal.
I think the Jazz don't want players that's going to make them win 30 games. They want to be in that sweet spot of like 15 to 25.
I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I wouldn't. Like, before I make this Donovan Mitchell trade, I would like to have already a trade for Mike Conley on the side and maybe Jordan Clarkson on the side. Like,
Yep.
Once I know I have the Donovan Mitchell trade, I'm already working. Like, I won't pull the trigger on that, and I'm already working on how to get rid of Conley and the other guys.
In the back of my mind, something tells me it's gonna be Donovan and Rudy Gay for some reason.
Yeah, I got to give credit to the front office. I know I've been a little negative with them, but I would say this: they have yet to fleece themselves in any trades, for sure.
Yeah.
No, they're super smart.
Yeah, so I'll give them that. I have faith in them in that ability for them not to get fleeced by Danny Ainge. And
but even if they pay a little bit much for Donovan Mitchell, are we going to be upset that they had to maybe pay a little bit more?
I'm gonna be highly upset.
I don't think it should be.
I think I've said this before. Blood will be shed. Blood will be shed on both sides.
Yeah.
But it that's when I'm at. Like, my thing is Donovan Mitchell. He's a star. I'm not gonna front on Donovan Mitchell like he's not nice. He's nice, but is he Dwayne Wade in his prime?
Yes.
He's very similar. He's very, very similar.
On both sides of the floor, he's Dwayne Wade in his prime.
I'm telling you, I'm putting my reputation on the line that Donovan Mitchell is better than Dwayne Wade.
In his prime?
Well, you don't know. You don't know yet.
Don't forget, in the loaded West last year,
he's a way better shooter.
Utah Jazz was the #1 seed last year.
He's a way better shooter, and he's just as good as a finisher.
See, now,
and we talk about health, right? Remember, a young Dwayne Wade could never stay healthy, right? So here's the thing I'm gonna say about that. I think Brunson and Donovan Mitchell, JB and Spider under Tom Thibodeau, that first year Tibbs bump, are gonna have career years. Both of them are gonna have career years. And I say this all the time, and y'all heard me say it, and I've been saying it over and over. But when you look at Tibbs and Derrick Rose first year, Derrick Rose won MVP. When you saw Cat and Wiggins the first year with Tibbs, them cats were legit playoff. Injuries stopped them. Remember, they were the #2 seed in the East, and injuries hurt them where they fell down the standings. Injuries hurt them, right? Julius Randle in his first year with Tom Thibodeau, I don't even have to mention that. Now, just imagine dudes with talent under Tom Thibodeau in their first year.
So I have like an alert here. This just goes more into the fact that RJ Barrett is going to get the max. San Antonio has just signed Keldon Johnson to a 4-year, $80 million deal. That's $20 million per.
Oh my God.
He's not bad though.
Yeah, but RJ Barrett is a different animal, huh?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good deal for RJ, to be honest with you. Their numbers are not that different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What was R.J. Barrett's point guard name again? And what was Keldon Johnson's point guard name?
Booby Booby.
Very blasphemous. Yo, Freezy, check your panel, man. Talking black.
RJ's deal is going to be similar to Garland's because the numbers are similar, the statistics.
No, RJ's getting the max. I mean, the Knicks have always taken care of their own. There's no doubt about it, bro. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's gonna get taken care of. They didn't put him in a Jaden Ivey in a Jaden Ivey trade. They haven't talked about putting him in a Donovan Mitchell trade. What makes you believe that they don't think he's one of the franchise cornerstones?
Right, and they drafted him number 3 overall. So they're not just gonna just give him up like that.
No. He's gonna get the max.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be right now. It could be mid-season. It could be right before. Things have to get sorted out. You know what I'm saying? But
yo, Brooklyn Rain said, "Hey, shut up, dude. Mitchell is not better than D Wade." This person clearly doesn't know that I will look at numbers first and then make an assessment.
Well, she looked like she's from Miami. First off.
Okay. All right. Probably so. Probably so.
Most people that's in Miami come from New York.
Yeah, probably so. They don't know that I would look at numbers first. They
Not the girls. The boys, yes, not the girls.
Yeah.
Touche.
And in the loaded West, he averaged like 24, 25.
I know Mitchell's the man, bro. Like Mitchell's gonna come over here and he's gonna. You said MVP, dude. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yo, if you know what, and that's why I said earlier in the chat that it's all about perspective. I gotta apologize then, Freezy. If you think that Donovan Mitchell is you would say better than D Wade in his prime, I don't blame you for wanting to trade the whole farm for Donovan Mitchell. Because if I think that Donovan Mitchell is of that same caliber, I would be right along with you. So I think it's all about perspective.
Right. And so the thing about it, will Donovan Mitchell be better than D Wade in his prime? Means you compare Donovan Mitchell in his prime to D Wade in his prime, right? You don't compare a guy right now that hasn't entered his prime to a guy that's in his prime, right? Like for instance, there's a stat. A YouTuber, hit me with a stat one time on Twitter. He was like, "Yo, who was better in fourth quarters, Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant?" Right? And I knew it was a trick question. I just didn't know how. So I went into it. I was like, "Yeah, Jordan's got to be better." And then he gave me this contested shot percentage in fourth quarters, like contested shots versus single coverage, double coverage, and triple coverage. Right? The greatest clutch shooter of all time is a small forward from the Boston Celtics named Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce shot 40% or greater in fourth quarters versus contested double teams and triple teams. Right? Second on that is Kobe Bryant. Right? And then Michael Jordan was like sixth or something. There was some names in there that's not even relevant. Right. The reason why I bring up things like that is you have to look at, you can't just go by points per game, because points per game can be deceptive because it depends on the pace of play, the number of shots that you take, all different types of things. Because if you look at points per game and just the points per game, then someone could easily say that in Alex English is better than Dr. J. Right? Mm-hmm. And you're like, what? That makes no sense. Right? So what we're going to do is have the things in context. Like the thing with Donovan Mitchell and Dwayne Wade, we see Donovan Mitchell, 7 of the top 11 defenses in defensive rating are in the Western Conference. 2, I believe, were in Donovan Mitchell's division. Right? So you got to take things into context. Like, instead of saying Donovan Mitchell won't ever be such and such player, man, you got to give him a chance. He's 25, bro. Let's see.
What was Dwayne Wade's prime? Didn't Dwayne Wade win the championship at 24?
I think so. 2006.
Yeah, when you said the team, now I'm not sure. I can't name the starting lineup of Dwayne Wade's team, but if my memory is not mistaken me, I think the team that D Wade had was a worse team than Donovan Mitchell has right now. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, you talking about the Gary Payton, Jason Williams, Shaquille O'Neal,
Yeah,
Alonzo Mourning team, right? James
right.
Posey,
All of
that
them
team.
packed their
Yeah,
primes around that time, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So, I, when we talk about primes, like what age limit are we talking about? 27,
28.
28?
28 is supposedly the prime year.
Yeah.
All right. So does players usually up their game up too when they 28, or we know the player that they are by the age of 25?
Well, let me ask you this in order to answer that question.
Okay,
What is the major stat that you go by to quantify your evaluation?
I'll go by feet. I'll go by feet. I'll go by feet, and I'll take into evaluation of who's had what on whose team, what division, what conference a certain player plays for. If I'm
Okay.
comparing one player to another,
Right.
I really don't go by stats.
Right, because
If I,
some people go by points per game.
you said what?
A lot of people go by points per game, points scored.
Yeah, I don't go by points.
Okay. Okay.
I go by impact on the team overall.
Okay. 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 All right, I got you. All right, I'm gonna do a Dwayne Wade, and hey, I'm gonna disappear from the screen real quick. I'm gonna do a Dwayne Wade, Donovan Mitchell count, and then I'll be back with the data.
But all in all, if we're comparing Donovan Mitchell and Dwayne Wade, I think we're in a good place. If we're able to get Donovan Mitchell on our team, we're in a good place.
Hey, if you think that he's at that level, then I don't blame you for thinking that. There's some people who legit don't think that Donovan Mitchell's not even close to being at that level. But if you think he's at that level, then your thoughts of you trading a farm, not you per se, but for some Knicks fans trading a farm for Donovan
Mm.
Mitchell, that could be justified.
Yeah,
That could be
those are
justified.
two totally different avenues, right? Like what I would give up for Donovan Mitchell and what I think about Donovan Mitchell on this team when it's all said and done, like the whole team and like what he's already shown. Yeah, those are two different avenues. Like I think that on this team and Jay kind of like said some of it, when he was questioning Randall and RJ and Brunson and then Mitchell at the five. And then if we have players coming off the bench, this and that, like to me, that's a great scenario. If I have, that one guy who at the end of the game is going to get me a bucket, then I'm okay with having him on my team and thinking highly of him, thinking that he can have an MVP season, thinking that he can be an all-star next year on the Knicks, thinking that he could average 25 points per game next year on the Knicks, right? But what I'm willing to give up to get him, that's a totally different avenue because like I'm not when it comes to business, now we're talking about business and they're asking for those four players. They're asking for Knicks. They're asking for 7 picks. We have 4 picks that are not ours, so that means that's 3 or 4 picks that are gonna be ours. They're asking for unprotected type picks. They're asking for a lot of things, and I'm not willing to meet that. Not even for Donovan Mitchell, because at the end of the day, the sun rises tomorrow, bro. And if I can't get Donovan Mitchell because they're really not trying to trade him because that's what it really comes down to. If you want the world for a player and nobody's able to meet that asking price, even the organization that has the most to offer, then you're really not wanting to trade that player. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's reasonable.
So then
That's reasonable.
I can go somewhere else and say, we tried, but they weren't willing to budge, or I'll give them all the flowers. They were steadfast in what they wanted. I did my best, but they stood pat, blah blah blah, right? You could be political about it. I could just move on and hopefully something else will come up.
Shout out to you, Brooklyn Ring. You speaking my language. She said the only thing that matters is the eye test.
I'm a big eye test guy, man, myself. Like I've been more on the statistics because when you come into the debates on these panels, a lot of the statistics come up. You know what I'm saying? And you have to be able to back up your points when you're talking about certain things. Like for instance, Freezy went away and he wants to back up what he's saying, and he has the points here to prove him.
Right. Data. It's data, man. It's not because I hate Dwayne Wade. It's just that I think sometimes we romanticize about players in our past. Right. Like for instance, I can say that as soon as Donovan Mitchell dons a Knicks jersey, he'll be the greatest Knicks shooting guard in franchise history. Right. But the people that love John Starks, the people that love Allen Houston, the people that love Latrell Sprewell, the people that love Earl Pearl Monroe, they will want to debate me on it because they will romanticize, what they saw in their memories from back in the day. But then when you pull up data, the data is going to show you that Donovan Mitchell at 23 points a game is better than all them dudes off rip. And he ain't even played the game yet. Right? And for the record, I love John Starks, bro. I love Starks, bro. I love Houston. I love Sprewell. I love Earl the Pearl. Right? But the Knicks have never had a 25 point per game scorer at the two guard position. Ever. And one could point to that saying that's one of the reasons why we never won a championship or hadn't won a championship since that run that we had from 68 through 73, where we lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to the Celtics, where we lost in the playoffs to the Celtics when we were the better team. And then we won it in 70, got hurt in 71, lost to the Lakers in 72, and then won it again in 73. Right? So I'm not disrespecting Dwayne Wade. You know what I'm saying? I'm not being disrespectful to him, but the numbers right here show that Dwayne Wade was a better mid-range scorer. And inside the arc, he was a better scorer. Donovan Mitchell is a better three-point shooter, a better free throw shooter, right? Stays healthier. You know what I'm saying? The assists are about the same, in the same range. The steals are about in the same range. So for the record, they're just about the same type player. The conversation is not a ridiculous one to have. Can Donovan Mitchell in his prime be better than Dwayne Wade? It's not a ridiculous conversation to have, bro.
But see, and that's the thing that goes beyond the stats. I'm not a D Wade fan at all, but I will say this: I recognize D Wade took a bad Heat team to the playoffs multiple times, and he actually won by himself on his back with virtually no help with a broken down Shaq. So you got to take that into account as well.
Well, anybody can be lazy and say Donovan Mitchell was the number one seed in the West last year when they had LeBron James and Luka and all these other players.
Say that again.
I think that anybody can counter that argument and say that Donovan Mitchell had the Jazz as the number one seed last year with LeBron James in the West, Luka Doncic out West, Devin Booker out West, so Jokic out West.
But I kind of like agree with Don P in a sense, because at the end of the day, like the last argument, you could say this, you could say that. Like the last question is how many championships you won. And at this point in time, Dwayne Wade's got one up on him. I'm not gonna count like the Heatles championships, because I categorize championships. Like to me, the Cleveland Cavalier LeBron James championship holds more weight than the Heat's championships, and the Lakers championships hold more weight. That's probably second to me. So, but that one Miami championship is super important. It's super important. But I mean, I'm like 50-50 on it, because I also agree with Freeze. I'm like, yo, they're the same guy. They basically the same guy. And if you have that guy on your team, you have a chance to win a championship. If you build around him correctly and the team comes together correctly, you have a chance to win a championship in the next 5 years.
You know what? You know what
Somebody
also
must win,
happened?
bro.
What also happened? There was a superstar that said, "Hey, I want to go play with that guy down in Miami."
And here's the other thing too, man. Let's not get it twisted. That championship that Dwayne Wade supposedly by himself, he had 4 Hall of Famers on that roster.
Freezy, come on, man. You be Freezy, come
I
on.
forgot who they were. Was it Shaq? It wasn't Ray Allen though. It was Shaq. Who else, man? I forget.
Alonzo
Karan
Mourning,
Butler was on that team or not?
Gary Payton,
Gary
Dwayne Wade.
Was everybody who was on that team who were Hall of Famers.
Freezy about to say Samaki Walker.
Nah.
Come on, man.
Nah, man. No, that team had
Smush
4.
Parker.
Okay.
Was Smush Parker on that team?
I don't know. Maybe. I think so.
That's
I
like
think
you
he was
saying-
drafted that year.
That's like you saying had the Knicks won the 2013 season because we had a 38-year-old Marcus Camby. Yo, not for nothing, we had former stars on the team. Come on, man.
You don't like Camby?
I love Camby. I love Camby in '99.
I think PJ Brown was still playing back then.
Come on, Easy.
No, I think y'all, man, don't give enough credit to experience and chemistry. Everything can be athletic ability, bro.
I do see the similarities when you pulled up that
Eddie Jones, Jason Williams.
Was it Brian Grant was down there too?
Antoine Walker.
Man.
Antoine Brian
27.
Grant,
Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah,
that was a crazy team. They got it done though, huh?
Yeah, man. Oh wow, look at that. They had Derek Anderson.
Oof.
Yeah, man. Udonis Haslam was still. Yeah, man. Udonis Haslam. Oh wow. Yeah, man. Yeah. Come on, man. Let's give. I want to give that team some credit, bro.
Ray for Austin didn't play for them, right? At that time.
I don't think so.
Nah, man. D Wade, I feel like he literally did it on his back because a lot of the players broke down when it really counted.
Yeah,
no, he didn't.
Shaq did a lot of heavy lifting, bro.
Come on,
He
bro.
did. No doubt. But when it counted towards the end, Shaq was injured.
I know, but Shaq got it. Shaq did a lot of heavy lifting.
Wait. I got breaking news. Is any one of y'all on Twitter right now?
Nah.
Yep.
Ian Bagley. So.
Yep.
Are
I
you
got
frozen
right
or?
now.
I don't see nothing.
I'm on the phone, man. I can't really multitask. I'm just doing home. Oh, you want us to see for ourselves, State?
Crazy.
Yeah, there we go.
Ian Bagley just reported 20 minutes ago the Donovan Mitchell deal will get done within the next few days. So he will be a Knick within the next.
You sure that's a real?
Yeah. He
real
just
tweet?
reported it. Go look. If you go look, he just say the Donovan Mitchell deal trade.
Because this is fake. This is fake Twitter account season. I'm just saying.
Just reported. So that shit going down. That now it's a matter.
I don't see it, State.
Yeah, I think someone hit you with the okie doke, State.
Oh man.
I'm on his verified account on Twitter. I don't see it.
Oh man.
Robinson, what's good?
Yo, what up, fellas?
How you doing, man?
Doing good, man.
Y'all just.
I had to throw on the Starks jersey just because y'all was talking a little crazy. Y'all was talking a little crazy about
That's
my
a
man.
jersey, bro. That's a fire jersey.
I was like, hold up.
Go to SNY.
Hold up.
Get him.
Right now.
Let's not do that, man. Let's not bring the Starks into it, man. We just said it. The numbers don't speak at all. We all know my man had a role that was, 6 man sometimes for the most part. Can't just look at the numbers, B. Leave Starks out of it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
That's all I'm saying, man. That's my boy.
Breezy.
I gotta ask you, Robinson. I gotta ask you, was you mad when they traded Starks for Spreewell?
Let me do this thing with State real quick before we get there. Let me.
All right, no
State,
doubt,
you
no
say
doubt.
go to SNY what?
Go to
So they said that a deal will get done, but he said that he'd be surprised if it gets done in the next coming days.
But that's all I need to hear.
No, I mean, I don't think there's a doubt about.
You gotta listen to it. That's my thing. I just listened to it.
I did too. He said he doesn't think it'll get done in the next coming days.
Yeah, but he will be a Knick. That's all I need to hear.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Everybody says that.
Yeah, I reported that.
I don't need no punk ass Ian Begley no more. Ian Begley, I don't know, man. I'm gonna jump off Ian Begley right now, bro. He got pressed. He got pressed the other day for talking he talked something. He had to come out with another video because he got pressed. Talk about, I didn't say this. Don't put words in my mouth, man.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Begley,
I only listen to Shams. I just listen to Shams and I just listen to Woj. That's it.
Begley's like all of them. They all have so-called sources. Outside of Woj, their sources ain't worth shit. Excuse my language.
Pretty much.
Crazy. What up?
What's good, boss? What's good, boss?
Let me address that question though. The Spreewell trade. Of course, I was mad. Starks was my man. So Spreewell brought us some good times, but Starks, I still hold Starks a little higher. In my book.
I got you. Respect.
Freeze, let me ask a question, Freeze. Did you? Because I came on a bit late. Was the comparison that Donovan Mitchell is as good as D Wade at this point in D Wade's career?
Y'all gotta let me touch on that. Freeze, I can't let you get away with that one.
So first of all, don't come in and lose. Don't come in and get embarrassed because the numbers gonna embarrass you.
I'm cool with it. Bring up all the numbers, all that.
So what I'm saying is,
just don't move the goalposts.
Nah, man.
You was downplaying points per game, and then you brought it comparing Donovan Mitchell's points per game. It was getting shaky.
No, I was being respectful. I was being respectful that Dwayne Wade played during his prime years. He played in a defense first era, right? D'Antoni and them boys was the only ones just about them Golden State and Dallas were the only teams trying to get up and down the floor, basically. You know what I'm saying? Now a lot more teams try to get up and down the floor, right? So Dwayne Wade's 22 points per game, in my eyes, if he played on an average pace team instead of that slow down Miami Heat style, D Wade is probably a 28 point per game scorer. Right. So just because he averaged 22, don't think that Dwayne Wade couldn't score. Right. So things like that I try to get away from because you can't validate it. But when you look at the raw data, for instance, who was a better scorer? Dwayne Wade or Donovan Mitchell? Right? In your opinion, you would probably say Dwayne Wade, right?
I believe so.
I would say Donovan Mitchell.
Just because of efficiency. I believe he was more efficient.
Right. And the reason why he's more efficient is because even though Spider Mitchell takes more shots, Spider Mitchell takes 3 times as many 3-pointers as Dwayne Wade took. You know what I'm saying? So those are the things that you got to take.
Wade made it look easy. He got those easy buckets, and I respect guys who can make it look easy.
You said made it look easy, right? But that
we all know it ain't.
Data.
Yeah, it ain't easy to make it look easy to be able to get your shot. You put a weak defender on me, I'm getting my shot. Like,
and you know what else? And you know what else too, Robinson. You know what else too? Dwayne Wade played during an elite era of shooting guard lockdown defenders. There are no elite shooting guard lockdown defenders nowadays.
Facts.
Right. So it's a lot of things that go into the conversation. That's why when I said the thing with D Wade and Donovan Mitchell, I'm not saying that it's a runaway because there are variables to take into account. Because the Knicks had one. Y'all remember a dude named Bill Walker?
That was
Yeah.
my boy.
Yeah,
Damn,
what's up,
Scrappy. But
Hold
yeah,
on,
That was
what's
my
up,
boy. I'm not gonna
knee,
lie.
he had a lot of knee problems. Piece of
That
shit.
was
yeah,
my
what's up,
boy.
Walker?
Yeah,
Billy
yeah,
Walker, man.
yeah. And so and so, man. So I'm not being disrespectful to Dwayne Wade, man. That's not what I'm doing.
You know what it
Right.
is? The defensive part of it, he is just one of the best defensive shooting guards ever. So I feel like Donovan would have to like not only get some playoff success, but a scoring title or two just to be where, you know what I'm saying, just so I can speak his name with Wade. Like he has to dominate offensively, because defensively, I don't know if he's ever gonna exactly step up and be a known defender.
And that's why I said that D Wade is overall better player. Like I said that Donovan Mitchell,
I
offensively,
think he's the best
that.
shot blocking shooting guard.
He
Who's
is.
a better
He
shot blocking
literally-
guard than Wade?
He literally has the most
What?
blocks for a guard.
You can't
period.
put D Wade. You can't. That's not a good. You know why it's not a good comparison, Freezy? D Wade is 6'5". D Wade is, outside of Kobe, may be the most physical as far as a superstar shooting guard. That's not fair to Donovan. You see what I'm saying? That's like saying Isaiah. That's like comparing Isaiah with Jordan. Jordan is 6'6". You know what I'm saying? 6'6", 6'9" wingspan. He's just a bigger man.
A lot of it. He played a lot of back to the basket, post up. He threw up a lot of hooks, little floaters, just bullying other shooting guards.
Yeah, and he's relentless. Donovan is relentless. Don't get me wrong, but it's different when a small guy is relentless than when a big guy is relentless. When a big guy is relentless, you got less. He's gonna eat up your stamina because you got that much more to work. Donovan trying to guard Dwayne Wade a whole game in the playoffs. Wade is gonna eat him up eventually. He's gonna kill him. Too small.
Then it's gonna hurt his offense like that because he's getting beat up the whole match. Like,
respectfully, I think D Wade is only 6'3", but he plays like he's 6'6".
It's because he's like, my fault.
Oh, my bad, Dre. My bad, Dre.
Go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
He's 220 with a 7-foot wingspan. And his peak, he's like 230-ish, somewhere around there. He's a big guard.
But listen, man, the thing. Okay, so listen to what I'm saying carefully, y'all. I'm not saying Dwayne Wade is trash or shouldn't be in the conversation.
Gotcha.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this kid, Donovan Mitchell, is too early to cast him aside. I remember dudes used to have, this is the same Kobe. I used to do the thing with Kobe and Jordan. When Kobe was 26, I used to be like, yo, Kobe is not that far from Jordan. And people were like, oh my God, Jordan got his own shoe. Jordan had his own movie. And I'm like, bro, I get it. I get all of that, right? But this kid, Kobe, at 26, is not that far. And Cass was like, Jordan got the height. Jordan got a 50-inch vertical. Bro, I listen, I get it. Right? But every time I say Kobe name, they're like, Jordan is undefeated in the finals. Okay, I get all the peripheral stuff. But when it comes to a basketball player, Kobe Bryant at 26 and Michael Jordan at 26, you could say Kobe is closer than what you think to a 26-year-old Michael Jordan. And I'm saying the same thing about a Donovan Mitchell at 25 and a Dwayne Wade at 25, and projecting that Donovan Mitchell could be just as good or better than Dwayne Wade when their careers is over. But what y'all are saying is, well, Dwayne Wade arms are long. You know,
Mitchell's arms are long too. So
no, Freezy, but you gotta look at the. I think someone said it earlier. I'm not sure who the efficiency of the player. Kobe's never been, and I love Kobe. Kobe has never been as efficient as Mike in his peak. Never been that efficient. You're talking about a guy, a shooting guard who has a 50% field goal percentage. Think about that. A shooting guard
but
has
Kobe shot way more jump shots.
Right. But in fourth quarters, and these are the stats that you guys always miss out when you talk about Jordan. In fourth quarters on contested shots, when the game is on the line, Michael Jordan is 38% from the floor. Kobe Bryant is 41.5%. When are we gonna give Kobe Bryant his due?
No. You're not taking.
Preach.
You're not.
I don't want to
taking,
get
you're not
started
taking
with the
due
Kobe
away from
Jordan
him.
stuff, but preach.
I'm not saying Kobe better. I'm not saying Kobe better. I'm just saying. I'm just saying the
It's
gap.
close.
I'll say it for you.
But freeze. Look who Kobe's never gonna face that kind of defense in the fourth quarter because why? He got Shaq. He got Shaq in the hole.
Are you serious?
He got Shaq. Yeah, because think about it.
Who played with more champions? Kobe. Who played with more non-team champions? Kobe or Jordan? Michael Jordan played with Dennis Rodman, a two-time champ with the Detroit Pistons. Robert Parrish, a four-time champ with the Boston Celtics.
He was 19 years in his career, but he was 19 years in his career by then.
What about after Shaq left? Kobe.
You're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing that you just accused us of doing. You're doing the same thing. You're changing. Shaq, you're talking about the most dominant big guy you've seen in your lifetime in the fourth quarter, who's in the hole. I can't shift my whole defense to Kobe. How could you ever do that with Shaq in the hole?
You saying Kobe wasn't getting double nonstop even with Shaq?
No. How could you? How could you? Why would you?
Pull up an old game. What do you mean?
Look at how.
You think they were single coverage and Kobe through
I'm not saying
playoff runs?
No, I'm not saying that. But you're not going to be able to. Shaq doesn't get his numbers on one guy. If you doubling Kobe, then what are you doing with Shaq? So you throwing two guys on Kobe, you throwing the other three guys on Shaq, and then everyone else is open.
They did it a lot. When you got an unstoppable player, you got to leave somebody open.
Right.
Who's the unstoppable?
But there was a lot of double teaming.
Who's the unstoppable there?
Hey, Ahmad, I'm gonna get to your point. I saw the point that you put out there. I'm gonna get to it. I just want to say this. Hey, but AD, listen, you talking about Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant playing in the same offensive system with the same head coach, right? Right. The same offensive system with the same head coach. Mm-hmm. So all the doubles that went to the first best player or the second best player, the same way people defended Mike and Pippen and Paxson and Grant, is the same way they would have defended that same triangle offense with Shaq and Kobe, even though both teams had two dominant offensive players, right? Let's not think that Scottie Pippen was not a dominant offensive player just because he didn't average 30 points a game, right? The dude was a dominant offensive player because not only could he score, but he could set up others, right? Which is one of those things that's an underrated talent. A cat that makes other people around him better. That's a very underrated skill, right? The thing with Mike and Kobe, I'm not saying that Kobe is better than Michael Jordan. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is the gap between those two is not as wide as what people think. People have Mike in an exalted place, and he deserves to be there. But Kobe is right behind him on that same path. It's not like, in my opinion, it's not a runaway. I think Kobe Bryant is one of the greatest players to ever play this game. And I just want to give him credit for that.
Facts.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't hold neither one higher than the other person.
Yo, AD, man.
I want to. Go ahead, Eddie. My bad. Go ahead.
How you doing, bro, man? It's been a minute since I talked to you on the panel, AD. How you feeling about this whole situation now that, the position that the Knicks are in with Donovan Mitchell on the team, and are you okay with them, basically, negotiating, not trying to give up the whole farm for him at this point in time?
I'm gonna say this: if you get cute, if the Knicks management get cute, you might as well just go into the front office and fire yourself.
All right, but all right. So
you
you started
understand what
off.
I'm saying?
You started off at the. I
No, you
feel. I know
understand
what
what I'm
you're coming
saying?
from. That's why I asked
No,
you the question
you
specifically.
can't get cute. You can't
But
get
but
cute in
but what
this
about the first part?
situation.
Answer the
AD,
first part of the question.
AD,
What
you
do you?
saying write your own, fill out your own pink slip?
Fill out your own pink slip, my guy. How do you want it? You want the owner to treat you like the old France days when he slapped you with the white glove before he shot you. You know what I'm saying? Before he's supposed to walk 10 paces and he walks exactly 3 and blows your head off. Like,
Because
no,
that was a
you can't get
conversation.
cute.
That was a conversation we had the last time we was on the panel, right? You asked me, what are the Knicks doing all this? What are they doing the trades? Why are they saving all the picks for? And you asked me for who?
Oh,
And I told you Donovan Mitchell, right?
okay. So
And
here we are.
right.
So here we are. Okay. Are we getting Q? Is that what Knicks management is gonna do in the end?
Sir. No,
Get
sir.
Q?
No, but
I hope
that's
so.
cool. Okay,
You
we could
better
get
not get
there.
Q.
We could get there. We
I
could get
hope
there.
they get
But
cute.
the first part of the question is, how do you feel about him on the team?
Donovan Mitchell has everything the Knicks need.
Okay.
Has everything the Knicks. The Knicks need a star. Check. The Knicks need a dominant player. Check. The Knicks need credibility to go out and possibly get that next piece to go with him. Check.
Mhm.
You need someone under that young star. Check.
Yeah.
AD. Now that's the exact reason why I pulled D Wade in the conversation. That's why that comparison started in the first place. Because everything that you mentioned, it sounded like everything D Wade was once upon a time. And that's
Absolutely.
why that's and
No,
that's the thing. If he's that caliber of player, if you
he's
think he's
not.
that caliber of player, by all means, hey, I respect your opinion. Now I don't think so. That's why I'm not on the old Donovan Mitchell train or
Y'all would trade the farm for him. Y'all trade anybody on the roster for him.
Who's the roster? Who
Anybody.
on the roster?
So the trade.
Who
So
on
the
the
trade is
roster is
this.
a perennial all-star? Who on the roster is a perennial all-star?
So check it. The trade is
Nobody.
this. This is the trade. AD. First, the players. Deuce McBride,
Ham sandwich.
Quentin
Ham sandwich.
Grimes, Obi Toppin,
Ham sandwich.
Emmanuel Quickly. Those are the 4 players, right? And then
Another ham sandwich.
the players for the money is even more ham sandwiches. Okay, those are your 4 players. 2023 unprotected Knicks pick. That's next year's pick.
Bye.
2024, the 2023 Dallas pick.
Bye.
2024. Now the Knicks are in a position where, since they have multiple picks and they may not convey, they're able to trade back-to-back picks. So that deal that you can trade only year off picks, 2023, then the next time will be 2025. That don't count for the Knicks, because those picks that they have from Washington, from Detroit, from the other guys, those might not convey. So those are picks that are able to be traded. So the Knicks can trade the 2024 pick unprotected.
Bye.
Eddie, I hate to interrupt you. That can't happen, bro.
Why?
It has to be your own pick for your team. It doesn't matter if you get picks from another team.
The Stepien rule only applies to your picks.
So if you have another pick, like let's say for example the Dallas pick didn't convey in 2023.
You can trade it if it
For
conveyed
example, you can trade your 2023 pick and you can trade your 2024 pick. That's wrong.
No, you can trade the 2023
You
pick.
can trade.
You gotta make the draft pick first. You gotta pick the player first, then you could trade the next year's pick. So that trade will have to go down on draft day, where you get the player for your 2023, whoever they want. Then you trade them the rights to the player, not the rights to the pick, and then you could trade the 2024.
Okay, so is there a possibility that can happen as well, or there's once
No,
you make your deal, you can't do that?
It's got to be 23, 25, 27.
Yeah, because you're Eddie saying in order for that to happen, that has to happen on draft day. And the Knicks ain't waiting until next year's draft to do a Donovan Mitchell.
So basically, forget about whatever the stipulations is. The 7 picks, 4 New York New York unprotected picks and the 4 picks that they have via Washington, Detroit, Milwaukee, and Dallas. You're giving up those 8 picks and those 4 players for Donovan Mitchell.
You giving up 12 players for 1 player.
Well, that's the asking price, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're doing that.
I don't.
So, out of the 12 players, who's willing to give that up?
Oh, but that's the question, because like the question, like Robinson and AD was like, "Are we getting cute?" But it's not like we're getting cute. It's like that's the price.
No, I said we should get cute.
Ainge wanted to
Let me make sure y'all understand.
6.
We
said he
should
wanted
get
to
cute.
6.
Yeah, yeah.
6
Don't
out of the 8 picks we have.
throw
He wants to
them
get
whatever
6.
they want.
Oh, okay.
Any player they want, any pick they want. We just give them the whole farm just cause. That's not going to do shit for us. If Mitchell comes here and got nobody to play with, it's not going to be fun.
All right,
I'm cool on that.
All right,
we got to keep some sort of core.
everybody,
some sort of core.
Hold on,
Shit.
everybody. So hold on. So I do have some news, and so it's breaking news, but it's not earth shattering. Okay. All right, so I do have some news. Rob, the knowledgeable Nick, just found out that the Knicks versus Portland Sunday 3:00 rematch for the Summer League Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So for those, so we are breaking a little bit of news. The Knicks versus Portland Sunday at 3:00. A rematch for the Summer League Championship. All right, go ahead. Hey, go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob. So I was just.
Here's what I'm gonna say
the
about
dubs we could get the Summer League one.
Get that. Here's what I was gonna say about this and the compensation, guys. Every now and again in every sports league, a team jumps out and makes a trade that is eye-opening and gives compensation that most of the league is like, I'm not doing that. It happens. It doesn't mean that's going to set the trend. It doesn't mean that's just because they got what they got for Gobert, they're going to then go out and get that much more. It doesn't work like that all the time. It just doesn't.
We talking about Danny Ainge, though.
Yeah, that's it. Yo, we living in fear because the Nets got duped into buying 3 mules at the end of their career, and we think just because Danny Ainge did that once upon a time, and his buddy worked for another organization and just gave them Kevin Garnett once upon a. I mean, it doesn't work like that all the time, fellas. Like we afraid of something that's like.
I got one more for you.
Think is gonna happen.
The Isaiah Thomas trade. That was a terrible trade in actuality.
I'll give up picks for Mitchell. It's giving up the players, any kind of supporting cast for him. That's where we're just setting ourselves up. If you look at what Minnesota did, I'm not mad. Everybody say Minnesota got robbed. I don't believe that. I legit feel like they're going to be a playoff team that got a shot in the West.
I agree with you on
their
that.
roster right now. Give up the pick. Go ahead. Because the guy you bringing in still got a supporting cast to play with. But if you trade our 2 best players or one of our best players, if you put it like this, you throw RJ in there, who the fuck is Mitchell playing with?
Well, he's not still playing with Randall? He's not still playing with Randall. You know,
I don't see us going too far with a Mitchell and Randall as our main 2 guys.
Yeah, but however we feel about Randall, Randall is not a bum.
I like Randall. Prefer him to be the
We're
third
basically trading the young kids on that second unit that play so well together, and the kids that are going to win this Summer League championship for the starting 5, basically.
Yeah, I'm not. Some fans is not feeling that.
See, look what you worried about.
I'm cool with that.
What you worried about? You worried about winning. You worried about winning the Summer League championship.
All right, so let me ask you this.
Summer League. What?
That's messed up, AD. That's messed up. That's messed up. Don't do that. Don't do that, AD.
Let me ask you this. let me ask you this.
I didn't
So
hold
if
on.
you
Did I say it? Did I say it or did he say it? They worried about winning the summer
Yo,
league
y'all,
championship.
yo, cats is be get y'all take like some people just saying like, oh, about the summer league, and then y'all take it and y'all run with it like they care about. They just mention it. They just
Right.
talking about
Yeah.
it. No one, like
Yeah,
everyone's
but
smart. Everyone's
it's
smart. It's
Nah, you
but
conversation
traded
purposes and something to talk
AD.
about.
I like AD, man. I like when he does this.
I
So
you
didn't say
trade
no. I would
trade any of the
Hold
young
on.
guys
Hold
on
on a
the bench.
second. I
I'm
would
trading
never
all of them.
disrespect anybody and say, you're not smart, whatever. I'm talking about priorities.
AD.
I
All
want
right,
it.
so let
I
me ask
want
you,
it all. I want it all. I want to
AD.
go down to the canyons of heroes.
You want to exit in the first round of the playoffs, so you gonna be happy with that?
Yo, you got to get to the playoffs to exit the playoffs, my brother.
That's the
I'm
end
about to
goal.
say, AB, how you go? You got to get there. How you
Was
gonna
it
get there?
fun? Was it fun for you sitting around this past season, winning 37 games, winning just enough games
No.
to affect
No,
your
it wasn't.
lottery status, right?
And
To affect your lottery status and get a pick that your
hold on.
organization showed you that you didn't even want. They traded it.
You know why it wasn't fun, AD? You know why it wasn't fun? Because the kids that we wanted to play didn't play. They didn't play like that. I don't care what the stats say. They wasn't playing like that. Yeah, quickly play. Yeah, RJ played. But for the most part, no. The people that we wanted to see on the court, they wasn't playing. And we still lost. So, no, it wasn't fun. What
Nah,
are
them
you talking about?
young boys was winning at the end of the season. I was kind of mad. We were winning so many fucking games at the end of the year, but we was winning.
I'm
We
just
kind of
happy that
messed our draft pick up with all that winning at the end.
the summer league championship rings doesn't say New York Knicks on it.
That's because yo, what's up, man? But that's because those rings is left over. They just had leftover rings in the back, and they just made it for summer league.
Oh, they do, and they do say Knicks. Damn, man, that sucks.
Yeah, let's get a summer league championship. Let's go call Willis Reed to do the presentation.
Why we gotta do that though? Because John was all happy, and everybody was happy for them from Memphis. Let's enjoy it at least a little bit.
I know we're a big market team, but is it out the question for us to finally build like a small market? Because it's evident that it's hard for us to get free agents. That's the whole appeal of having a big market team. It seems that the only way we can compete is if we trade for stars. And I refuse. That's the only option that we have in order for us to compete. If
The
that's the
pro-
only
the
option that we have, go ahead, Eddie.
the problem with that is that okay, first off, we're not a small market team, and then secondly, like these, if any regime tries to act like that in New York City, they won't be able to keep their jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like
But
Sam
we're
Presti could do
losing.
that in OKC, but if Sam Presti were the GM of the New York Knicks, he wouldn't be able to do what he's doing in OKC.
But we're going through a pattern to where we're losing anyway, and we never took that route. So what's the harm in taking that route?
Well, we lost last year, but the year before that we didn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
Right?
under that
And
regime, how many
We
losing
lost
seasons
last
they
year.
had?
The year before that we didn't, and now we're in a position to actually have a team with
Eddie,
Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, Jericho Sims because he can't be traded, and some other people that can't be traded. So I think we've been doing all right.
Eddie, let me
Yeah.
ask you. Let me say this: if Presti was the general manager in New York City that lost KD, Harden, Serge Ibaka, Russell Westbrook, and countless others, right?
Reggie Jackson.
Let me tell you what we would have did to him. Okay, let me tell you what we'd have did to him. We would have sealed off the borders. We'd have made sure he never would have left this town. You hear me?
I thought you was gonna do the Wu-Tang.
The man lost 4 to 5 Hall of Famers.
I thought you said we was gonna do the Wu-Tang, bro. Tie his eyelids open and keep on feeding him sleeping pills.
Under 25. Every single one of those guys was like 25 and under, and he lost all of them.
Yeah, what would you say to that, Don P? What would you think that would have been like?
I'll say baloney. The way the Knicks fans is talking right now, I'll say baloney. I'll say baloney. Ain't no way.
Well,
And
the
the reason
way
I
the
say
way
that,
the
hold
way
What he
Knicks
was
fans are
saying was
talking
straight
right
facts,
now,
though. It
I'm
was
still
straight
in.
facts.
The way Knicks fans are talking right now, I'm still in shock that you guys named all the guys that you said you don't want to give up. None of them are starters for an All-Star. I'm still in shock.
Shock.
Oh, who's he going to play with? RJ Barrett's still here. According to reports, Cam Reddish is still going to be here. Julius is here still.
Exactly.
Mitchell Robinson is here.
Just
We
keep
just signed a
RJ. That's
backup
all I'm
center
saying.
who's 24 years old, who some people, some scouts say could even be better than Mitchell. What are we complaining about? We
And they're
just
gonna
signed
fill in the roster.
25-year-old Jalen Brunson. What are we talking about?
Facts.
And they're gonna fill in the roster. They're
You
gonna
guys are saying we're gonna lose. Who's he gonna play with? The bench? We're losing bench pieces. We upset for an All-Star?
For an All-Star.
a young
I
All-Star.
love how y'all changing the
I said
Y'all
this
got me.
before. I
Y'all
think
got
it's
me
more about the
tripping.
picks.
When I
I
said
love
it, I wasn't talking about the bench players when I said it. You
Oh,
could
but these
trade
are the
any
guys
of
that
them
don't
young
want to
bench
give up.
players.
These are the
Any
guys that don't
young
want to
bench
give up.
player on a team that's not even a playoff team can get traded for an All-Star. That to me, that's common sense. Any of these young guys that can't even make our starting lineup, they tradable. I like OB. I like IQ. I like Grimes. But
Facts.
I'm trading them for. They're not even a starter on a team
Exactly.
that's not a playoff team.
hey, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down. I'm gonna say what I say, and I mean what I say. Donovan Mitchell, he's a star. I get that. We need a star. I get that. But in terms of fit, I question that, and I have legitimate concerns about that. I'm not on.
Gotta
I
get
don't
the talent first and then ask those questions later.
Yeah, I don't
All
like
right,
the
yeah.
fit either, but
We've been
I'm
so
doing that.
talent.
I'm pulling that trigger on it. Like, I'm sorry.
It's been so many years we haven't had a star like Donovan Mitchell, and you can't
You
just
make those
nitpick
things work.
now.
You
Now
make
is the
right, so
you
opportunity.
make that work.
You
You
make
make
that
This is
work.
that
the
work.
time we're gonna have this opportunity.
And say we just trade those young players, right? The bench players. It will still be D Rose, Fournier, Cam, whoever they.
Fournier's gone.
If they,
Hopefully,
Fournier's
hopefully,
gone.
but if they don't want Fournier, it still be D Rose, Fournier,
right?
Cam,
Our
whoever
bench
they
is
sign
still.
at
If
the
they don't
four,
want Fournier, they got to
and
take somebody.
and they probably
And
and they
Fournier or
probably
Julius got to go to match the money. One of those two got to go.
Or Rose, but
Yeah,
I
they
got
said
Rose.
Fournier or Rose.
Yeah, but the thing
probably.
is just not the players. The thing is the players and the picks. It's the 7-6 picks and the players at the
I'm
same
not
time. The
worried
4
about the
players with the
picks
6 picks.
because I'm not worried about the picks because we cashed in on those picks trading our number 11, right? So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, we lost 3 picks. I never had those picks. If I'm
No,
giving
those
up
are not
3,
those are
if I'm
not the
giving
valuable picks. The valuable picks are the Knicks picks.
okay,
yeah. But wouldn't we be good?
if my 3 unprotected picks gives me
I
a
mean,
25-year-old, 26 point per game, 3-time All-Star from the Western Conference, yes, I still would do it.
I
Who
hope
has
we
a
good.
who
I
has
hope
What
we
would those
would be
picks be?
good. I hope we
What
would be
would those
good.
picks?
I
What would
hope we
those
would
picks
be
be?
good, but I'm still not 100%
And
sure
by
that we
the
will
time
be
those picks
next year.
mature, that we're talking about later on in the future, Donovan Mitchell will still be in his prime at the young age of 29 years old. And hopefully the Knicks by then are competing for something. So those picks won't mean much.
So then why haven't they done it?
Because I don't know. But I'm just
You
telling you the way
gotta.
I
So
see it.
ask yourself that question
That's the
though.
You
million dollar
Ask
gotta.
yourself
question, Eddie. That's the million
Utah
dollar
is
ask
question.
trying
Why
to
yourself the
get
haven't they
you.
done
question.
it?
Eddie,
If
I
that's
get
the
you.
case,
I get
why
you.
haven't they done it? Like
They
I
probably
get you.
I'm
just trying
saying,
to. They're
I'm
trying to
saying,
work out.
listen. You don't give up all them picks and all those players for one player. You don't do that.
You
And
gotta.
then
You gotta do
we
your.
starting all over again. So everyone could talk slick and talk like you starting all over again. So if you gut that roster, you don't have nobody to play with. You say, yo, and then them guys is going to be traded with them guys too. So you're not going to have nobody to play with. And then the guys that y'all got that's left over is the same guys that everybody was crying about that was in the way of developing these players. But these are the veterans that y'all still want to keep around on this
Listen,
team
I
before you
like
ain't the
Quentin
Rose, right?
Grimes, but I think we can get another Quentin Grimes on this team, and I
You
love
don't
Quentin
you be
Grimes.
smart. You
But
go get
I think
Donovan
we can
Mitchell.
get
You go
other
get Donovan
players on
Mitchell.
that team.
If you got to give up them picks, you give up them picks. If you got to give up a couple of players, you give up a couple of players, but you got to be smart about the deal that you make. You just don't say, I'm giving up all them players, Obi,
No, we're not.
IQ,
We're
Grimes,
not. We
McBride,
agree.
six
We agree.
picks.
We're
You
not
don't, you
saying all
don't
the
do,
players. That's
Nah,
just
we're
what
you
not
be
Danny
saying
smart
Ainge.
that.
about the deal that you make. You be
That was
smart
Danny
about the deal
Ainge's
that you make.
first. That was Danny
You gotta.
Ainge's first offer that he came out, and obviously you're not going to say yes to it. But it's not crazy to sit here and talk about like what is an All Star worth to you. And we're talking about our bench players. We can find Quentin Grimes every year in the draft.
But the thing
We can
is, yo,
we can find
the thing,
Emmanuel quickly every year in the draft.
the thing is,
Every
you
Our
year.
still,
players
you
Every
playing
year.
gotta,
better than the starters
you
last
still,
season, bro.
you still
Was
gotta
they not?
exercise due diligence though, because like if you do the trade, eventually you're gonna have to do more trades down the line to add to the team. And whatever you have left over, you might want to
Exactly.
develop
That's
that,
what Leon Rose been
and then
doing
you.
since the first year.
Exactly.
But
So
listen,
you got to
listen,
be
listen,
Julius
smart.
isn't
listen.
staying here.
Hold
Julius is
on,
out.
listen.
They've
Hold
traded
on,
back every year
hold
that
on,
we've been
bro.
in the draft with them.
Hold on. They're going to make this Donovan trade. They're just trying to exercise due diligence where they don't give up everything. They have something left over they
Yeah.
can develop and then flip for another piece that you can add to Donovan and you can add to Austin. If you dump everything out right now, if you empty the well right now, we don't know what we're going to get in value. You can't just assume that
Hey,
it's going to get better.
Dre, hey, you got background thing going on, man. You got
Is that me?
headphones?
Nah, I got the AC on.
That's
I think
somebody,
it was
man.
Jay.
Somebody
It
got
was
some
Jay.
background. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I picked the wrong person, but somebody has some
I think
background stuff going on, man. Just mute yourself when you're not talking. And guys, let's just do it one at a time, bro. We can be here. We can rock for as long as y'all want to rock, man. But the thing is, just make sure, man, we don't talk over each other because the last few minutes or so, it's just been sounding like trash coming through the headphones or whatever. Plus, nobody can hear what y'all saying. Y'all need a moderator. Y'all need somebody to moderate, or y'all good?
We good.
yeah.
Okay.
Guys, listen, since Leon Rose took office, every year in the draft, they've traded back and gotten more picks, more compensation. They can still do the same thing with Donovan Mitchell here. We're not giving up all our picks because we're still going to have some left over. I am not going to sit here and say, I don't want an all star for our bench pieces. I can find Grimes every year in the draft. The same people that love Grimes are the same people that love Desmond Bain, that love Cam Thomas. Same people that love Quickly is the same people that love Tyrese Maxey and last year the dude from OKC was Trey Man. We can find these guys
Them
every
dudes
year
are
in the
way
draft.
better.
I'm not tripping over it.
Tyrese Maxey is way better than Quickly though.
So the reason that they're not making the trade isn't because of posturing. They're not doing it because they're just posturing. They're negotiating, or they
I
don't
think
think
it's
that
just straight
that's
up due diligence. You can't just
or they
accept the
don't think
first
that
thing that comes
that's
up.
the value is too much for what Donovan Mitchell is.
Well, Eddie, I believe you're 100% correct. They are posturing. I just maybe they don't want to give up everything right now. Maybe they have other moves in mind. Who knows? I don't know. But I just know for a fact that when you want a star, you got to pay for it. And no matter what kind of star you think Donovan Mitchell is, he is a star. He's an ascending star. He's only 25 and can still grow. We're
Jay, I
not
got a
giving
question.
up our whole team. I don't
Jay, I got a
understand this.
question. As a
Shoot.
GM, would you just jump on the first offer someone gives you?
No, that's why I'm not. I'm
Right.
not upset that they didn't do it. But I'm just saying it's not crazy
Nobody
to
else
think
could
about it.
But
offer anything like we could offer. So there's no
so
reason to rush.
it
Take Utah's first
Yeah,
proposal. There's
no,
no
no,
reason to rush into that.
yeah,
it's called maximizing your assets.
Yeah,
If
keep
you
some
were
of those
I
assets.
agree.
You have to try to keep some of those.
we already did a bad enough
I
job not
100%
You got to
we
be
agree.
already did
smart.
we already did a bad
But
enough
when
Yeah, but
job
when I
not
start
playing the
hearing
the
game.
first
people,
question that was asked to AD is I asked him if he would give up the 4 players and the 8 picks, the 6 picks, the 7 picks. Gone, 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 gone. So
Six,
that
seven
that's
picks
that's
is
like
crazy. Yeah, I keep throwing that out. Six,
that's what
seven
that's
picks
what's
sound
that's what's
crazy
being
to me.
reported. I wouldn't put it past homeboy asking for 7 picks because 4 of those picks
Hmm.
are one of those 4 of those picks are the picks that we acquired, right? So you could say off the bat they're gonna want those 4 picks and then 3 of our own picks. So is that too crazy for him to ask for that? I wouldn't think so. I would ask for that.
But
I would
then don't
ask.
You
include
can ask for
every good
whatever you
young
want.
player on our team.
You
Yeah,
can
Don't
ask
think
for
you're gonna get
whatever you
every
want.
good young player and 6-7 picks.
yeah.
Like,
Like I'm not
bro,
doing
chill.
that.
You gotta leave us Obi then. Like, leave us
That's
one of
what I'm
them.
saying.
I
That's
think
Hold
they.
up.
I think
that's
that's the hold
that's
up.
my
I think
position.
that's the hold up. They don't want to give up Obi. 'Cause remember, they drafted him. They was going to trade up for Obi. I don't think they want to give up Obi or Grimes. I think they're
I'm
going to try to
saying
make it
leave
work like
one of
that.
them.
Yeah,
We
one of
finally
those
hit
two.
on a few draft picks. We finally got a few good dudes on a few draft picks. Don't they can't take all of them and 6-7 picks. Like, come on, slow down.
Yeah, you can't take IQ and Obi. You're either gonna
Let
take
me
Obi or you're gonna take IQ with
let me make
Grimes.
myself clear because I sounded like I will give up everything they were asked for. No, I just know what they are asking for. So when
I'm
it comes down to
negotiating.
negotiating,
No,
if
AD said that he would give up everything they're asking for.
He
no,
said
but
give him
let me
whatever.
clarify. I just will clarify my statement. Like, if you want an unprotected pick, that means I'm gonna have to get something back in return, right? So if you're asking for 4 players, but you want 3 unprotected, you know what? I feel like keeping Obi, or I feel like keeping Grimes. You can get your 3 unprotected though.
But at the same time, how do
Right.
we know that it's not Danny Ainge posturing? Because from all the reports, they said Leon he renegotiated like immediately. He sent a counter offer right back, like
Yeah,
an aggressive counter
Danny
offer.
could be playing hardball. He could be
And they
like,
can,
Yeah,
but
Danny's
I
trying to.
this
just
is
don't
it.
understand
If
why people
anything,
are fighting for him.
Danny came out and called us trying to see what's up because they know what we got for him.
Nah, I think we made the call. I think we reached out. I ain't gonna hold you.
But like he changed his mind on it. He said explicitly, or we're not going to trade Donovan, and then all of a sudden it comes out, oh, we might be interested in trading Donovan.
Yeah, a week later.
So it's
Yeah.
clearly the ball is in his court. And he's trying to like
All
force
he
something.
got to do is say Donovan's available, and Knicks, other teams are gonna. We're gonna jump on the phone and be like, "That's what we
Eventually,
got for you."
it's going to get to the point where it's going to happen because they're going full out tanking for Victor. So
Yeah, I do believe they're negotiating, but I just can't sit here and say, you know what, Donovan is not worth these 4 guys. Even though I'm not giving away these 4 guys,
you
it's
also
kind of
gotta
crazy talk
you
to say
also
that.
gotta take into account this whole thing is a business, and we talking about hundreds of millions of dollars on the line getting generated. Things just don't happen just like that because you want it to. Like things have to get worked out or sorted out,
And who's to say
figured
that
out.
they see a team sees that Danny Ainge is asking for the whole world, right? And they say and they look at it and they be like, "Yo, I have a player here that might be cheaper if you're interested." Like somebody put SGA out there. What happens if Oklahoma City says, "Yo, I could give you SGA for a couple of picks and Obi Toppin"?
You can use
You
that
know what
as
I'm
a
saying?
means
And
of
then now
leverage.
Danny Ainge has to find another team
Yeah,
to negotiate with because now the big fish, decided to go somewhere else. It doesn't have to be SGA. It could be any player out there. But
Exactly.
another team could be like, "Yo, if you think that they being they're hardballing you, why don't you come work with us?"
Right. All the picks and young players we got. That's exactly what could happen. I think we do have leverage on that part.
and unless you're like one of the top 5 guys in the league, everybody has a price. Just like Rudy Gobert went out for them 5 picks because Minnesota decided to hit the panic button. And we needed to get the guy, so they just threw out 5 picks. We never really heard Gobert was on the traded deadline like that. I mean, he wasn't. I never heard that Rudy Gobert was going to be traded like that, and then we heard the news he was traded immediately, just off top. So
Hey, can I ask the panel a question?
go ahead.
Let me ask this. Donovan Mitchell, is he the perfect shooting guard for us? And for y'all to say, if any one of y'all say yes, I respect that. But for the ones that say no, is there a chance that we could get another one who possibly may or may not be a better fit for this team with all the access that we have?
Who?
Yeah,
I
there's
don't.
no
I
such
don't.
thing as a
Unless
perfect
it's
player.
Anthony
So who are you
Edwards,
looking
unless it's
for?
somebody like Anthony Edwards, I think he's like really close to the top.
I'm
I
a.
mean,
I'm a. I'm gonna keep it
we
a
have
buck. I'm gonna keep it
go
a
ahead.
buck. We got way too many holes to just be thinking about perfect shooting guard. We need a perfect player, period, at any position. It doesn't matter. We need talent. It doesn't
Yeah, we
matter if
need
it's a shooting
better
guard or a
talent.
small forward
So it
or
doesn't matter
power
who's a
forward.
fit.
Can't be picky with that stuff,
You
bro.
can't. I
Talent is
mean,
talent.
No,
fit
no.
matters to a certain extent, but when we're in this situation where we're talking about we're outside of the plan, we need straight up raw talent. Period.
Word.
You see, all right. So when So when people tell us that, okay, while we waiting, this is scary talk. What I call is desperate. That's despotism talk right there. That's even a word. That's desperate talk. We need talent. We need a star. Like that's fine. We do.
I'm not saying that like we need to trade everything in the world for a star, but we do need talent. We're still in talent acquisition.
You know who you could replace? Jalen Brunson in the starting lineup. You know who you can't replace? A star. If it doesn't work, you can keep Mitchell, your star still, and go trade Jalen Brunson for whatever else you want to fit Mitchell. Go into the
What about
season,
Zach
see if it
LaVine?
works. He's still 25. We got time.
Somebody said, "What
Yeah,
about Zach LaVine? Didn't he just sign a supermax?"
What about Zach LaVine?
He just signed a supermax.
Just signed a super. He's not going nowhere. Like
And
Chicago
guess what?
is locked in.
If Anthony Carl Anthony Towns is unhappy next year because they just can't advance in the West, guess what? You can go get him to play with Mitchell too.
Well, actually, I was actually thinking about LaMelo Ball.
In general, like
Nah,
if you
LaMelo
get
ain't. Jordan ain't doing that.
if
He
you
ain't
get
trying to do
Donovan
it.
Mitchell,
But if
he's
LaMelo, like the coach that they get in this year, doesn't fit LaMelo Ball at all. And if
we can't,
you know
we
how
can't.
Yeah,
how
but the coach will be
his
fired.
personality is a little you know what I'm saying, a little diva-ish.
But he
So
still
I
needs
don't
to
I
sign that
don't
max contract. He ain't even get to his second extension yet.
Yeah, not only
no,
that, the
but he could
coach will
go into
get
a team
fired.
and that team could sign him. That really don't matter.
Yeah,
But
but the
that
coach will
would be
get
losing
fired.
out on
No,
like
no,
$50 million.
I'm asking
That
the
wouldn't be
question
wise.
like the perfect fit, like when you ask like if he's the perfect fit, this and that. Like if it wasn't Anthony Edwards, I think LaMelo Ball would probably be the next one. But Donovan Mitchell is at the top, top 5 of that list, bro.
Yeah. Not only thing with LaMelo is that I think the coach will be fired before LaMelo Ball. They'll trade LaMelo Ball. He ain't going nowhere. Jordan finally hit on the draft pick. He ain't letting that go.
And you can't just say, oh, he might leave after his rookie deal. That's literally like foregoing about $50-60 million with this cap and that extra year and that extra money that you can get on your rookie extension. So that's not gonna happen.
guys, listen, Donovan Mitchell, eventually down the line, you have a greater chance of getting somebody to come here to play with him for the Knicks. We have
Oh, for
Quentin
sure,
Grimes.
for sure.
Did anybody sign here because of Quentin Grimes or IQ or Obi or RJ Barrett? No. Brunson came here to play for his damn father and his godfather, not nobody on the Knicks. Let's be real about it. You see guys in the offseason, Mo Bamba asking Donovan Mitchell, yeah, I'll go to the Knicks.
But
You
like,
also,
listen. You can. Donovan is going to be a draw regardless. But what you have to do is maximize what you do have after he gets here.
okay,
So
so
you
if a
can
trade
flip it.
helps you maximize that and
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
get more stars, that's
yeah.
more in the trade also. That's something y'all not evaluating also.
I'm
Giving up
saying,
these picks and these players makes your team attractive.
giving up the right amount of picks and the right players makes it more attractive in the long run.
100% agree.
The
But
right,
somebody's
the
going to
right
say, you know
amount.
what? I want what's going on in New York. They're
I
going to
think
see the
Donovan
hype
Mitchell.
train.
I think Donovan Mitchell would be very happy if he gets traded to the Knicks and IQ's on the team too.
Yeah.
But my question is, how long those that don't want to trade him, right? Trade for him. How long do y'all want to keep going with this process of being mediocre?
They want to find that perfect player that's somewhere.
Forever.
How
They want to be
long?
here next year still talking that
As
same.
long as our trajectory is going up and we moving up, I'm cool. I'm cool as long as we're not making stupid moves.
I mean, that's not gonna happen with Tibbs, man.
Like Neville Humphreys just said,
Hold
don't do a mellow part 2.
I would
Let me
say
ask you a
that with the
question.
young guys.
Who came to hold
Let me
on?
ask a question.
Who came to
Let me
play
ask
with
a
us after
question.
Melo got here?
Hold on.
We got our
Now
star player. Now who came to play with us after Melo got here? Y'all swear everybody's
was the
gonna come
front
play with us when
office's fault.
Donovan come here, right? But who came to
It's 'cause
play
we
with us?
amnesty
Melo was
Billups.
dolo. Melo got no help after he came.
The thing is,
We traded already his help.
the thing that separates that is Melo was Batman to J.R. Smith's Robin. RJ is supposed to be the Robin in this situation. You're supposed to build with the two 25-year-olds. 25 to what RJ's 22. You're supposed to hope that he hits his stride in development at this point, along with a 25-year-old Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, and didn't they just re-sign Sims? So isn't that your young power forward in the future? If you still, what is he?
Not
What is
in
he?
today,
Power
not in
forward,
today's
center?
NBA.
He's part of your bigs.
That's besides the point. That's besides the
He's
point. Go
no,
ahead.
no. He's part of your bigs.
Yeah.
So if Obi's still here and you still got Randall here, how does he get minutes? You can't have all these young spare parts and find minutes for all of them. This is crazy talk.
Not for nothing though, but the bench was playing just as good, if not better, than the starters for half of the season.
And who was coming to play with the bench?
Alec Burks.
What star player in the league is gonna come play? He's like, oh, let me go hitch my wagon to Obi Toppin. Oh, let me go play with Grimes.
If you go another year having
If it's a
Obi
good
on the
team,
bench,
they'll come.
if you go another year having Obi on the bench and his payday's coming soon, guys are not going to trade for him because they don't know what he is. It's the same problem we're having now with Cam Reddish.
Well, Cam Reddish is close to being the bust. I'm being honest. If he don't get
Hold
it
on,
together
hold on.
this
Give
year,
my man one more season.
No. If
Let him stay
this
healthy
is the
this
year,
year.
this is the year he got to get the minutes. And if he get the minutes and he don't show out, then it's almost time to call him a bust.
You gotta hit that. You gotta get some of that A-Rod juice because you need to stay healthy.
Cam Reddish is DeMar Johnson with a step back. He's not that good.
Lamar Johnson?
Dermar
DeMar Johnson.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who DeMar Johnson?
He played for the Hawks. You going way back.
DeMar Johnson.
Yeah, he played for the Hawks.
6'9" lanky athlete.
Oh, I remember him.
When he go to Arizona?
I thought you was talking current. You threw me off.
No. That's just a throwback name from like the 2000s.
Cam got all the talent in the world to be an all-star, and
he got to stay healthy, man. No more excuses for him.
Yeah, you gotta stay healthy and consistent because
this is the point, guys. The same guys that you don't want to trade. There's no real clear role for them. So is it asset mismanagement giving all of it away, or is it asset mismanagement you keeping them on your bench? Because
let me reply to
if you going into the season with Tibbs, he's gonna play Julius 30 plus. No matter how much we fight it, we signed 2 more centers. Where is Obi's getting his minutes?
Well, we got to let Randall walk at some point. And then Obi could step in because we're going to have Barrett and Mitchell on max contracts. We don't want to be still re-signing or paying Randall something crazy. So that's when Obi steps in. If you trade Obi now, we stuck with Randall for even longer than you probably want. I don't know who's the Randall fan here, but
are we going to get down the line?
But are we going to get
2 years from now, Obi can be in that spot? That's all I'm
honestly think
1 year
Randall
from now.
Traded next year. Like I think Randall's getting traded next year. Yeah, I don't think he's a part of. I don't think he's.
I think
part
this
of
is a big season
foreseeable
for him to show he's part of the future.
He might get traded.
This is gonna be a big
trade deadline. Depending.
Yeah,
he's gonna be part of the future when he gets traded for assets that we don't have in the future. Because he's not gonna be here longer than a year and a half from now. He might be going at the next deadline. Maybe not this.
He gonna get traded for that other star. That you know what I'm saying? That could be.
We asked him to do left, and he plays good. He ain't on a horrible contract. Like I'm not mad at him being there.
I see Russell.
But asking him to play point guard, asking him to do all of this, it's crazy.
Westbrook has an MVP. At least he has.
No, but I'm saying that there is no more bad contracts because Russell Westbrook make $50 million a year and he got traded 3 times. There's no more such thing as bad contracts.
Yeah, and when the cap changes in 2025,
I need you guys to answer my question though. Is it asset mismanagement giving everything away for an all-star, or is it asset mismanagement sitting on your hands and keeping these guys and still without a big role for them?
It's asset management in the way that we didn't give them a role, so their actual value is so much lower. So when we have to trade for a star, we have to give up damn near all of them because they're not viewed as that great to other GMs.
But hold on, you're missing part of that. You got too many. This is what you're not understanding. You still got Derrick Rose here. There's too many players. You can't play all of these guys.
Especially
You still don't know what you're doing. Even if you didn't make this move, right? Even if you didn't make this move, what are you doing with Obi? How are you getting him minutes?
His payday's right around the corner. He's going into year 3.
And if he's playing behind Randall up until his payday, we ain't got to break the bank for him. We can let Randall go and step him up.
How? When Randall
I don't
started
think we
his
have
4-year
to ship out
extension,
Obi.
Randall started his 4-year extension this season.
You think? Hold on. You think Obi
2 years from now?
You think Obi wants to play another 13 to 15 minutes for 2 more years?
Yeah, he'll be 26 by then. He
want to go somewhere.
He don't got a choice.
No, he does have a choice. Especially with his money.
What?
He does have a choice. Trade me, Leon. That's what he's going to say. Trade me.
Who is he to demand a trade? Like, wait a minute. You got to have a certain status to do that.
Cam Reddish demanded a trade.
That's true.
So
yeah, and they didn't mind. They was like, all right, we'll go get a first-round pick for you, and you sit on somebody else's bench. So yeah, demand a trade all you want.
Yeah, but he wants the opportunity to play so he can establish his value. What the Knicks did to Cam was criminal. If they traded for Cam, knowing that they should have had a role for him.
Tom Thibodeau was
that's not completely true because
that was a future kind of thing. That was
you can say there's a lot of people fans that like Cam a lot, right?
I like him.
And you can say that is more valuable than having the 18th pick by Charlotte and Kevin Knox. So in actuality, they didn't really have to have a space for him at all. They just needed an asset in return instead of having a depreciating asset in Kevin Knox and a pick that might not convey him to I don't know when.
All right, but Cam on your bench is doing the exact same thing.
Exactly. If you don't play him, all you've done is making another Kevin Knox depreciating asset.
But if we do a big trade,
but there's not a lot of
Donovan
people
Mitchell,
that think that. There's not.
If we do a big trade, guess what? Cam, he's gonna have a huge role because he's probably gonna be one of the few people that don't get traded.
Yeah, but I'll say this.
So then it's not a stupid move. It was a future move.
Yeah, but they shouldn't have traded for Cam anyway because you had that extra first-round draft pick that they used to get Cam. They could have used it in this. They could have used it in this trade right here, and it would have one less pick from us for our draft pick that we could have used. We could have used that same Charlotte pick.
But they didn't. I mean, that's a year and change difference. Like they don't know this is gonna happen. Like they probably didn't even know this was gonna happen when they signed Jalen Brunson. You know, there's a lot of things to Don P's point. Like if you for sure know that you're gonna get Donovan Mitchell, you would probably be looking at getting a bigger point guard, a defensive point guard, something like that to pair with him, right? Something like
I don't know because
Atlanta.
Donovan Mitchell been in New York all summer. Something was up. He's been here all summer. He ain't leave not one time.
They probably had it on the back of their minds, but they didn't know that the Rudy Gobert trade was going to go down right this instant. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but somebody had to know something.
To be fair, he be in New York almost every summer.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, like, normally when we see
he's parading around.
Yeah,
now.
right. Like it seems a little weird. He already low key he bought a home already. Like he probably got a condo somewhere already set.
Well, before Mitchell Robinson signed his contract, Ian Begley said that Danny Ainge wanted Mitchell Robinson, R.J. Barrett, and 3 firsts. And the Knicks
said, no way.
So the Knicks said, no way. So now is where we're at now, where it's the 6 picks and a bunch of bench guys. And that's what they're negotiating.
And then Danny Ainge went and said, he's not on the market. Now he's back on the market mysteriously.
Because he waited for us to get all these
he thought we would panic
contracts to Detroit.
Yeah, he wanted to start like a bidding war, something like that.
He wanted
there was no bidding. There ain't no bidding war for Kevin Durant.
And now you see the Heat are trying to scrounge up a means to get picks. I don't see a reasonable way they can get picks though. So
that's because they think we're the same old Knicks. That's why they think we're the same old Knicks.
Leon Rose is gonna choke them out, bro. Every week that passes, every second that gets closer to training camp, and Donovan Mitchell has to go back to that team, he's gonna have a very
losing
disgruntled
leverage.
player on that team. It's gonna be serious.
With a first-time head coach who's going to have to answer questions every day, is Donovan Mitchell going to stay here? Is Donovan Mitchell going to stay here? That's
It's
unfair for your rookie head coach.
And
and
why?
So
I
just
don't
be
think it's gonna
patient.
happen like that. I
So
don't
just
think it's
be
gonna. I
patient.
think he's gonna be gone before training camp. Like he's
Yeah,
gonna be a Knicks before
and
training
if he do go over there, he gonna be wearing New York clothes. He gonna keep saying New York. He gonna be saying New York for everything.
camp. I don't know if you guys remember, but you remember when Melo before he got to the Knicks, every single day by his locker they would ask him about the Knicks.
Yeah, I remember. I remember.
It probably drove the coaches crazy, drove the GM crazy.
It did. That's why George Carl be acting salty.
Man,
Yeah, man. So every day that passes, that
it's
that
not.
rope is gonna get tighter and tighter and tighter until even the managers, the upper echelon
And
guys
like
look
and
at
trying to
Danny Ainge and be like,
leverage.
"Yo, what's up? What happened, man? Why you not?
Danny Ainge's trying to
They're
leverage
giving you
with the
5. Why you asking for 7?"
Danny Ainge's trying to leverage with the Heat is so not believable in our series because their whole relationship they actually hate each other. So I don't actually see a means of it actually working.
Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, that's true. But they probably do it just to spite the Knicks. You know how it go. Just to spite us.
And
So
then that's
now
why
that
they came out with the
we
report
spoke
after that
about it,
saying that the organizations in the NBA think that RJ Barrett has way more value than Tyler Hero.
yes. Now that we spoke about it for a little bit, let me bring the question back around. When
Okay.
you have Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, and Julius Randle playing 30 plus minutes, is it asset mismanagement keeping these guys on your bench, or are you going to cash them in to get an all-star?
I
No, but it
mean,
just depends if you're talking just about Obi. I think there's a no-brainer that the Knicks would
Obi
love
would
for
have to
Obi to
go.
be part of the situation because he's a player that has value, and we already have a power forward in that position, right? But when it comes to other players like Quentin Grimes, he's one of those players too. When it comes to Deuce McBride, he's one of those players too. But now IQ, he's a combo guard. Derrick Rose ain't gonna live forever. What other guard do we have behind that if we're getting rid of Grimes and we're getting rid
So
of
then you're
Deuce?
shipping out Grimes and Obi in the deal.
Right. I'm shipping out Grimes, Obi, and Deuce in the deal. I'm trying to keep IQ. And
Cool,
if you trying to get IQ, well, I gotta keep Obi and Grimes.
cool. And I think
Can
this
I
is
ask
what
you
they're doing now.
who's a better fit for the team, Obi or Julius Randle? I'm not saying who's a
Honest,
better player. Who's a better
honestly,
fit?
Obi.
because well, are we talking about the team with Donovan or without Donovan?
With Donovan. With Donovan, I think
With
it's
With
better.
Donovan,
Donovan,
before
with
he was
Donovan,
in
Obi is 100% a better fit because he's just a low usage hustle player.
Runs.
He
Yeah.
doesn't need the ball to be effective.
Yeah.
Julius at his best is working on that low block or that face up on the elbow, free throw extended, or catching threes from pick and pops. So it's like
You see, guys, I like Obi a lot, man. I
I
like
can't
Obi a lot.
I
So he's
can't
like
picture
he's one of my favorite players on the Knicks, but I still can't say that, you know, at this point, especially with
I,
Donovan Mitchell, he's better to have
but the thing is, Eddie,
than Julius.
we have literally three high usage guys because RJ is a straight high usage guy that needs the ball in his hand. So is Brunson. So is Donovan. Where is Randall gonna get his touches? Because he's a rhythm player. He's a
It'll
field
work
player.
themselves
He
out.
needs the touches.
The Chicago Bulls are kind of the same. They have DeMar DeRozan, they have Zach Levine,
And
they have
Lonzo.
Vujicic.
But the
You know
thing
what
is,
I'm saying?
Vujacic is way more of a consistent pick and pop threat because he's a much better shooter. He's more
But you
efficient
see,
in general. He makes his moves quick. We're talking about Julius. He takes time to get into his moves. He takes
Yeah, because
time to get to his
that's
spots.
the Julius we see now, and it's always you want the two wings with the big. So you're gonna have your two wings, which is Brunson and Donovan, with your one big Julius. If Julius can figure it out how to
But
play with that,
RJ, you're not equating RJ into
that's
this.
my and
RJ needs the ball too.
I understand, but you're not gonna sit here and tell those three guys we're gonna run the offense through RJ.
Yeah, he played.
Well,
RJ played good with off the
bro,
ball on the
it's
second
but
season.
that's a dub. After the second half of last season, RJ is not going back to that secondary role too. Not
Oh
to
yeah,
Julius.
because once you
Yeah,
get once they
and
give
Donovan,
him the
sure.
we spoke
yeah
about that
Sure. Not
earlier.
to
Are
Julius.
you going to make RJ a max contract to be your fourth option?
yeah
If
because
he's
once
off the
RJ got the
table,
ball last year, he was
if he's
showing out.
if he's off the table and
If
he's
he's
whatever
more
we think
efficient,
he
it'll be
is,
better.
if he's off the table and he's what we think he is and what we think he can progress to, then he most definitely is a guy that you have to pay 25 to 30 million to. Just
Yeah, hey,
plainly.
hold on, guys. I think we overstating one thing and understating another. Right? I think we're overstating usage and understating efficiency. See, RJ Barrett can be a 20-point per game scorer
Not very high
if he
use.
was more efficient at scoring. Right? If it's RJ Barrett field goal percentage with the pick and roll point guard goes from 40% to 44% on less shots, RJ Barrett can average 23 points per game on less shots. And what about RJ Barrett's free throw percentage? If RJ Barrett shoots a better free throw percentage from the floor because he's less winded, because instead of being and trying to be an elite two-way player, he could just do the two things that he's good at, like defending and scoring, instead of trying to be everything for every situation to everybody, then you'll see RJ Barrett be a more efficient player, including the two things that he's good at as a jumbo guard, that's rebounding and assisting. But if RJ Barrett, and so hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
And the same thing with Julius Randle. The thing is with Julius Randle's numbers were down because he was not efficient, right? And with Julius Randle taking less shots, not having to be everything in every game for every situation for everybody, and just doing the things that he's good at. Now you're talking about Randle potentially being 24 and 12 and 6 with less usage and less wear and tear. And I know those numbers sound ridiculous, but listen, look at these guys' shooting percentages and look at their scoring output, right? And then I just say, hey, Dre, just let me finish. I just legit sat here the whole time and said nothing.
No, I was gonna add on to what you were saying, but
yo, we got plenty of time. Bro.
Yeah,
we got plenty of time, bro. We got plenty of time. What I'm saying is this: those guys being more efficient will have their numbers increase, meaning their production will be better and more valuable to a team that has more consistently good players. Because ultimately, all you want is for every guy in your starting lineup, right? Your star player, Donovan Mitchell, right? Your star player, Julius Randle, your support guys, Brunson and RJ, to be efficient at what they do. Right? That's all I'm getting at right there is this. Like you don't need Randle to become somebody he's not. You just need him to become a better version of what he already is. All right, I'm gonna get out the way.
Yeah, but to add on to that, because we got Brunson and hypothetically, if you get Donovan, we're gonna be much more of an up-tempo team. And RJ thrives in transition. Maybe Julius not as much. Julius is more of a half-court player, but RJ would definitely thrive in transition because I saw a statistic. He was literally top 2 or 3 in transition points a game, even though the Knicks were bottom 2 or 3 in pace, which is absolutely ridiculous. So
And
even if we were
he'll
a
be more
middle of the
efficient if he can finish around the rim too.
yeah, that too, like if he gets better touch. But even if we were to pick up the pace and just been a middle of the pack pace team, he literally would tack on 2 or 3 extra points per game just off of us playing at a faster pace.
Yeah.
So RJ Barrett can help us by being more efficient, not having the ball in his hands more, is what you're saying.
True, but he's much better going downhill in a fast break than going downhill in half court. He's more reliant on his touch in half court because the shots are way more contested. And on a fast break, he can use his strength, his leverage, his ability to throw his shoulder into the defender, shrug him off, and get a layup off. In half court, he doesn't have that explosion to get over the big man, so he has to rely on floaters or little little turnarounds, little pivots, little, you know what I'm saying? Like little things
Yeah.
where he has to utilize touch.
Yeah,
If we
Yeah,
playing,
in the
if we
half
playing
court, the
fast,
offense is going to come to him though. In the half court, because Brunson and Donovan Mitchell are going to be
are
attacking
gonna,
and slashing,
yeah, they're
and
gonna be
then RJ's
breaking,
going to
they're
be
gonna break it
probably
down.
open for an open three or something along those lines. And you got to look at this too. The way that everyone was beating Randall last season was they was doubling him and making him make quick decisions. They can't double him now. You can't
The
do
thing,
that now.
the thing that I do want to see from Randall in half court sets, I want to see what he looks like in a short roll, where if Donovan's coming off a screen 25 feet away, you have to be cognizant of where he's at. You might have to send that hard hedge or that hard trap at him. And then Julius Randle's going to be coming downhill. And I need to see him make those high IQ decisions that someone like, for instance, a Draymond would make, where he catch the ball free throw extended going downhill. He might make the lob pass to the dunker spot. He might hit the swing pass for RJ in the corner off of that, you know? But those types of scenarios only happen when you have someone as dynamic as Donovan at the top of the key, applying pressure by just dribbling the ball. Donovan getting a screen from
Yeah.
Julius optimally would just draw so much attention and stress so much for the defense because he's so explosive. If teams were to trap him, Julius could eat off of that. There's
Yeah.
nobody Julius could give a screen to on this team currently before Brunson, where you had to honor the ball handler 25 feet away from the rim. Because if you were to give Donovan a
Drake,
screen,
basketball wise though,
yeah,
basketball wise, Mitchell Robinson is killing off of that thing you just said.
yeah. But like for instance,
Mitch out of the dunker spot, because your big has to come up and contest that
True.
threat at the rim, and that's the spot where you throw the lob to Mitch or the bounce to Mitch out of the dunker spot.
yeah, off the short roll by Julius, for instance.
Right,
But like,
right,
but for
right,
like, but
right.
when you have
And if the guy from the corner, bodies up the dunker, that means the corner three is wide open.
exactly, this is what the Warriors have been eating off of for the last 10 years. And like, there's only 2 or 3 players in this league that hit more off the dribble threes than Donovan Mitchell, and one of them is Steph Curry. And you know how Draymond eats off the short rolls because teams are terrified of what Curry looks like when he comes off that screen 25 feet away from the rim. And Donovan Mitchell, he doesn't shoot like Curry, but he's definitely a threat 26 feet out. If you don't step up, he's gonna put it up. He's gonna put it in. So Julius can clog the paint, like I'm reading in the chat. But if you put him in space, he's still 6'9", 250. Still athletic on the move.
You put
Still a
Julius
threat.
1-on-1, that's an advantage every night, minus LeBron.
Man, if you put Julius 4-on-3 on the back end, because teams are terrified of Donovan, you're cooking with grease right there. You're cooking. But that's up to Julius being able to level up his decision making and his ability to process things quickly and make the right reads. Because if you watch the Warriors, I hate to always bring them into it. Steph Curry is obviously the greatest shooter of all time. But a lot of the same sets they run for Poole, where he comes off the screen 25 feet away. And if he's on fire, people are going to try to check him. People are going to try to hedge real hard to get the ball out of his hands. And what they do, they toss it right down to the power forward, and the power forward makes the next decision. We need to see another level in Julius's decision making. Hopefully we see it.
And
Because
with what you just said, that's why I find it so hard for me to sit here and think the ball's not going to be in Brunson, Donovan, or Julius Randle's hands more than RJ. RJ is really just going to be, to be honest, a complimentary piece for now until we figure out the offense. Unless he takes a step that's unforeseen and he just blows everybody away.
Jay, that's not true. You already know what offense you're running. Tom Thibodeau, again, for the 99,000th time, Tom Thibodeau runs the high screen pick and roll offense. We ran it the 6th most time in the NBA. We had the 7th most time of possession in that offense, and we had the 28th ranked efficiency in that. You already know what you're running. That's why Jalen Brunson was a highly sought after free agent, because he fits our system.
I know,
You
but
already
my
you
point
already
was
know
that
what you're running.
everybody was saying about RJ, and I'm just saying that I don't think the ball's going to be in RJ's hand as much as we think it's going to be, especially when you have those three guys. That's my point.
But
Bro,
the thing is, this offense, when you have someone dynamic starting the pick and roll at the top, it's gonna lead to weak closeouts. RJ can kill a weak closeout, especially with his ability to
Yes,
is his ability to fight off defenders in one-on-ones. Weak closeouts, RJ can get by and thrive off of it. Even if he's not on ball all the time, he's going to have a ton of opportunities to make the defense pay, whether he'll be open from three or attacking closeouts off the dribble from three. Because we'll be dealing with teams that are going to be scrambling because Jalen Brunson is actually someone you have to respect that far away from the rim. Because if you don't, he's going to dribble, get to his spot, he's going to put up his little floater, he's going to put up his mid-range shot.
the
If you
way
don't honor it,
the way I see it with those two guards, because I think they're both dynamic at getting to the rack, is going to open up a lot of driving lanes for Julius and RJ. I expect both of them
yeah.
to be very efficient in finishing. That's what I expect.
I won't 100% say RJ will be efficient in finishing unless he gets his touch together, but I don't see how it hurts on offense. Defense might be another question. I'm not 100% sure how it works. Maybe the chemistry will have figured it out. But on offense, I don't see how it won't work. I don't see how it won't work if Julius decides to sacrifice and stick to a specific role where he's going downhill and making quick decisions. He hasn't really done that so far, but I think he can do it. It's just up to him being willing to sacrifice. Is really what it is, because he's not going to get a lot of those face-up opportunities on the elbow anymore. It's going to be Brunson and Donovan running that pick and roll of death. That's what's really going to happen.
I would say, to your point, that Julius Randle gets more opportunities in that case because Julius Randle gets the ball on the move more.
Mm-hmm.
And now a set defense doesn't get a chance to put 3 sets of eyes on Randle.
Yep.
Right? So while Randle may not be the cutter, the roll man, I could see Randle in a cutter situation where
applying pressure.
right. I could see Randle in that cutter situation where Randle gets to cut to the lane without being molested, so to speak. Y'all know a roll man in the NBA gets accosted going to the basket.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you always see Mitchell Robinson on the floor. That's why Nerlens Noel is always hurt. Right? These roll guys, not just our team, but every team, the roll man is physically accosted going through the lane because everybody is bumping them and pushing them so they won't get a free release down the middle of the lane to get a lob.
Yep.
Y'all know that. That's why nobody wants to pay. I wish Eddie C was still here because Eddie C would attest that's why nobody wants to pay big men no more.
Mm-hmm.
Because big men take a physical pounding, bro. That's the reason why Randle's not going to be a roll man. Randle ain't going to do it, and I don't blame him. Right? Because you can't be a 20 and 10 guy if you never on the floor. Right? We used to be like, man, Mitch is always. One year we had Mitch hurt, Noel hurt, Norvel Pell hurt, the Lucas Shamanich hurt. He couldn't even come up from the G League. One year we had all these bigs hurt, and it was because we run a heavy pick and roll offense. But instead of people saying, hey, man, how about run some more motion? We were like, yo, we need to run more pick and roll. you know what I'm saying? It's one of these things that you like we have to understand what it is that we're watching. Guys don't just randomly get hurt because they're soft. Guys get hurt because of the job that they're asked to do. Right? And if you ask RJ Barrett to be an elite 3 and D wing defender, bank on RJ Barrett getting hurt. Because RJ Barrett is no better than Kawhi Leonard, who's always hurt, or Paul George, who's always hurt, or OG Anunoby, who's always hurt.
Or
and
to
those
a
guys,
lesser, Yeah,
and those guys,
those guys do it at an elite level, and they're always hurt. You know why? Because 3-and-D wings are always hurt. That's just part of the game. Because you ask them to guard. Dre, think about it. You ask your 3-and-D guard to guard who? 2s, 3s, and 4s, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ask them to one night they're guarding Bradley Beal, the next night they're guarding Kevin Durant. Right?
It's not fair.
Yeah, but it's what they're asked to do.
Yeah.
But it's what they're asked to it's what they're asked to do. That's why these dudes always get banged up. So when on offense, you can't ask RJ to get banged up on defense and then come down on offense and then get banged up on offense too. I mean, come on, bro. We all know basketball. We've been watching basketball for too long to have unreasonable expectations. And the minute RJ Barrett signed that max and get hurt, the first thing people are gonna say is, man, he got all that money, now he hurt. Wait a minute. First of all, he got all that money, accepted a bigger role. Everybody knew in this role you get banged up a lot. He got banged up, man. Let the dude recover. Come on, man. Come on.
I was gonna think another Tibbs guy. Look at what happened to Luol Deng.
Always hurt.
Always hurt. And he was playing a ton of minutes guarding every big wing in the entire league. That Tibbs
2s, 3s, and 4s. 2s, 3s, and even back then he was guarding some big ones, jumbo ones. Luol Deng would a guy 6'5". Luol Deng would guard them 6'5" point guards, bro.
Yep. And that's just wear and tear.
Right. Because you're asked to do too many things. Think about when you ask somebody to be flexible, you're saying, I want you to do it all. And just think about that statement. RJ Barrett, I want you to do it all. I want you to be the Swiss Army knife. I want you to be the jack of all trades. Right? And so when my man get dinged up and hurt, we were like, well, he can't stay healthy.
And the thing is, he still plays while hurt too. At that,
right,
himself, and you can visibly see he's hurt.
Right, but then we complain about him not being explosive at the rim, not being able to finish,
or that his defense isn't as good because he doesn't have the shiftiness he did in his first few years.
Right,
because this last season he took a step back defensively, but you could visibly see he's not as shifty. Like he clearly had some sort of lower leg injury going on. Then he did have an actual lower leg injury. Like he turned the ankle, then he had the knee problem at the end of the year.
And he had the abdominal injury early in the year.
Yep.
So he had the abdominal injury that slowed him down where he wasn't explosive. So then he got explosive, right? In terms of taking off, but then he couldn't get vertical because his ankle was, you know what I'm saying?
I'm reading the chat, and like Miguel says, they're athletes. You're acting like they're playing football. Basketball at this level is physical.
That's because Miguel don't go to games, bro.
Exactly.
And they're literally running you don't go to games, bro. For 48 minutes. Like
they're straining their bodies every day.
Miguel, go to these games, bro. When you hear the physical, you swear these dudes are fighting, bro. When you go to these games, sit close to courtside, when you hear these dudes run into screen, like you see it on TV, you see a guy hit a screen and flail back, you're like, oh my God, he's trying to sell it. Nah, bro, when you live and you hear that, it sounds like a free safety hitting your slot receiver, bro.
And they not wearing pads either.
Right.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Someone gets hit by a screen and they don't get it called out, that's straight whiplash. They actually feeling it.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's why some of these guys don't play in back-to-back games. Like some of these veterans, they don't play in back-to-backs because of that. Bro, I'm saying, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody that have an opinion. But what I will say is when you sit courtside at these games, the one thing you can't believe, first of all, is how fast these human beings are. These dudes are so fast. Like guys like Mitchell Robinson, when you see Mitch get a rebound. Okay, so I was at the game that Mitch caught the dunk. Remember the game that Mitch caught the lob on Trae Young? Remember Trae Young went to the rim, Mitch blocked it off the backboard. They kicked it out to Julius Randle, ran the break, and then Trae Young got back, and then
Mitchell Robinson caught the lob on Trey Young.
Yep.
Think about your 7-footer swatting a shot going out of bounds on his end, racing the other way to catch a lob on a point guard who had a 30-foot head start on him. Think about
like,
how fast that is.
It's 250-pound guys putting pressure on their lower ligaments every single second that they're out there. Every time they jump, there's a risk for injury, literally, with no contact.
Right. And so these dudes are explosive, bro. The most impressive players that I've ever seen live, Allen Iverson and LeBron James. I legit saw LeBron James at 250 outrun the fastest player on the other team for a loose ball to do that. Remember when LeBron used to take off and do that cock back dunk? Remember he used to cock it back and dunk?
Yeah.
And when you see a dude 250 pounds do that, you like, bro, this dude is the GOAT. This dude is the GOAT, bro.
It's unfathomable. The
You
level
got
of
it, bro.
Ultra athletic like that. Remember Josh Smith?
Yep. Oh, bro.
Remember Josh Smith? Yup.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like when you say the role man doesn't take a punishing during the game, man, y'all crazy as that. Bro, when somebody bump into you in the mall, you be ready to go to jail, bro. Think about these dudes going down the paint and 3 people bumping them every possession for 35 minutes a game. Think about the boxing out. Right? All this stuff, bro. The NBA is physical, bro. Don't get it twisted. That's why when you say, oh, just let Julius roll to the man, Julius Randle ain't doing that.
he already did it the first 6-7 years of his career. He already knows
he ain't doing that. That's why Anthony Davis. That's why Anthony Davis don't play center. Y'all ever wonder why Anthony Davis don't play center? While Cat is moving to power forward instead of playing center.
Remember Kevin Garnett wanted to play that for as long as possible. He avoided playing center for a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, fellas. Hey, Freezy, I'll be my phone be dying, so it'll be seeming like I'll be ducking the smoke. My phone be dying, man. But I'm gonna head out tonight, bro.
Hey, word on the street is that we don't see you and Jay in the same place. I wonder why that is.
You and
nah, that's definitely not me.
Yeah, man. All right, boss. Hey, man, just get a charger for that Cricket phone, bro.
Nah, man, I gotta Samsung Galaxy Ultra, man. I'm Team Android, man. Later for them iPhones, man.
All right, Joe.
All right.
All right. Yeah, man. Hey, these guys in these roles, bro, they sacrifice so much, especially RJ. All I'm saying is I'm not trying to be the advocate for Randall or for RJ. What I'm saying though is respect the game. Is what I'm saying. Like these dudes you don't just get on the NBA floor and just not, you know what I'm saying, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You kind of gotta respect it some.
It's a reason why their pregame workouts take literally an hour and a half just to even get in game shape. And we're not even talking about back-to-backs.
Right.
Or flying in at 3 a.m. just to sleep for 6 hours, trying to recover for a back-to-back the next game.
Right.
Next day.
Right. And in the back-to-back games, when you watch a team play back-to-back, they be good for the first quarter and a half. After that, they ain't got nothing else left in the tank. You know what I'm saying? The first quarter and a half, everybody good, everybody motion, everybody doing. But after that, when you watch these teams, man, after like when the second quarter start, cats be like them loose balls. They just like us. They watch them loose balls go out of bounds, bro.
It's like once you take out the fact that basketball is entertainment, these are real people expending a lot of energy on a day-to-day just to put out a good product. So a lot of times when you see guys like struggling, like they really going through it at that moment.
Right. Matter of fact, I'll give you an example of how physical the game is, right? We were in Atlanta for the Knicks game 4 against Atlanta. We were up in the suite, right? You legit could hear Clint Capella blasting Knicks as they came through the paint. Clint Capella blasted RJ Barrett, right? I mean, you saw him just like RJ Barrett was coming through. Clint Capella kept his elbow like low, but RJ Barrett came through. He chicken winged RJ Barrett in the gut. Right, like if listen. If I'm an NBA player, I'm wearing them rib. You remember that joint Melo used to wear, like the rib pads?
Yeah, the body pads,
the body armor thing.
Yeah.
Bro, I got to wear that, bro, because I saw Clint Capella do that to Nerlens Noel, and Nerlens Noel just flopped on the floor, just laid down like gasping for air. And the ref ain't called nothing. You know why? Because it's playoff basketball. What can you do?
It's nothing you can't cry about it.
Yeah.
And then especially in playoff basketball, there's literally a foul in every possession. You can't call them all.
Right. Yeah, man. Chuck, what's good, bro?
What's good? How y'all doing this evening?
Man.
Or this morning?
Yeah, this morning, bro. It's about 1 something. I'm gonna probably be on at 8 o'clock to do the Knicks morning drive this morning too, bro. Y'all coming through?
Yeah, I'll definitely be through.
Okay. Yeah, man.
Definitely.
I'm downloading a promo right now to run as we speak for the channel. Hey, Dre, how much time you got, man? Can you hang out for about another hour or so?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, no doubt. I just wanted to hang out for another. Where's Sarge at? Anybody seen Sarge?
Yeah, he's in here.
He's that sick call.
So yeah. Hey, Sarge, they say you had sick call, man. Yeah, man. Hey, so Jay, let me ask this. With your starting lineup of JB, Spider, RJ, Julius, Mitch, who do you feel comfortable with as a backup to those guys? Do you go out and get a veteran point guard, or do you feel like you can keep a young point guard in that role? Yeah, Andy, Andy, for sure.
I'm keeping Rose. I'm gonna keep Rose, and I think my bench would be Rose, free agent shooting guard. If Reddish is still around, Reddish, Carmelo, and Hartenstein. That would be my backups.
Wow.
That defense sounds rough, man.
Wow.
Writing's on the wall, man. If Obi's gone, Melo's here.
True.
I strongly believe that.
But you're saying that like IQ, Grimes, and Obi would be gone because you never mentioned either all three of them. And I'm of the assumption we're not trading all three of them. I hope not.
I'm under the assumption if I keep any one of them, that's great news for me. But I can't go based upon that right now because I don't know who's going, who's leaving. You know, because that's what I said. If Grimes stays, hey, I don't need a free agent no more. Plug in Grimes.
Right.
That's my contingency plan if shit hits the fan. Excuse my language.
What up, gentlemen?
Good evening.
Oh, they let you out of sick call?
Oh man! So they say you went to sick call to get a shaving profile.
They say you gotta walk around with his running sneakers all day now.
He got bad feet.
Hey, drill sergeant used to call him Sugarfoot. Come in, Sugarfoot.
Oh man, I've been in the background listening to all the knowledge being dropped, man. I just been having fun listening to you guys, man. You guys just make the day go by easier. Sometimes my wife's mad at me going, "You listen to those guys? You listen to your boys?" I'm like, "Yes, I am."
Yeah, I've been on with Freezy since I've been at work. I'm about to go to sleep now, so blessings to everybody. And when I wake up tomorrow back at work, I'll be with Freezy again.
Yeah, in the mornings.
In the mornings.
All right, boss man.
Peace, guys. Peace. Blessings.
All right. Yes, sir.
Actually, one of the dialogues I loved earlier you guys had was maybe the CWC trying to ask the player-to-player comparison as far as the starters, 1-to-1. And, there's some logic to it, but there's also a lot. You guys talk about chemistry is a factor, but I'm talking about we should actually rate each player compared to the other one, because if you have Michael Jordan, against R.J. Barrett, you can't say, oh, so they have one better player, but he's like 10 times better. So if he's a 10 and RJ's a 1, then the other guys, Cartwright and Mitchell, even up, you'll say, oh, yeah, Randall's better than, let's say, Rodman. I'm just throwing names out there. He's just a little bit better. But when there's one guy, like Giannis is so much better, the other 4 guys could be average almost, right? So that's what I was looking at. I mean, right now, I think we do have a really talented team. I think, 1-to-1 comparison, guard to guard, power forward to power forward, we match up pretty good with a lot of teams. But those guys have some, exceptional, players like Giannis, like Embiid, even KD is just so exceptional that the guy he compares to is, yes, he'll win that 1 point, but it's not 1 point difference. It's a 10-factor difference. So that's what I was looking at. So I'm glad we have I'm already claiming him, Mitchell, but that's just one position we may be better than the other guys with. Otherwise, comparing the other guys, it may be even or a dramatic difference. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, man. But nonetheless, I want Mitchell, man. Again, I want him for that sentimental reason of a hometown boy raising the trophy above his head, coming back home to raise a trophy. Man, I'm just maybe too much. I watch too many rom-coms or something. Maybe I want that the happy ending, it's lovely, beautiful.
Get a little sentimental.
Exactly. I saw Good Will Hunting yesterday again. I just watched it. Actually, after I got off with you guys, my wife was like, "You love that movie, don't you?" I go, "Yeah, man. I love that ending." Oh man, it's that's just how I am, man. I want to see Obi and Mitchell raise a trophy. That would be a beautiful thing, man. New Yorkers raising the trophy in New York.
Right. I wouldn't even. Wow. Hey, Craig Frost, what's good?
Oh, look who's here. All right.
Apparently the Knicks, we may have a shot this year. That's a fact.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ready for that.
No.
Sorry, bro. That's just too much for me, bro.
Yes, it was. That was a little wild.
What was that?
Craig Frost. I don't know. That was too much.
Oh man.
Craig Frost, that's too much for me, bro. I'm sorry. That's too much for that's too much.
I legit didn't know what to make of that.
Yeah. But Sarge,
What was
listen,
your
I
original
understand.
question?
Go ahead.
What was your original question, Freezy?
So first, I was listening to what Sarge was saying about the hometown boy doing good, right?
Right.
I admire that. My main thing, though, my priority, though, is Knicks win championship.
Yes.
I don't care if the Knicks get 12 dudes from Boston, bro. You know what I mean? Who's our rival? Who's our rival nowadays? nowadays. Who's our
Atlanta,
popular?
I guess.
Atlanta. I don't care if we get 12 dudes from Atlanta, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
That's just me personally. Personally, I don't even care if it's that. You know what I'm saying? I just want to win a championship.
Yep. Like I love your answer earlier when you said, would you be disappointed if they don't get a deal done? And you go, how I feel is the difference. The question was that nuance was incredible, yeah? Because I thought the exact same thing as you. How I feel if we don't get a deal done, disappointed.
Right.
Frustrated. But I would understand.
I would understand. See, that's what I'm saying. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Andy, what's good, bro?
Oh, yes.
Andy, you look tired, man. Everything okay?
Yo, what up, guys? Listen,
What's
I
going
just
on, Andy?
woke up. I
What time is
especially
it?
woke up.
Yes. What
Yeah,
time is it,
I just woke up to join you guys.
Well,
Literally in
what
my
time-
pajamas.
What? Andy legit. He got up from a deep slumber to jump on and talk Evan Fournier and Frank Ntilikina with us.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm kidding, bro. How you doing, man?
Yo, I'm not kidding, Frizzy. About the thing that you said that players that play defense are, wear and tear and stuff like that. That makes Evan Fournier play ahead of time, bro. He plays team defense. He doesn't want to bang and bruise. He's going to cut the passing lanes.
Right.
That's why he ain't injured. He played 80 games last season.
Right.
That makes him a wise player.
Right. That makes him a veteran, right? Veteran players are too smart to know that why would I fight through this screen that's being set by Montrezl Harrell when I can go around it because the dude is shooting 21% on those shots anyway. You know what I'm saying? But an unwise guy runs through that screen, right? And the guy that shoots 21% gets fouled on a 3-point play.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Thing is,
and he only shoots 21% from over there anyway.
We honor LeBron for his longevity. He regularly takes possessions off on defense. For the last 15 years, he hasn't played consistent defense.
Right.
I was looking at, man, I'm split, man, because I like Fournier. I don't understand why they give him up for Mitchell. All right, Andy, you can understand that, right?
Yeah, listen, he's gonna be the guy that's gonna fill the salary, because I feel that they're gonna give, like, if they give young guys or picks or one another, you still need to match the salaries. So I think Fournier's contract has to go.
Right. But giving up Fournier and Grimes.
Oh, listen, my offer, and it might sound silly for you guys. My offer is Fournier. It's going to be Cam or D Rose, and then you can take like 4 first-round picks.
Okay.
If it's necessary, I can add McBride with a heavy heart.
Heavy heart for me, man. I love McBride.
But that's all. Danny Ainge. See you later, bro. If you ain't taking that offer.
Yeah, that's too much, right?
No, that's solid.
Listen, if he ain't taking that, if he wants maybe a pick swap, I might budge on that pick swap, right? Because I know that our pick swap, our pick probably is going to be higher than theirs, so it's not going to be used. So I can add a pick swap, but I'm not giving up. Listen, and if you want to take IQ, I'm cool. But that takes out one of those first-round picks. If you want to take OB, that takes out one of the first-round picks.
Oh, okay.
It's not like I can add these guys, Grimes, IQs. And you guys know that I'm not an IQ fan, but if you are adding an IQ, I'm taking one of those picks back. You ain't getting everything that you want. Nah.
Okay.
There's no way.
Okay.
Would you do Fournier, Rose, and I was going 6 picks?
Nah, 6 picks.
5?
No, four pick, unless it's the picks with the protections, like the Detroit pick. That
Right.
it's not going to be conveyed probably because it's like top 14 protected. They ain't going to be in the playoffs, so that pick is going to stay with them, so they can take that pick. Because and then next season I think it's going to be like a second rounder or something like that, so they can take that pick. But I'm not giving up if it's unprotected picks, and I think that's what you want as a Jazz manager. That unprotected picks, you're gonna get 4, not 1 more. I don't want to be in the record books for the biggest trades with giving out picks. No matter if I lose it, I want to feel like I won that trade on day 1. I don't want to be like after 8 years. Okay, now we can say that Donovan Mitchell trade was cool.
Right.
So yeah, I'm not giving him more than 4 picks.
Yeah, my challenge is this. Okay, Fournier's got to move, so that does free up a spot, and that's kind of like flipping Mitchell and Fournier. But giving up less than 1 more youth is such a glut of youth. We're gonna have, I think, 2 or 3 players sitting there on the bench who really need some minutes, man, and that's one of my challenges. I love all of them, so I want to keep them all. At the same time, I understand, you gotta let a couple go sometimes, and that's why I do
listen,
want
Anthony. Listen, Anthony. If I'm Danny Ainge, because people are gonna say that, listen, Danny Ainge wants everyone, right? If I'm Danny Ainge, I rather have picks over young players. For one, I can draft my guy, and I'm gonna build a team with that key piece. Now, if he gets Obi and he gets IQ, for example, that tandem, right? Those guys gotta get extended after next season.
Oh, that's true.
So he has to pay guys that he didn't play. He doesn't probably see as franchise players because nobody does. He might not see them even as cornerstone pieces. So why and then he's on the clock then, right? Because he has already pieces that he had, the window has opened for his, playoff run, championship run, whatever, because he already has 2 guys. So if I'm him, I rather get more picks because my window ain't gonna open till I draft that franchise player.
Good point.
When I do that, then I build a team around that guy. Only thing that I would think that he would want those guys just to flip him. But if I'm Leon, I'm like, I ain't gonna give you assets just to flip him further because I can flip him in all other trades, right?
Right. Yeah. Good point.
So only other thing I could budge on with in negotiations with Danny Ainge, he has to move Conley, Jordan Clarkson, and Bojan Bogdanovic, right?
Right.
If he wants to dump one of those guys on us, Conley is out of the question, right? But Jordan Clarkson or Bojan Bogdanovic, I can add, Cam and D Rose. It's not going to be a choice between those 2 guys. They can be both because D Rose makes like $14.5 million, so that would cover up the salary, difference for one of those guys.
Right.
And that's the way that I could, take, one of his assets again off his, roster, because I really feel that they are literally gonna scrap that team to 0, to nothing. They're gonna, if they get Cam is gonna be the leader of that team, and that ain't gonna get you in the playoffs. No way.
Nope.
It's gonna be tanking job from day 1, from preseason, bro. It's gonna be tanking.
Wow.
So,
but bringing in either of those guys now is gonna now create another flow because. What's your lineup? I love hearing lineup possibilities, man. What would be your lineup? Let's say, first give me ideal trade scenario with them, and then your lineups. Starting with the backups.
Yeah. So listen, I'm giving him Fournier, Cam. It can be McBride, and then four for some picks, right? So you lose Cam, which wasn't in the rotation. You lose McBride, which wasn't in the rotation, and you just starting shooting guard in Fournier. So you keep the bench intact because everybody's on the bench, except swapping up, Burks and Noel for Hartstein and Cam, because Cam is going to be traded. So you're going to have minutes for Grimes, like fully minutes for Grimes. He ain't going to have to be this one or that one.
Right.
So the starting unit is going to be Brown, Mitchell, Brunson, Mitchell, RJ, Julius, and Mitch.
Okay.
And the backup lineup is going to be Quickly, Grimes, OB, Hartstein, and I'm actually, thinking if it's not going to be that rotation, if it's not going to be 9 guys and one of those starters, because when you got starters like Brunson, Mitchell, RJ, and Julius, which can always be guys, that's going to take the scoring burden on them and stuff like that. I think that might be the case when Tibbs is going to use an 8 or 9 man rotation at the beginning, so he has always a go-to guy on the court. Because if Quickly ain't hot, that scoring of the bench might be a little bit shaky. So I
Right.
really believe that might be the case, that he's gonna mesh those guys in. So it's gonna be always RJ with the young guys, or always Julius or Donovan with the 4 young guys, right? So.
And then so at point, you're talking about IQ and Brunson rotating around that. Would you ever rotate like Mitchell and so IQ, Brunson, would you ever rotate RJ and Mitchell and play them almost like positionless, kind of like semi-guard, ball handlers, distributors?
I think that's really possible, because if you play IQ with Brunson or with Donovan Mitchell, right, as 2 small guards, we can say, you're still gonna have Grimes and RJ there, or one and another, right? So you can, if you're looking at a defensive assignment like for one specific player, you can always put that guy on him.
Right. My fear is, does Tibbs think like that? Have you seen this history of him doing that? Historically, has he done that? Has he been so rigid that he just wants you apart?
He might actually get fired this year if he doesn't actually
exactly
ship up.
Oh,
ship
man.
up.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I feel like if we start out with hypothetically speaking, if we had Donovan Mitchell on the team, we started out say 12 and 18 or something like that. I don't think he's lasting very much longer if his rotations are suspect, or if the offense just looks out of sort when you have actual star talent on offense and he doesn't know how to figure it out.
But see, I think what the problem with his rotations last year, Tibbs didn't trust a lot of people. He felt a lot of people wasn't ready, so he kept going with who he thought could give him the best chance at winning. But if you upgrade the roster, which we have at point guard, and hypothetically speaking with Donovan Mitchell, you have guys that you can always bring out. Like Donovan Mitchell can be on the floor when Brunson is off the floor, right? And vice versa. And like they was just saying, RJ can be that go-to guy in the second unit if guys aren't knocking down shots. Like you have he has more go-to guys, more guys that he can rely on and stagger throughout those lineups where he can keep guys on the floor that could put the ball in the hole. Because there were times, y'all have to admit, there was times we couldn't score for like 5 minutes in the game.
Right.
We couldn't get a basket.
We were running pick and roll offenses with guys that weren't great at running pick and roll.
Right. And so Monica McNutt brought it up. One day I was at work. I couldn't believe that she said it on live TV. But she said it. And when people looked at her, I was like, yeah, she probably won't ever say that again. But what she mentioned is when Tibbs offense runs the pick and roll, the backside of the offense does nothing because they don't know what to do. And when she mentioned it, I had saw the play, and I mentioned it on air, the play that Kevin Knox and Obi Toppin ran into each other face first.
Yep.
Right. So for one, why is Kevin Knox starting out in the dunker spot, coming up to screen and cutting to the basket, and Obi Toppin is floating to the corner for 3? Right? These guys, they start to play, quickly sees that, all of a sudden knows that he can't trust the backside action because Knox was on the floor when Obi entered the game. Knox was playing the 4 when Obi entered the game. And instead of Knox moving to the 3, where he should have been, he continued to play the 4 in that offensive set. Obi trying to find out where to go, you know what I'm saying, just tries to do something natural. They run into each other face first. Quickly throws up a contested 20-foot runner, floater, whatever you want to call it. And the offense looks bad, right? I was like, as soon as I saw that play, and then Monica McNutt say something about it without mentioning their name, I was like, either Obi Toppin or Kevin Knox is gone. As soon as I saw it, I was like, okay, one of these dudes is out of here, right? Because Knox in that situation should never have been in that situation when he plays the 4, right? But he played the 4 when they were running a motion set, and I get it. When you run a motion set, you run a 1-4 motion. You got 4 guys that can dribble, pass, and shoot. Theoretically, that can dribble, pass, and shoot. Knox is out there. It's kind of positionless. But as soon as Knox sees Obi come into the game, Kevin Knox should be thinking, okay, Obi is the big now. I can move back to the 3, right? But to see Obi and Kevin Knox, why is Kevin Knox in the dunker spot?
Freezy. A lot of times Tibbs gets a lot of flack, but I don't think we actually gave him a ton of players with the IQ to run these advanced sets. Like running Spanish pick and roll, a lot of these dudes literally do not know where to go or where to stand.
Farron Hunt is the best example. We ran the Spanish pick and roll in Summer League 2 games ago. Against who did we play in game 2? We beat Golden State.
The Bulls. It was the Bulls.
Chicago.
The Bulls. The Bulls in those YMCA uniforms. That's right. So Farron Hunt, they're running the Spanish pick and roll. Farron Hunt doesn't even come up top to screen, right? Because he's a 3 playing the 4. I get it. Give him some time to learn. I understand. But the 5 and the 4 are coming up top. And I know Andy knows all this stuff backwards and forwards. Andy, I ain't trying to like bore you to death, bro. No, I'm sorry. But I just love basketball, bro. I'm sorry. I just love ball, bro. Serious up, man. I ain't even gonna hold you. But Farron Hunt didn't even know to go up there. Trevor Keels is telling him to go up. And he looking at Keels like, what? Go up for? And so I think, okay. So for one, I think the Spanish pick and roll will be a key part of our offense this year.
Yep.
Right. Since you have now you have 2 pick and roll ball handlers on the floor at the same time, and Donovan Mitchell, who's not elite. He's not an elite pick and roll ball handler. He's good. He's not elite, but Brunson is in the 90th percentile. He's excellent, right? So now you have the threat of both on the floor. I think you can run that now. But basically, what I'm getting at is, bro, a lot of people are saying that they want to see the young kids play and let them work through their mistakes. And I'm here to tell you, if you saw that play when Kevin Knox and Obi Toppin ran each other face to face like that on the floor, you like get these kids out of here. We don't have time for this mess, bro. We don't have time for Keystone Cops, bro. We don't have time for that type of stuff.
Like we have to get a lot more high IQ guys into the program, man.
Right.
It's really what it is.
Yeah, the issue with Tibbs though is the length of time he has the players on the floor. What do you think about that, Andy? I mean,
guys,
guys are young. There's some strong young guys right now. So Obi, not Obi. Randall, Mitchell definitely. Even Brunson hasn't done more than 30 minutes a game, but RJ, those 3 we know for sure have put in 40+ minute games. But should they be playing that much? I don't think anyone would agree with that. Would you? And what would be your rotation wise?
Yeah, Anthony, just going back to what Freezy said, and then I'm going to answer your question. Freezy, to the point that you said that about the Kevin Knox and Obi crash on the court. You know what I think? Why they don't make movement on the weak side of the offense? Because these days defenses they ain't gonna even switch. Your guy, if you're standing on the corner, you're going to be still down closer to the baseline. Then you're just going to tell your guy, your teammate, like, okay, get him, because they swapped, they moved, they whatever. We saw that in the last summer league game. Those guys, your guys can screen for each other, whatever. The defenders are not going to move. They're going to stand in place. That's why I think, and listen, with the Knicks, no offense to these players, I think they ain't that smart to get offside, weak side movement to put that thing into advantage. And Tibbs is like, listen, these guys, I rather them standing and watching what can get created instead of adding to the play movement no matter what situation happens. That's why they call it the read and react offense, because you got to stand, you got to learn, you got to see what the defense is going to do, and then you're trying to make the play. If he does it before it happens, they're going to be crashing on the weak side to each other, because one is going to read this and the other player is going to read that.
Right.
So that makes them not that, those smart players that we think they are.
Right.
And going back to also Freezy to the ham sandwich situation, bro. Your boy Trevor Keels, he didn't show me one play.
I knew you was gonna say that. I knew that was coming.
No, he didn't show me one play throughout these 4 summer league games, bro. One.
I mean, he ran the pick and roll a couple times decently.
Right,
bro. I can run a pick and roll like he did, bro.
Gotta give him
no joke.
Hey, Andy, this dude, Trevor Keels is fat. He's not explosive.
Freezy. Let's not call him names, bro. He's like Bernie Mac said, heavy bone, big bone, bro.
Yeah. So
salute to Andy with that reference.
Man, because when we saw him, for the most part, somebody in shape will have kind of like defined arms and legs.
Yeah, the rip.
You know what I'm saying? And when you don't see that on an NBA player, you're like, yeah, that's kind of questionable, especially for a guard, bro. You know what I'm saying, or whatever he's gonna play. I think my man definitely has to get into NBA shape because he's slow, right? He's slow, not slow with thinking, but physically, he's not explosive. So he's got a lot of stuff to work on in order to be an NBA player. A lot of stuff to work on. I think the instincts are there. Physically, he ain't there.
Yeah. I was gonna say that the instincts and the IQ, that doesn't look really bad. I'm gonna agree that he makes cuts in the right plays and stuff like that. He just ain't have that skill that you're gonna be like, oh, he can do this. He can cut to the hoop. He can shoot. He can whatever. He doesn't have that one skill set. And listen, my thing on this, I'm not gonna lie. I think this was a business decision. I think that they drafted him from because he was from Duke, right? From RJ's alma mater, right?
Yep.
I think that was a pure decision. They knew that they're not gonna have a roster spot for a kid, so they drafted a dude from alma mater, to make maybe RJ happy, maybe work something out behind the scenes on this program and stuff like that. Right. And you know why? My situation with him is, why he didn't stay 1 year longer to get up into that first round? They're gonna have a better recruiting class,
he was gonna come off the bench again.
Minutes.
Yep.
Right.
That's why
they already have a point guard. Jay Roach, the freshman, is second year freshman. I think he is.
Yeah, but listen, that's why that for him that was, listen, I gotta go now because next year it might be even worse. Right. That's why he went to the draft. And
the thing I don't get about Keels was, like, in high school, he was known for his jumper. And then he got to college, it was just off. But you can see the mechanics from up top. Like, it's pretty straight on. It's pretty solid mechanics, pretty smooth. But college, it was just awful. I don't know.
And me and Subliminal 209 pointed it out. We watched every shot, right? And the first 5 shots, the first 3 or 4 shots of every game are just about repetitive. Anything after that, you see him get loose in his mechanics. like his shot base. But like for the most part, right-handed. For the most part, righties want to do the left right 1-2, step into their shot and release. Right, left right 1-2. For the most part, right-handers. Right. Kills starts that right, and it looks beautiful the first couple of shots. After that, though, you see him lunge forward with a left foot. You know what I'm saying? Drag the right. Then next thing you know, the right foot on the say the six, the right foot comes in slow and is pigeon-toed, pointing in awkward. You're like, okay, this dude needs to get in shape because he's out of shape because fatigue is messing up his jumper. You know what I'm saying? That was what I thought at first. And sub was like, no, give him. Let's just watch some more shots. Let's watch some more shots. And so we watched shots as the game progressed. Like when we got into the third and fourth quarters of those summer league games. Now his hip was slow getting in. So and I'm not trying to be super technical, but I'm saying when you spend hours in the gym getting your Sarge, what you call it when you do something over muscle memory. When you spend hours in the gym getting your muscle memory right on your shots and all that stuff, after a while it becomes so natural that you don't think about it unless you're tired. And
Freezy, that's how you scout good shooters. The shooting consistency, movement, the whole consistent form. It doesn't matter if you make shots or not. That's how you look at great shooters and find them. The shot has to be always, no matter if you're tired or if you're not, it always has to look the same. Because if that's going to be consistent, fixing, the arc, fixing the finishing, fixing that one finger on your hand to make the ball go in, it's going to be only one thing that you need to correct.
Right.
With this guy, he's like
his mechanics
all over the place.
Bro.
Yeah, he's like all over the place. Right. It looks like he never put up like 1,000 shots, whatever a day. So that might be a problem.
But isn't it easier to fix the base than it is to fix the release?
But listen, if the base is jello,
then everything else is gonna move.
Everything will be shaken.
Yeah, and I think it starts with him getting in shape. I think it starts with that. Get in the best shape of your life, right? We're not going to see Trevor Kills this year. I hope we don't.
We won't.
If we do, a lot went wrong. A lot.
I agree.
Think about this. If you traded for Donovan Mitchell, and you see Trevor Kills a lot, somebody somewhere got hurt, and it's serious.
Not even someone, like 2 or 3.
Right.
Hey, so with the fatigue factor, how you guys comfortable with that? Imagine if they actually was signed Mitchell, they may decide. They may be talking to RJ in the background saying, "Let us get a signature on, get someone else signed, and then we can get a contract moving." So you potentially may have 5 guys making 15 to 30 mil a year. Tibbs may also be looking at them as his boys. And those all 5 may be averaging 38 to 42 minutes a game. Are you worried about that?
Who averaged the most minutes for us last year?
Say it again?
Who averaged the most minutes for us last year? I mean, and what was the number?
RJ
probably Randall.
RJ Randall probably.
Or RJ Randall.
But I'm like wondering, is it like 36 or 37 or 35?
It was
34.
But now with IQ potential, let's say IQ, Grimes, and Harkenstein on the bench, Mitch, I can see them swapping out because he's always player on Mitch's time. He has never overworked Mitch. But Randall and RJ, and then now with Brunson and Mitchell coming in, I'm worried about Tibbs just be like, yo, these are my guys. I trust them. Stay there, man, because IQ walks in, makes a mistake. He can trust Grimes and IQ more. But I just feel like he's going to go right back to the guys who are getting paid, the one that say, the starters or the stars. I mean, again, maybe I'm questioning Tibbs too much because of what he's done in the past.
Yeah, I think, we question Tibbs way, bro.
Yeah.
It's not about the X's and O's, bro. A lot of times it's about the Jimmys and Joes.
Okay.
Right. Because I mentioned the thing, like, how do you have the 7th highest pick and roll possession time and the 28th efficiency? Right. So that means the coach is calling one thing, but you're not good at it.
Personnel.
Yeah.
Burks couldn't finish. I could probably finish better than Burks at the rim somehow.
But RJ couldn't finish at the rim, bro.
True.
But using that logic, that means Brunson and Mitchell are going to be better than IQ and Grimes
and Burks and Rose and Kemba.
Yes.
Don't leave out anybody, bro. Don't leave out any of those guards, bro.
But with that said, that means he may say, "Yo, as soon as IQ and Grimes mess it up, man, get out." Boom.
I don't think that would be the case. He'll probably make them play with them or play off of them while they're being on ball, running pick and roll. But I don't think he's just going to completely diminish their minutes if they're still here.
Okay, all right, you guys.
Starters in the NBA usually play 30 minutes. So thinking that those guys aren't going to play 30 minutes is ridiculous. And people thinking they're going to play less minutes so bench guys can play that they want to see, that ain't happening either. That's not happening. So I think with a starting lineup that you just mentioned of Brunson, Mitchell, RJ, Julius, and Mitch, will get the bulk of the minutes because those guys will be staggered with the second unit. They will be staggered with the second unit because you'll always have someone. Yes.
I'm not worried about them getting overworked based on Tibbs' history. I'm worried about those guys putting up high. I mean, again, you know what is my PTSD? Was RJ playing with a minute left in the game and they're behind by 20-something points. That's still in my mind. I'm just like, I couldn't imagine.
That was just a bonehead situation. That was a bonehead move. I get it. It was stupid. But he hasn't done that consistently. I don't think Tibbs has done that consistently for you to feel that way, that he'll do that, with these guys. I think if Tibbs has guys on the bench that he can trust, right, and they're producing, he's gonna allow those guys to flourish in the minutes that they get. But you got to be real. Like, if somebody is struggling, like, you're not gonna let them struggle the whole game. Right. You're gonna pull them. You're gonna pull them. And that's where the mantra "next man up" comes in. All right, next man, let's go.
Hey, and Sarge, so the thing that get me with all the Tibbs criticism is when it go bad, we're like, oh, Tibbs is the worst. But what if RJ Barrett had came down, not gotten hurt in that scenario, and hit 3 threes in the last 30 seconds? What would you have said then? Would PTSD be acting up?
Yeah, because it'll remind me of a certain Indiana guard who hit 3 threes with Spike Lee cursing him out.
I'm saying,
sir,
but sorry, excuse me. I'm just saying, we always look at the worst case scenario with Tibbs, right? Like, oh man, Tibbs started Burks at the point, man, 48 times, and Burks had a net rating of 108 at defensively at point guard, but he couldn't finish at the rim, and blah blah blah. But then when Tibbs started quickly and quickly got 2 triple doubles, it's crickets. Nobody says a thing. Nobody giving Tibbs credit for quickly getting 2 triple doubles. No.
That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, and Freezy, just to add on to Tibbs' criticism, and listen, I'm not a huge fan of his because it could always get better, right? But what most fans don't realize that he has to, sub guys in, make decisions in game,
on the fly,
which is easy for us to say that was a bad move after the play was, didn't pan out, right? If he puts in, for example, Fournier late in the fourth quarter because it's a close game, and he makes that shot, it's like you said, crickets. Nobody gonna say a word. But if he doesn't make that, why did he drew up a play for a guy that was on the bench? Whatever. It's so easy to critique someone when you're not in a position and critique it after the outcome, right?
Yeah.
That's bizarre. And listen, when you watch, and Sim always brings this up, when you watch the game from the sideline, it's totally different view than what we see in the with the highlights, whatever, repeats and stuff like that. So it looks totally different.
Right.
True. Yeah. How do you?
No doubt.
I'll
use an example, right? Kemba Walker was red hot one Friday night in Charlotte. Red hot, right? Obi Toppin was red hot in the same game. Right? Charlotte's coach makes an adjustment. They go all big. I think they play Gordon Hayward at the 2. So it's like Gordon Hayward, Miles Bridges, some PJ something, whatever his name is.
Washington.
Right. And one of the Plumlee brothers and LaMelo. Everybody on the floor is 6'7" or taller, right? Tibbs subs out Kemba. Knicks fans in the building, and I was there live. Knicks fans, why is he taking out Kemba and putting in Fournier? Right? Now, mind you, Charlotte has everybody 6'7" or taller. Right? Kemba, who we all know is not 6'1". Y'all know Kemba ain't 6'1". Anybody want to debate that, man? Come on, y'all. Really?
Maybe in Tim's.
Maybe in Tim's on a hill.
Or stilettos.
Yeah, or stilettos like Prince. Right? But they take out Kemba and they take out Obi. Kemba and Obi are on the bench cussing at Tibbs, both of them. I saw it. I was there. I ain't got to make stuff up. And I know in the heat of battle basketball, listen, in the heat of battle, men are going to cuss at each other. I already know that. I've been through that. You got men in the heat of conversation. They're going to do, you know what I'm saying? Especially in America. Right?
It even happens in here.
Right. So as soon as they come out of the timeout, they call their play. LaMelo waves off the coach. The coach that got fired. LaMelo again, we ain't running that. He ISO Evan Fournier at the top of the key. And he break Fournier ankles and go to the basket and lay it up. Right? LaMelo and Miles Bridges are running back, jumping up and down, chest bumping, laughing because they can't believe that the Knicks defensive stopper was Evan Fournier. Listen. Personally, I know for a fact if that had been Kemba ISO'd on LaMelo, that would have been a dunk. Right? Think about this. Fournier got beat. LaMelo got a layup. But what would it have looked like if Kemba Walker was out there ISO'd on LaMelo? Right? Yep. And so Knicks fan, they man, outside of Spectrum Sunday, they was killing Tibbs for that. Man, Evan Fournier is a defensive stopper. Well, the alternative was Obi Toppin on LaMelo or Kemba Walker on LaMelo. Pick your poison in real time. You got to be quick. Tell me which one you want. In game, right now. Andy, who would you have chosen?
Yo, I'm taking Fournier still.
Bam! That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Because you know, Obi can't defend, and do we really have to talk about Kemba?
And Freezy, just to add on that point, I remember the Charlotte games. Fournier was on LaMelo from the get-go, from the tip-off.
Right.
He was on him from the tip-off. Even when Kemba was on the court, he was on LaMelo. Because I was laughing, when we did the pregame shows and stuff like that, guys were saying, we ain't gonna play Fournier on LaMelo because that's dumb. And that was the case on those games.
Right, because Charlotte started a small guard next to LaMelo.
Exactly.
Charlotte started a small guard, Terry Rozier. Right? But my point is, we roast Tibbs for making in-game decisions, bro. And some of these things you got to make in the moment. And the thing about Kemba, the thing about adjustments, people forget the other coach gets paid too.
True.
Right?
True.
And his coaches.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I saw Miles Bridges roasted Obi Toppin and RJ Barrett all night. Tibbs didn't have an answer. Right? Right? And then when Tibbs said, listen, what we'll do is we'll just, hey, everybody just back out, just let them guys shoot jump shots. They started shooting jump shots and missing. We got rebounds and kickouts to Obi Toppin sprinting free in the open court to get wide open dunks. Right? The Knicks went on like an 11-3 run. It was so quiet in Spectrum Center that I could hear Uncle Fulio's stomach growling. No disrespect to Uncle Fulio, because he always hungry. Right. But listen, the thing is with that is Charlotte knew that Tibbs figured them out, bro. No matter what I'm getting at, no matter what time Thibodeau does,
right?
People critique him negatively. It don't matter.
Yeah. What are the matchups you fear in the, let's say, top 5 teams in the East? What are the matchups, the worst ones? Do you fear the Atlanta guard matchups?
No.
Because Trey is going to actually have to guard one of our guards. Or if they decide to throw him on a big, which would make no sense, but our whole guard setup, including RJ, would not be favorable for Trey at least. But I feel like the top 5 teams are definitely miles ahead of the current composition of the Knicks, even with Donovan. It's just I feel like the Knicks are like the second tier, possibly, if they pan out. But the upper echelon they just present too many mismatches and issues. Or they just have much more continuity. Like Miami Heat, for instance, even though they lost a couple players.
Yeah, but Dre, listen, when we're talking about the Donovan Mitchell trade, this is like the mellow move.
Yeah,
you can't blame this move. You gotta see what's gonna happen after that.
Yeah,
because it's not set in stone. It's not the last move that they're gonna make. Maybe for this off season or for this till the deadline, but after that they're gonna see what's missing, what's not working, and then try to make the adjustment.
But
so it's not going to be like this move determines. That's why we got to keep all the pieces
as
possible
we can move
so you
them
can make
in the
other
future.
moves.
Yeah, because I was thinking of just this year. I thought that's what he was asking about. Because I don't see us making a big move immediately after we get Donovan. I think it's going to be down the line because he's only 25. So, and we would have him under contract for 3 years. So it would be the next off season, so we can assess what the team needs and what we have remaining as far as trade chips that we could put around Donovan.
I would disagree a little bit.
Okay.
And the reason being is because I don't believe you can waste a year on a young player's contract, especially young stars like Jalen Brunson has the potential to be a young star in the league. I'm not saying mega star, but definitely a young, rising impact player. He has the potential to be that, right? Kind of in that Fred VanVleet kind of avenue.
Yeah, and
right?
Fritzy, that's why we rather send out picks than players, because imagine we send out quickly Obi, Grimes, whatever, right? We have to fill in the bench, and nobody's gonna give us a guy for a 2028 first round pick.
Right.
That trade ain't gonna happen. If someone wants a pick, it's gonna be the future year's draft or like in draft in 2 years. Nobody is gonna take a first round pick 5 years ahead. That's why we sending out the picks ain't that bad of a situation. I rather keep players because they're gonna have value. If it's gonna be more or less, it's gonna still be value. Like I said, it's gonna be hard to pull out a deal that you're gonna trade it to 2030 pick from the first round for a player that can complement your roster now. Meanwhile, if you want to trade quickly for a player, maybe you're gonna need a guard or a center, whatever, right? it's easier to trade quickly for that than that 2030 first round pick.
Okay. I would say to that, I think you could get veterans in the door that are ready to play right now.
Oh yeah, Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, Josh Jackson, Justice Winslow type players, Ben McLemore type players, DJ Augustine type players. While they're not attractive in the long term, they are very quality NBA type players, right? Like you get a Josh Jackson not for him to be a franchise player, but for him to fill a role for the next 2 seasons.
Oh, but Freezy, my response is you rather have Josh Jackson, DJ Augustine, and what was the third guy? Ben McLemore, than Obi, Quickly, and Grimes. They know the system. They're young guys, and their value is going to be growing. I don't think DJ Augustine is going to come here and for example, you're going to pay him the what $2.5 million, right? Or 1.8 million, and you're going to get like his value is going to grow, so we can trade him for a guy that's earning like 4.5 million, right? It's not going to be that. He's going to play the minutes, like you said, and that's not a bad thing. If that's just the other option, right? I rather keep the young guys and send out picks than this. And listen, we accumulated so many picks that we won't be able to sign all of those players.
You won't be able to draft all of them, right? I know. I understand.
Exactly. So that's my case with the picks. I'm cool with getting all of them, but at this point, we ain't gonna get like eight rookies on the roster in 2 years. So
no. And if you did try something like that, it would signal that your organization is going in the opposite direction.
Exactly.
Like why trade for Donovan Mitchell if you're trying to rebuild?
Yeah, and you're getting him like the 28th pick to play around him, right? So that's why I'm saying that and listen, because first I was really hesitant about giving away our Knick picks, right? But then again, I was like, listen, if we're gonna have a starting lineup with Brunson, Mitchell, RJ, Julius, Mitch, and the bench is gonna basically stay intact with Quickly, Grimes, Obi, and Hartstein, and even Sims, right?
Right.
I was like, listen, that roster is probably going to be better. Probably we ain't going to be in the lottery. So those are going to be like late first round picks. Right. Late, it might be like 19, maybe 25, whatever, right? It's still going to be late. So you can't feel, bad about, getting an all-star player, and he's still young. It's not like we're trading for Kawhi, that it's this year or nothing. He's still on the 3-year contract, and he's still 25 years old. That's why I'm kind of cool. And just to add, because I know that fans are going to say, oh, he didn't show anything in the playoffs. Listen, Donovan Mitchell signed off of those Jazz playoffs. He was literally not guarding guys and sending them at Rudy Gobert because they had beef. He was letting them matter defense, pass them, just go ahead, go at him.
Wow.
Because, and listen, 2 years previously, when he got those playoff series with Denver, with Jamal Murray, that was box office.
Yep.
Facts.
What does he average? 28, 5 and 5 for his career.
I think Sim brought numbers that 1 year he averaged like 32 points in the playoffs. Almost 50% field goal percentage.
Wow. Yep.
Right.
Killer.
So with the lineup you're talking about, who do you fear the most in the East? Here's what I'm asking. I've got the power to actually have them lose and be in the right slot so they don't face them in the first round, so I can avoid somebody in the first round. I want to get past the first. Who do you fear the most with the lineup? Who has the biggest matchup issue with us?
Yo, Anthony, I'm not afraid of any team. Not to mention that, because sometimes we knew that a franchise team is built for so many years that you gotta build to win in the playoffs versus them, right? You don't know. Listen, it might be like we're gonna be the 5th seed, the 6th seed, right? And then it's gonna be a situation, for example, where the Nets play the 76ers, right? The 76ers have a great big man. The Nets don't. One of those teams is going to go ahead, right? Meanwhile, the other one is going to be out. So you don't have to build versus a 76ers team because the Nets might eliminate them or the Heat might eliminate them. So I'm building a team that I'm comfortable with playing, and I'm trying to make the other teams adjust to my basketball style of play.
Right. Yep.
If you're going into a game and you're thinking, oh damn, we gotta adjust to those guys. The other night we gotta adjust to those guys. The next week we gotta adjust to those guys. That means that your team ain't good enough to be playing their kind of basketball. So I'd rather have them have faith and get blown out like 2-3 times a season, but win like 10 games more than, you know, win like 3 games more, but be like playing totally different style of basketball, and then comes in the playoffs. And for example, Nate McMillan coach is gonna, you know, after the game 1, they're just gonna be like, okay, I got these guys' number. I got every counters for him, so they're gonna sniff, you know, a 1 game even. So
Okay.
I would say my deal with the lineup questions are this. For one, Andy, the bench that you mentioned is too young, right? When you're talking about say quickly. So we're saying
quickly Obi Grimes, Hartstein.
Yeah, that's too young for me, bro. I got to have 2 veterans there, bro.
But Freezy, that's 4 guys. You're gonna always have a guy in Brunson, Mitchell, RJ, or Julius with those guys. And I know that's still young, right? Because that's going to be the team age is going to be probably like 22, maybe not 22, 23.
Average age will be about 24. Yeah.
Yeah. If we dump D-Rose, the oldest player, and Fournier, the oldest player is going to be like what, Brunson or Julius?
It's going to be Julius.
So
27.
listen, and then comes into question, if you're really expecting a team that's 23 and a half years, you know, average age, to be competing for an NBA championship straight up from day one, or they need that, you know, that simmering, that a little bit of time to get together and stuff like that. Because listen, some games we see every day that the regular season is on, right? Some games, one player, a KD or whatever, he can win you a game, but in the long run, that ain't gonna happen. So for me, I think, you know, I'm cool with us not even, you know, we're gonna get to the playoffs. I don't see that at least the play-ins with that kind of roster. And if we don't have, you know, Donovan Mitchell is not that star potential, we still got other options.
Andy, hold it. I gotta go get the dog from outside. But listen, for one, I'm telling you, face to face, bro, Donovan Mitchell, if traded to the Knicks right now, will be the MVP of the league under Tom Thibodeau in his first year.
Oh, I hope so.
And I know that sounds crazy, right? But he did it with Derrick Rose. The first year with Julius Randle. The first year with Karl Anthony Towns, Andrew Wiggins. I'm just saying. So y'all listen, I'm gonna go get the dog. I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna just go get the dog from outside. I don't want him digging holes in the thing, man. I'll be right back, y'all.
All right.
Okay, so
Wilkus. I was gonna say Wilkus. Can we trade him?
Yeah, we can trade his rights because we don't have him under contract. We just have, you know, rights to his deal in the NBA. So Anthony, I already taped an episode for NBK about the update on Rockets situation, because there's several things, you know, important that's happening, you know, in Europe now with Rockets. Okay. So I hope Sim is gonna finally post it probably today. I'm gonna you know, work on him to make it done.
Okay, I mean, everyone's following your channel, right? We all know everybody on here is following your channel, right?
I hope so.
I'll hunt them down for you. I'll find them and I'll hunt them down for you. Okay. I got my K-bar right here. You know, ex-Marine, right? So I'll be right there waiting for them. So whoever's not following you will be. You don't mind them. Joy get threatened, right? You don't mind. Whichever way they join, right? You don't care. Go ahead, Chuck. You're gonna say something?
I just wanted to ask you guys a question. All right. So let's just say in this trade, Emmanuel Quickly and Obi Toppin is sent in that trade for Donovan Mitchell. And we got back Patrick Beverly and Jared Vanderbilt. Would you be okay with that?
Chuck, I would be. I'm just gonna go first because Patrick Beverly can't be traded till like August the 30th. So that deal would have to be like,
right before
agreed.
camp or something.
Yeah, but they would have to, pull, and the players could officially say that on I think it's August the 30th that Patrick Beverly can get traded again because he was traded like, on draft night or something like that. So in the Rudy Gobert trade, right? So he can be traded for the next 60 days, and I think it was like June the 30th. So yeah, but I'm taking Patrick Beverly over IQ. Chuck, you joking?
Vanderbilt will fill an actual desperate need on this team, like a really lengthy, switchy defender at the 3/4 that we don't really have at the moment, like an actual very good defender. So, I mean, I would take it in a heartbeat. Be absolutely
And
honest.
Chuck, just to add to that trade, if you're getting those guys back, and for example, if you're losing Obi, I rather say it this way: if you're losing Obi, I'm cool with getting Carmelo Anthony on the Knicks.
Yeah,
if I don't have Obi, I'm cool with having Carmelo. Having those guys together, shaky, could go both ways, right? But if I lose Obi, I'm cool with getting Melo on the team.
To answer your question, East Blue Drew, if they asked for him and we gave him up, you need a point guard. You're going to need a point guard, and why not have a veteran point guard on your team that can play defense?
We would literally have no backup if we got rid of IQ and Rose. I'm assuming Rose will go out.
Yeah, I'm assuming too because he got to make the money match, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming he's going. That's why I was like, okay, so you get back a guy that can play the 4, or like you say, switch to the 3, and Jared Vanderbilt, a defender that can do the same things Obi does, maybe not as explosive to the rim like Obi, but I think he's pretty close.
10 times the defender Obi is, though.
Right.
I can admit that.
So you have a legit point guard that can defend. You have a legit shooting guard in Grimes that can defend, right? Then whether you bring in Carmelo Anthony or you have somebody else at the 3, Jared Vanderbilt and Hartstein, I think that's a solid.
A lot of times you can stagger those guys to play with starters if we're going against like some sort of elite offensive weapon, and we need to throw Pat Bev or Vanderbilt at them just as a body. That can be a thing if that were to actually happen. Like I'm being honest, the Knicks desperately are missing a particular type of defender on this team, like a real switchy 6'8", 6'9" defender, long arms, around 3 or the 4, because we kind of don't have a big wing that's reliable. Like if we're keeping Cam, he could fill that type of void, but I don't rely on him to be consistent at anything or to stay healthy. So it's just like,
Yo, so worst case scenario, let's say, well, maybe not worst. We stay as is. Because Andy, you'll start Fournier, right? Right now, your starting line would be what? Brunson, Fournier, RJ.
I think at the beginning of the season, definitely Brunson, Fournier, RJ, Julius, and Mitch.
And then bench would be IQ, Grimes.
Well, it can be probably D-Rose too. I don't think Tibbs is going to move him like out of the rotation if he's going to be on the roster. So it's going to be IQ D Rose or D Rose IQ, however you want to use them. And then I think I'm not sure about this 3 spot, if it's going to be Grimes or Reddish. I'm still torn because we didn't see Reddish. We didn't see them play one, like versus each other in the practice facilities. So
right.
I'm still torn on this one. And looking at Knicks fans that they want to replace, Fournier with Reddish, I don't know where that came from. but if they have so much faith in Reddish, that I'm feeling like he might be a little bit better than Grimes at this point. And then Hartenstein and I think still you're gonna have that guy meshed in. So I'm not expecting Sims to get major minutes on this roster, unless it's like a foul situation and an in game that he's gonna get some burn, or it's gonna be like a minor injury to someone, right? So that's when we're gonna use Sims.
So if we stay pat, you think Reddish and Cameron will be the battle?
Reddish and Grimes, I think that's going to be because Obi's going to get minutes. I think he's like the 4. So
Deuce will be benched. So it's Rose.
Deuce is not going to get playing time unless D Rose is hurt or IQ. He's not going to get playing time
in case unless Rose is hurt.
Yeah. Or unless Rose is going to be like, listen, Tom, I don't feel so good. You can play this guy because I have faith in him. Just play him. We saw, and I don't know if I told you guys this. Marcin Gortat, the police center that was in the NBA, he's doing like interviews around the internet now and for the papers and stuff like that, and he's maybe not snitching on NBA players, but he's telling stuff from what happens in the locker rooms, and he's slipping some information that if I was his teammate, I was like, bro, that's not cool. You're doing that now after the career, right?
Right.
But he said that those things happen. For example, a vet, wants a couple of days off, and he trusts, and he's gonna play the situation like, listen, coach, you can play this guy. He's not that bad and stuff like that. And I'm going to take a couple of days off. There were situations on teams that he played on that vets were literally faking injuries so the young guys can get a couple of minutes and the guy can have, a couple of days off.
Right.
So, and he said, and the funniest thing, he said that, hamstring injuries, those are literally the hardest injuries to like from the medical staff standpoint that they can grade, right? So he said, like, if someone wanted a little bit time more off, he just said that he has a pulled hamstring because they couldn't say that it's going to be like 2-3 games or 6-7 games off. So he said like that injury is like, he said like whenever he sees in the injury report that someone has a hamstring injury, he's like, oh, that guy just needs a couple of days off.
Right.
Now your lineups are based on your thinking what Tibbs would do or what you would do.
I think what Tibbs would do, and but I might do really similar. After a couple of games, maybe not 20 games, because I see Tibbs doing the adjustment after 20 games. But after a couple of games and situations on the court, I think I could see Fournier being replaced by a guy like Grimes or Reddish if they like ball out so much better. But I'm not sure about the closing unit. I'm not sure Mitch is going to be in that closing unit.
I think that's where Hartenstein comes in.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Hartenstein there because, as far as defense goes, cool. But on the offensive end, I don't think Mitch is going to pose a threat late in the games. I don't think they're going to run a play for Mitch to get that, put back in or that alley-oop dunk. I don't think an alley-oop play is the one that you drew up at the late game, for the win. So.
Wow. I have a question to ask the panel. Who do you think from last year going into this year is going to improve the most? Like maybe not in raw numbers, but just straight up consistency or reliability.
I'm biased. I don't want to answer because I'm biased.
So improve. Are we talking about all around offense,
all around.
defense?
Yeah.
I think you see RJ Barrett improves the most.
It better be RJ.
Yeah, and it would be addition by subtraction, right? Less responsibility offensively, less responsibility defensively. The kid can just go out now and play in his natural role of a do it all jumbo guard. That's what, in my opinion, that's what RJ Barrett is. A do it all jumbo guard that is a size mismatch for most guards. Physically bruising for small forwards. Even guys now 6'8", 210. RJ Barrett is still physically more imposing than those guys, right? And then you see his other numbers come up. Like you see him get back doing the little stuff that he used to do, like rebounding the basketball, like getting more assists, right? Like being a better defender. Because Evan Fournier and RJ Barrett have the same defensive rating, right? 112.9, right? We think Evan Fournier is so bad, but RJ Barrett's defensive rating went from 110 to basically 113 because he had to defend all these weird dudes. Like he had to defend Bradley Beals one night and Jason Tatum the next night.
Nah,
right?
Easy. It's because he needed to score those 20 points that he promised us. That's why.
That's it. Yep.
Well, that's because that was a goal for him. He wanted to. I think he wanted to be a 20-point per game scorer in year 2, but he started out so bad in year 2, and the Knicks season was more important than his I said more important. I'm sorry, more important than his personal goals in year 2, which was the playoff season. Right, the team's playoff success was more important than RJ Barrett. Did I say RJ Barrett? RJ Barrett's development. I'm eating sunflower seeds at the same time, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm snacking and trying to. I'm sorry.
And the other morning you were saying fan burst, remember?
Yeah, but Freezy, but don't you guys feel that that's a problem? Also, individual goals. You guys heard what Luca said in France, in Paris, when he was on that quad 54 tournament. The reporter asked him, "Listen, Luca, what's your goal? What numbers you want to average?" And he's like, "I don't have individual goals. I want that ring." And he's like, "But only maybe some assists, points, whatever. I want that ring." What do you think about the MVP conversation? Because he's the favorite to win the MVP next season, Luca.
Right.
On betting sides, he said, "I don't care. I want that ring.
Yeah.
The ring is going to be way more valuable for me than the MVP trophy."
I agree
And that's
with
why that's what I would love RJ, that approach to have. I don't care if he's going to score 12 points. If we're getting a chip, I'm cool with him scoring 10 points.
Yep, me too.
I feel like in this era of sports, these younger guys get bunny ears and they hear everything. And sometimes he's being compared to his peers, guys that are getting maxes, and he sees these numbers that they put up, and he wants to put himself in that class. You got to remember, he has an ego as well. Maybe Luca has an ego, but he may not. He may always think team first, but it's in the back of his mind. He's thinking about a little bit of his individual self. But about RJ, he has an ego. He was number 1 out of high school. Rated number 1. Like
you know who was number 4? You know who number 4 was in that class, right? You know who number 4 was in that class, right?
Who, Cam?
No,
Quentin Grimes.
Yeah.
Quentin Grimes. Right. The number 1 high school point guard in that class. Quentin Grimes was a high school point guard. People thought he was going to be the right-handed D'Angelo, whatever his name is. D'Angelo Russell. Right. Coming out of high school. Right. He goes to Kansas. It doesn't work. The dude is not crafty enough to play point guard at the collegiate level. So he has a bad year. He goes to Houston. He turns into a wing player where he's got less responsibility, where he can do things that more fit his size, like defend and shoot the 3. He still has some point guard skills in him, but these are high school skills, right? These are not NBA level elite skills yet. I think you'll see Quentin Grimes develop more of those as he goes forward. He'll become less of a 3-and-D guy and more into an all-around good basketball player. But I think it's just going to take some time.
Actually, so with responding to your first question about who's going to improve the most, I split between Grimes and Obi with my two guys. I'm leaning more Obi because he got the confidence at the end of the season to, maybe at least do those knockdown threes in the side, on the sideline there that he obviously has a skill to do, but somehow he was so scared of Tibbs pulling them for whatever reason. I think his head was already messed up a little bit, and he made that little switch.
I want Obi to be so good, bro. I want to stop calling Obi a dunk contest participant. I want Obi to be good, and then he showed up the summer league with a man purse.
Relax, crazy.
Obi's another guy that probably has a gigantic ego, but he tries to show it as being a team player more than anything else. But
bro,
all these guys have super egos. If you make it to the league, like if you make it to the league, the 99.9 percentile, you have to have some sort of ego.
Jokic doesn't have an ego. That boy's, dancing, crazy stuff on the internet.
I saw that video.
Around fire pits, bro. So,
wow.
Some guys are just wired differently. Then.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Have you guys watched Jovic play? Nikola.
Yeah, from the Heat.
For the Heat, yeah.
I love that guy, man.
He has a shooting stroke. He has a nice shooting stroke.
He's smooth.
I love that guy. What was he number? He's in a high team.
20
right?
couple.
Oh.
No, I think it was 20 couple. So
20. That's true. Oh man. I don't know, man. I would love to have him right now in our farm system at least, the G League. But he'd be on the team. He'd make the roster.
Yeah, he's gonna. Well, if he doesn't get traded,
over Keels definitely. Over Hunt, easy.
Is that aimed at Freezy? Oh man, Freezy love.
Nah, but he right. He right.
Know.
Yeah, he right. I mean, what can you do?
I know.
The Keels, and look, man, I'm not. Y'all know how I am, bro. I'm not getting ready to pound the top table for somebody that's whack.
Oh, man.
And Freezy, it's not like I'm bashing Keels. That's just the truth. Listen, what can you expect from a second round pick if you have already a roster filled with rotation players from the previous season?
Right.
That was definitely a wink move. Just to have him on the G League.
Yeah.
Just take up a two-way. You think Farron might actually make the team just to clear one of our two ways, maybe.
Oh, of course he's on a two-way.
Yeah, but we only have two. I think they're gonna. Maybe they might. Yeah, but I'm thinking they might. I don't know. It might be too much of a reach, but I'm thinking they might just give him a contract just to clear one of our two-way slots. I don't know. Who knows?
So we have two spots available on the roster, right?
I think they're gonna look for a vet. I think they're going to look for a vet.
Josh Jackson. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Yeah. Because why put Hunt on a roster spot when you can get about 50 games from him anyway?
True.
True.
Then you could always flip the spot later in the year if you want to go to playoffs, right?
Yeah. And a guy like Josh Jackson ain't going to take a two-way contract. Carmelo Anthony ain't going to take a two-way contract.
No.
No. Okay. True that. Wow. I don't want Carmelo, guys.
Because people were kind of hyping up Montero like he could possibly, but
nah. I told you guys. He's gonna be perfect. He's gonna be a perfect player in Poland here. It's not a bash on him. Listen, it's not a bash. He's just quick, fast. He can score. But if he's gonna be that man, that you're not gonna be afraid to give him the ball and stuff like that. So and in Poland, listen, these teams are going to be crappy. So if they sign like one guy like that, he's going to be like the true leader. 60% usage rate here in Poland. So
wow, what'd you say? 60%?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, it's going to be
this dude's gonna have to give him an IV and a timeout, bro.
Oh yeah,
it's not
yo,
fair
that's
though.
gonna happen, bro.
He's gonna have a lot of footage for them scouts.
So the only thing Knicks fans will be over here going, man, look at how he's doing over there. When he's like
Right.
putting up like numbers like crazy. The only thing we're gonna be over here, people are gonna be begging to bring him back if anything happens where we're not clicking. Like
No,
he's doing his
Nah,
all.
man.
not Montero.
But I mean the average
The
fan may
the
just
only
see those
people that will
numbers.
actually know about Montero in Poland are like scouts that get paid to pay attention to something like that.
Yo, there are plenty of listen in Europe, basically European team scouts, because the basketball is developed like that we have scouts on the team, like one or two. So and they're literally in Vegas now watching, because whoever guy doesn't make the NBA, he doesn't make the for example the G League team, or even he gets an offer from a G League team, he still might choose the way to go through Europe,
Right.
get a little bit more money, and showcase. Because listen, for example, contracts here in Europe are like on the best teams, when you're one of the rotation players, they're like at what $1.5 million, $2 million, right, a season. But he's not to get that in the G League. And sometimes they're gambling on their career, like, I'm going to go to Poland, show out that one season, even if I'm going to be really, really good, I'm not going to finish in Poland because some other European major team is going to pick me up to be a rotation player, like in their squad. And sometimes you got to take that step back. Listen, Pat Beverly, he was playing in Ukraine. He was playing around Europe before he went to the NBA. There were several players like that. And now he's in the NBA. But imagine him being stuck in the G League like 12 years ago.
PJ Tucker.
You never know. Yeah, PJ Tucker, the same thing. He was playing in Ukraine even. So there's plenty of guys. Sometimes it's not going to be the most flashy, the most scoring guys. But sometimes listen, Mike James, I don't know if you recall the guy from from the Nets, right?
Yeah, and he was on the Suns too.
Yeah, and he was on the Suns and stuff. He didn't make a career. Now he's playing in France, in Monaco. He got basically the biggest contract in Europe.
Wow.
He's like a really explosive scorer out there.
Yeah, but
he played for the Nets too. He played for the Nets.
He played for the Nets on the bench. I was saying that scouts are looking at him because there were like information here in Europe that tons of scouts are going to those games, and I was like, listen, they gotta be looking at this guy because he was like a step ahead of everyone. Right. So, and listen, he went to the NBA. He tried it. He ain't gonna get I'm pretty much sure that these guys like, listen, I don't know if I'm going to get playing time, so I'm going to lose my career here. I'd rather go play in whatever, Japan, Europe, get similar money and be a star, a god, than a no one, I have 15 man on a rotation. So,
right.
What's that? Oh, my bad. But what's that? What was that power forward that played on the Bulls and then he went back to Europe?
Mirotic, Nicolas Mirotic. Yeah.
Hey, Freezy, you probably his time. Did you remember Stuart Granger? He played at Nazareth High School in Brooklyn. Then went to Villanova and played 1 year on the Knicks.
No, I don't remember him.
Okay, yeah, he no, my sister went to Nazareth. I was going to Brooklyn Tech, but he was my next door neighbor. And although Stuart was good, Stuart actually was muscular. He was like 6'2", and he went to Europe after he played like 2 years in the NBA, but he played like 20 games, a year, part time. But the reason why I thought he was playing around your time because you're a little bit younger than me, so I thought that was right in your wheelhouse right there. But his best friend, I
don't remember him.
His best friend was this guy named Anthony. Not Anthony, that's why I remember his name. My sister dated him. He was 5'10", and he jumped center for this team every time. High school, he didn't make it to college. He's a cop's kid, but he's a bad kid, man. His dad was chief of police, and he was just a trouble. He just couldn't stay in trouble. I don't know what's wrong, man. That sometimes happens, like PKs, teacher kids.
Yeah.
But, he jumped center, man, and he had 40-inch vertical. It was crazy, and he also went to Europe. But I was just thinking about guys like that who just had everything: his 3-point shot, handle, but he was undersized. but had a vertical, and because back then you had to go to college in the NBA to make the NBA. You had to play like 2 years, right? I don't know how many guys made it from high school or played in Europe and then came back as Americans. So he just never quite made it. But he was actually better than Stuart Granger. So when Stuart made the NBA, we saw Anthony was like, man, I should be there because he was a freak of nature. We had 7-footer jump center against him. I mean, imagine was 5'10" and 7-footers next to you, and you're like, and the ball goes up and he's up there before the 7-footer. And I'm like, what the heck is he doing above the rim with that kind of leap, man? Some freaks of nature, man. So yeah, NBA players are freaks, man. They're just something.
They, man, NBA players are freaks of nature. But let me say this to you though. I would say, listen, I would be satisfied if the Knicks in this offseason signed, say, Josh Jackson and Bo Cruz. I would love to get Bo Cruz because he can do several different things for the Knicks. Like he could legit. Personally, I think he's an underrated athlete.
Wow.
Right. In the movie, I think they overplayed his shooting, like he's Larry Bird or something. But in real life, the dude can play. Right. Like in the you saw the movie Hustle yet?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think they overplayed maybe his shooting range and all that stuff. I think he could be and he is right around that age of the rest of the cats on the team, like 25, 26, 27, something like that, maybe 20. How old is Bo Cruz? 28, 27? Let me check.
Nah, I don't think he's 28.
You don't think he's that old, right? Let me see.
Mm. 1995.
27? Yeah, he okay.
26.
NBA.com says he's 26. Okay.
26.
Yeah, so he's right in that same. So he's about the same age as Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson.
Randall.
Yeah.
Right between those guys. So, okay.
Yeah. So what do you think about that? Or do you think we need more of a veteran presence in the backcourt? Y'all comfortable with JB and Spider, and then Grimes and McBride?
D-Rose, I think. Oh, D-Rose is going to be gone in the.
I think we do need a more veteran presence from the guard, just maybe a third point guard.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know, something about the way Mitchell and Brunson carry themselves. They seem so much more mature than their age.
Where's Clyde's favorite point guard? Ish. What's he's doing?
He got traded this offseason too.
Again.
Oh man. Somehow I think Brunson and Mitchell just have something about them.
I think, you know what, Anthony? I think because Brunson, they say that he's not showboating. He's and he won championships, even if it was college, right? He still was around in those situations that you got to be cool, calm, collected, and act a little bit ahead of your time, right? So maybe that's the situation where I could see Brunson be that vet presence in the locker room. I could see that happening.
I mean, the time we joked around, I was going to ask him about his dad. He said, "How do you compare with your dad?" He's like, "That's insulting." I'm much better than my dad. That was funny as heck.
Are we saying like we need just a vet, period, or do we need a vet at the guard position? Because hypothetically, if we get Melo, he could be the vet presence, but not at the guard. Just,
I would be laughing if we got Melo as the vet, and there would be a situation where the first guy on the press conference, they're gonna ask more questions to Melo than anyone else. He's gonna be playing like bench minutes.
Right. Yeah. And that's one of my fear. Melo, like you said, Freezer, he said the shadow, right? The shadow he cast.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. My favorite available guard right now is Tomas Satoransky. And I know
He's
y'all
not
like,
available.
oh man,
Yo, he's not available. You
he
gotta
is
watch.
available.
No, he ain't. You gotta watch the episode that Sim is gonna post you. I got a report on Tomas Satoransky, bro. He signed with okay, I'm gonna split out here, but I hope you guys watch it.
Don't give it up. Don't give it up.
He signed with Barcelona. He's gonna be playing ahead of Rokas for next 4 seasons.
Man, why you spell? I'm still gonna watch. Let me just. I'm gonna be notified, but I want. Oh man,
you're killing me, boss.
Why you rooted for me? I should have gone off. I should have walked away.
Yeah, because Satoransky he provides all the stuff that you want at the point guard position. He gives you the size, the unselfishness, the defense. For the most part, he's usually healthy.
The IQ as well.
Yeah. I think that's the guy. That's the guy we probably needed because in my opinion, he can guard 1, 2s, and 3s. I'm not for sure. I always watched him with the Wizards and the Bulls. So when we played them, and he guarded our 1s, 2s, and 3s, and that's not really saying much. So,
man.
I feel bad. I feel bad for Dennis Schroeder. He made a terrible decision.
Oh man.
I'm looking at the free agents available that are just available. I know he's not realistic at all whatsoever. I'm just saying. I just saw his name. I'm just like, he made a terrible business decision.
Now, that also reminds me of Isaiah, right? Isaiah Thomas, right? You don't sign early because it's guaranteed money, right? This is guaranteed. Even RJ right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you want to bet on yourself, but man, one major injury like that away from never making any more money again, basically. I mean, that would be a fear.
Him playing on that hip was a bad move, but
right. So I mean, who would you take? Would you take a contract right now from the Knicks if you're RJ below market?
Below market? No.
Well, not below market. Below max.
No.
You wouldn't take it?
No.
You'd bet on yourself, huh?
Yeah.
Man. Andy, will you take it? Let's say 120 to 150 range.
120 to 150 for 5 years?
Yeah.
He's not
I think that's RJ's worth, though.
But
I don't think he's worth like the max.
Freezy's saying he's max, right? Freezy with the
No.
max?
I was saying that he ain't the max. So I think RJ, if he gets that 151, I think he should be cool with it. Because I don't think he might be even worth that.
I think, but that's almost his max anyway.
Listen, let's look at the DeAndre Ayton situation. He got 133
for 4 years.
For 4 years.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
And I think just RJ, he's gonna get that 5th year. It's not going to be an option. I think neither way, nor team nor player. He's going to want that 5-year contract. So if he wants 151, and we can shake hands today.
Freezy's like no. Freezy's like,
you want to give him 125?
He wants to give him 180.
He's not giving up a penny if he's RJ. He's not giving up anything.
You're muted, Freezy. You're muted.
No, I know the puppy was barking.
He's like, give me every penny of that max.
Yep. I think if you're the Knicks, you got to do it, bro.
Oh, man.
Freezy, if I'm the Knicks, I'd rather sign him this offseason, but definitely not to the max. And if he wants to play for the max contract, he has to play out the season. But I don't want him to be in any form, shape, whatever the saying is, that he's not going to be playing comfortably, that he's going to be stressed out. Maybe something's going to happen. Maybe, sometimes people get that dark, idea behind in them, right? Why didn't extend me? All of my peers got extensions. Zion didn't play literally no games and he got a max extension, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then again, listen, Zion and Ja if they are going to be healthy, they are way better players than RJ for me.
Box
Shit,
office.
they're all NBA players.
Plus
When
box
Yeah.
office.
So,
Their
And
box
RJ,
office.
I'm
Nice.
actually not surprised. And Freezy, I'm not surprised that Darius Garland got that max money.
right.
If we drafted Darius Garland instead of RJ, we wouldn't be in this situation we're now. That we're looking for a point guard, that we had to sign someone and stuff like that. I'm not saying that we would be way better previous season and previous, right? I'm just saying that the point guard situation for the Knicks, that will be settled.
Yeah.
We'll be looking for a 2 guard, which is Donovan Mitchell right there. Boom. Right? Without worrying about RJ being at the 3. And that's my fear with RJ. Freezy, I'm saying he's gonna be at the 3. If we get Mitchell, he's gonna be at the 3, right?
I wouldn't call it a draft mistake though, JJ. It's
No.
it's not a mistake.
Not a mistake. It wasn't a
Like
mistake.
no,
It was
he was projected 3 like for months at that point. Like nobody was really trying to jump and take Garland at 3. He's just Garland progressed to the point that he's that guy right now.
right. Well, yeah, Freezy at 3 for RJ to play the 3 this year, which is not his real position, and playing all those potentially tougher guys. Although, like you said, Brunson and Mitchell will make the game easier for him, and he'll probably show out better. It's still potentially, if there's no deal, could be damaging to his value as far as the max contract.
You pay RJ that money on the bet that Julius is up out of there the next year anyway, and that RJ is solidified as a consistent number 2.
I think Darius Garland, if drafted by the Knicks, would have been a bust.
Ooh, wow.
That might have been the situation.
True.
Yeah, for one, if Darius Garland had come here and did those weird injuries like he did his first 2 or 3 seasons in Cleveland, in New York, he would have been on the first thing smoking. And people would have been like, no, you got to be careful. You got to be patient with the injuries. And look at Steph Curry. And Steph Curry turned into be. Yeah, I get it. But now in New York, you don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to say, bro, man, for a dude that plays like 50 games a year, nah, man, Knicks fans would have been.
And he had Colin Sexton as a buffer when he came in.
Right. And he wasn't a winning player initially.
And listen, and he had a great vet in Ricky Rubio.
True.
And Kevin Love.
And listen, and Freezy, and I don't know if you guys saw it, Ricky Rubio is going to go back to the Cavs.
Yep.
They loved him so much that they traded him, and he's still going to go get back.
Their best season so far is because they surrounded him with mostly defensive players to really hide him at that. I mean, Garland's not a terrible defender, but he still can be.
Bro,
against attacked.
Sexton's still unsigned, right?
Yeah, he's still unsigned. I think
as a restricted free agent.
I think what happens to Sexton might like what happens with Miami Heat. It depends where Sexton might go, depending on whatever the Miami Heat do.
If we don't get Mitchell,
swing
you
and
want
miss. Oh, no.
You don't want him?
Nah.
If we don't get Mitchell.
Nah.
I
could see him with the Wizards though.
Wow.
The thing is, he might be miscast out of his role because he may want to be a starter, but ideally, he might be just a 6th man, especially considering his injury history.
Right.
Yeah.
I like Sexton, man.
I would say, I think RJ gets a bad rap, bro. RJ Barrett does a lot of, for instance, I think you have to look at RJ Barrett versus Darius Garland and Isaac Okoro. Right? You can't look at RJ Barrett versus Darius Garland. Right? You got to look at what Isaac Okoro does and what Darius Garland does versus what RJ Barrett does. And I know people are gonna be, that's not fair. It's 2 of them.
and blah 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 blah. But listen, Isaac Okoro is just a dog on defense. He got everybody. Is he the best defender in the world right now? No. Young guys like RJ Barrett, like Darius Garland, like Bruce Bowen, like Tony Allen, like Deshaun Stevenson, like Steven Jackson, they don't become elite wing defenders as soon as they come into the league. Veteran offensive players are too skilled for a rookie to shut them down, bro. That's why you see cats like PJ Tucker, Jay Crowder, Robert Covington, all those dudes in their first few years in the league struggle to find their way. They're mostly energy guys first, and then elite defenders.
There's only like one guy that's bumped the trend recently is like Herb Jones. That's the only guy I put. He's filthy on defense.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yeah, if he stays healthy, but he makes a lot of boneheaded like fouls. Like
man, and to be honest with you, Quentin Grimes is better than both of those dudes. But what I'm saying is this, and for those that don't look it up, Quentin Grimes' defensive rating is lower than Marcus Smart, who won NBA Defensive Player of the Year. Right, but it's just in limited minutes.
Yeah.
But the point that I'm getting at is not the stops throughout the game. How good your team defense is with them on the floor. It's fourth quarters with 6, 8. The measuring stick is fourth quarters with 8 minutes to go. How good is this defender with in the fourth quarter with 8 minutes to go left in the game? That's the measuring stick. See, and Quentin Grimes, even with a 105 defensive rating, he's not that guy yet that's ready to stop Bradley Beal in the fourth quarter with the Wizards down by 7. Not yet. Can he get there? Yes. Will he get there? Yes. You know what I'm saying? But rookies just don't necessarily do that yet, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Look at Marcus Smart. Even Marcus Smart's defensive rating. It was impressive as just an all defense guy. But it's still every year that he contributed offense, you saw his defensive rating go down or go up. I'm sorry. Okay, so how did the lower it is, the better. But what I'm saying is it got worse the more offense he added, the more responsibility on the floor. And it's the same thing with RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett, the more offense he added, the worse his defensive rating got. Right? And it's only like what, a 1 year sample? Like RJ went from 17 points a game to 20. And his net rating went from 110 to 112.9. So it's like, y'all get what I'm getting at. Yeah, basically what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is Garland ain't worried about defending nobody. Because he's got Jared Allen and Isaac Okoro on the floor with him. RJ Barrett.
And that center that power forward they drafted, Mobley.
Yeah.
They were running those big super jumbo lineups. Hiding him.
Yeah, with Markkanen, Mobley, and then Allen.
Yep. So it's like he probably wouldn't be as successful dealing with what we put our younger players through in New York, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm thinking RJ Barrett deserves the max, and I'm saying pay that man.
Delana Steele's asking me, why do I like Sexton? If he's healthy, that speed. I think
he's a bucket. He's a bucket.
Yeah, I just fearless as a shooter. I love guys who just have the skill set, and I know he makes some bad shots sometimes, shot selection. But when he's on, man,
I mean, he usually is on. He shoots like 50% or something like that. It's just his role as being basically an undersized 2.
Right.
Is better suited as being a 6 man than team investing in him as their starting point guard.
But then
I don't see that market for him.
Isn't Mitchell on the size as well?
Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah.
He's explosive with a crazy wingspan. You kind of can't really compare them.
Yeah.
Like
Sexton's wingspan.
He's a different caliber athlete. Like really can't.
Right.
He plays a lot bigger than 6'1" or 6'2" that he is. It's the defense that might be an issue.
But I like Sexton, man.
He's a good player.
So Sarge, if you give RJ $30 million, right? What are you going to do with that other $7 million?
Freezy. Are there accounts, bank accounts that don't fit money in the world?
No, of course not.
I got space on my bank account, bro. If you got too much, I can send you the numbers.
No. But what I'm getting at is
the question though.
Are you telling me the $8 million that you're saving by not masking out RJ Barrett is going to Isaiah Hartenstein? See, now I feel like I'm being played. Now I feel like I'm being pranked.
No, Freezy. You know what's my problem with the contract numbers? And I bet you can account to it. If you got a player, for example, it's going to be Jared Jeffries, right? Everybody hates Jared Jeffries. But if he's going to earn 1.5 million a year, you're going to be cool with having a Jared Jeffries that's going to throw his body, he's going to defend, not going to, want the ball on the offensive end. He's a perfect player to have on the bench for 1.6 million, right? But if you're talking that he's going to earn $12 million a year, you're going to be like, get the out of here, right? So my thing with RJ is, if he's going to get 30 million, I'm cool with his production that he gives me from last season. Maybe if he's going to evolve a little bit more, I'm going to be cool with paying a guy of his production and his gameplay for 30 million. If he's going to get 38, my expectations are going to be a little bit bigger. And I'm pretty much sure that at some point, he's not going to ungrow his contract as far as expectations for fans. And I understand the salary cap is going to be bigger. The percentage wise for the salary cap, he ain't going to be, like 30% of the salary cap.
Right.
But I still rather have a guy and look at him like, listen, I'm not that mad because he ain't getting that much money. I'm cool with his production. It's like, imagine if you're paying RJ 12, 15 million, you're going to be always cool with it, right? Because he's overplaying that contract. If he's going to be around 40, you're going to be like, listen, you better show up.
But Andy, we say that right now for RJ though, man.
Because he that contract didn't kick in, bro.
Right, but man, I'll give you an example of why I feel like RJ Barrett is a max player. There are games, the Miami game, for instance, that 46-point game, in my opinion, is always the game that got away for RJ, right? Because even though he scored 46, it looked like he could have scored 60, right? Don't just look at RJ's, and I'm just saying this in general, guys. Don't just look at the 46-point total. Look at the blown bunnies in that game. Look at RJ Barrett. How many free throws did he miss in that game? 8?
7, I think. 7 or 8.
7.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Breezy, so you're telling me that he deserves a max contract because he can single-handedly take over a game and get you a W?
No, what I'm saying is this kid's potential, I think, is untapped. That's what I'm saying. I think his potential is untapped. Plus any contention with RJ Barrett over a contract negotiation in the city is the talk of the city.
True.
You want, man, listen. You want fans. If you want, listen. You want, you want drama throughout the city for a whole summer. Let Mark Berman find out there's drama in the Knicks organization about their coveted baby boy. Because this is the thing. This is my belief, right? I believe in the last 5 years, the Knicks had 2 young cores, right? There is the young core from RJ Barrett going forward. That's RJ, Obi, Quickly, Grimes, McBride, Rokas, Sims. There's that young core, right? And then there's our beloved Frank young core. Frank, Kevin Knox, Mitch, and blah, blah, blah.
Porzingis, you can go even a step back.
Yep, Jerry and Grant,
Yeah,
Alonzo Trier.
Yeah, Alonzo Trier, Damian Dotson. Yeah, right. And so y'all see what I'm getting at, right? So at this line of demarcation with RJ, it's all the failed young pieces before RJ, and then there's RJ on draft day with the ugliest suit you ever saw in your life. RJ had we still to this day, that was like 3 years ago, right? We still cannot figure out what color RJ Barrett's suit was. I tell us what I was like. What color is that? Is that a
cherry?
Definitely a gangster prohibition suit.
That was a cherry. That was a cherry.
Yeah, something.
A bootlegging prohibition suit. That's what it was.
Right. Yeah, but on that night though, you saw a 12-year-old RJ Barrett in a passenger seat of a car with a Knicks hat on. The rumors come out that RJ Barrett worked out for no other team but the Knicks. Right? All these small details come out about RJ Barrett wanting to turn this franchise around, wanting to be that guy. Blah, blah, blah. He's built for this. Now, in my mind, I know a 19-year-old boy ain't built for nothing. 19-year-old boy ain't built for nothing but eating up all the stuff out your refrigerator and playing video games. That's what 19-year-old. And I know people like, he's a man. Nah, bro. Bro. I'm a veteran. I'm an ex-soldier, bro. I know what men are. Right? Okay. But a 19-year-old basketball player, nah, man. He a kid. Even today at 22. He a kid, bro. So you telling a kid to turn around and think about RJ Barrett being the line of demarcation for two young cores sandwiched up against each other, right? Because our feelings about first-round picks leading up to RJ Barrett was, Lord have mercy, please don't let him be a bust. That was our thought. Like, no matter who we pick, bro, please don't let them be a bust. Right? Because we took guys like Knox who looked the part. Like Frank, the mystery man from overseas. You know what I'm saying? Like, is Frank gonna be not Tony Parker in play style, but Tony Parker in impact? You know what I'm saying? Can Frank Ntilikina give us the Euro mystery man impact like a Tony Parker? You know what I'm saying? And then you have RJ Barrett. His mama went to St. John's. His granddaddy, and I can't remember. Is his grandfather Jamaican? Yeah, I remember this. Is RJ Barrett's grandfather?
Yeah,
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. RJ Barrett's grandfather is Jamaican from Brooklyn, New York. Like, some of the stuff you legit can't make up. Some of the RJ Barrett story, bro. You can't make this. His mom ran track at St. John's, bro. In the city, Queens. His mom ran track at St. John's. Bro, for people that's not from the tri-state area, bro, they don't understand how much people from the tri-state area love St. John's, bro.
Big facts.
You know what I'm saying? They can't fathom how much we love St. John's, right? Right? And then the kid goes to play at a blue blood at Duke, the same school that produced Grant Hill, Jason Tatum, Brandon Ingram, all these NBA greats, right? RJ Barrett is in that lineage, right? He's the dude that played for Team Canada, and all them young boys in the same draft as him, they are all teamed up on one team playing USA. They say USA, USA, USA. And it's RJ Barrett, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and like one other person. I think it might be SGA. Might have been SGA. SGA might have been in another class, right? RJ Barrett puts up 38 points against Cam Reddish. Right? The USA kid, everything, the do it all, Swiss Army. Oh, he's gonna be Tracy McGrady. RJ Barrett put up 38 against them. They become best friends. Cam Reddish commits to Duke. RJ's like, hey, what school you going to? You going to Duke? Man, I'll go to Duke too. All this stuff, man, all these storylines with RJ, bro. And then RJ comes to New York and embraces the challenge. Like, yeah, I'm 19. I don't know nothing about Pat Ewing. He retired before Patrick Ewing retired before I was born.
All right.
Think about that. Pat Ewing, he retired before I was born, basically, something like that. Maybe not. Maybe so. Whatever. I was a baby when when Pat Ewing retired. It was something like that. Right? RJ Barrett comes here with the worst coach the Knicks have ever, bro. And I've seen, bro. I was on, bro. I used to watch Channel 9 when Stu Jackson was the coach. When Stu Jackson was the coach, bro, I was like, this has got to be the worst coach I ever seen. Yo, I was there when Willis Reed was coaching, bro. And I love Cap. Bro. But come on. Herb Williams. And yo, I used to watch Channel 9 when Herb Williams was coaching the Knicks, bro.
Oh, man.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. And then you hire somebody worse. You hire somebody worse than Stu Jackson? RJ go through that first year. The dude want to start him at point guard with an undrafted free agent named Alonzo Trier in the backcourt. You started 2 rookies in the backcourt together on opening night?
Right. Wow.
I mean, all these things, RJ went through all this stuff, right? And then when it come time to pay that man, we like, yo, man, you did all that, but nah, we ain't gonna pay you. Sorry.
Oh man, crazy.
It just seems like to me, if I'm RJ, I'm like, yo, if you not gonna pay me, bro, I'm just gonna see what I'm worth on the open market. And Knicks fans will be like, no, RJ would never do that because he's loyal to the Knicks. Well, what about the Knicks being loyal to RJ?
I know.
At some point, we gotta stop nicking stuff up. I'm legit gonna trademark this saying nicking stuff up. Cause that's what we do. We legit will nick it up in a heartbeat, bro. Instead of understanding all the things that led up to this point, right? Because the thing about it is the reason why you drafted RJ Barrett in the first place is because you had the worst record in the NBA. Right? RJ Barrett come here, the coach you hired was an idiot. You know what I'm saying? And then the dude you replaced him with his butt was so tight he didn't even. Mike Miller was legit so nervous about everything that he didn't do any. Play it safe, guys. Let's just run horns for 60 straight minutes. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. And then Mike Miller still didn't keep a job with the franchise. Right? Still didn't keep it. And then they let my man go to do my favorite, Caleb Canales. You're gonna let the nicest human being to ever walk the planet, and Caleb Canales, you're gonna let him go. Right? Didn't even consider giving him the job over Mike Miller, knowing Caleb Canales was there to help create this thing called game time. We don't like offensive point guards for some reason. We don't like our guards to you're gonna let Caleb Canales go and not, bro. You let Keith Smart work on RJ Barrett jumper, and wonder why RJ Barrett jumper was broke. Come on, bro. All these things we did to RJ, and then we're like, well, RJ, we want to pay you, but look at all your numbers don't say such and such. But were y'all saying that when Keith Smart was breaking his jumper in the gym? No. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff goes into, man, it's not as simple as RJ Barrett didn't score 25 points a game, bro. It's not that simple. Like, RJ Barrett was legit a key contributor to his team making the playoffs. Can you say that about Darius Garland? No, because he had 4 other top 10 picks playing with him. Bro, it's crazy what we do to RJ, man. It's Darius Garland. Kevin Love is a top 10 pick. Evan Mobley is a top 10 pick. What's his name? Is a top 10 pick. Okoro is a top 10 pick. Sexton was a top 10 pick. All these top 10 picks playing together, and they're like, well, look at Darius Garland. Really?
Rubio to a lesser extent.
Right. Bro. And then we say, well, Zion deserved his money. Really?
Zion.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. By
No,
no
not
means.
you, not you, Andy, not you, Andy. I'm not pointing the finger at you. I'm just going off on a tangent, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not saying Andy. I'm not saying that you said any of that stuff. I'm just saying, I'm just blowing my top a little bit about RJ, bro. That's all.
But Freezy, we're not saying RJ shouldn't get paid. We're just saying shouldn't get paid max. My concern is the dynamics of the teams right now.
I'm asking, what do you have against Jamaicans from Brooklyn, bro?
See that I'm one of them.
I'm just asking. I just why shouldn't I don't
smart,
get it.
Too good looking,
Exactly.
But imagine RJ getting what's that? What we're looking at 37 million a year compared to Mitchell getting 30.
You're one.
Boston getting 26.
Okay.
Randall getting 23.
Right. Right. But the thing about it is it's not Donovan Mitchell's fault that there was a boost in money available at the time he signed. Because if the Jazz could have paid him more money, they would have paid him more money.
True. But man, okay, if
you know how Knicks fans are about selling
RJ doesn't
salaries.
improve, let's say RJ does similar what he did last year.
But like, I mean, can I interject?
Yeah.
If you pay RJ right now before the cap shoots up in 2025, it'll be even better for us in the long run. If RJ is who we think he is, of course. So, I mean, it's not. I wouldn't have an issue maxing him. I personally would not have an issue maxing him.
Right. I mean,
but also let me
go ahead.
Let me just say this one thing, Sergeant. I'll let you out. But y'all know how fans get when it comes to people's money and salaries. Well, he's making $37 million. He should be doing this. He needs to be. He ain't doing that. And now it's an argument about why did we pay him $37 million when he's not doing this? Because we did that to Julius Randle. Well, he's the highest paid player on the team, so he should be, the star.
Right. Yep.
So you give RJ $37 million, they're like, okay, well, then RJ should be the guy. Why do we have Donovan Mitchell? I'm telling you, that's what it's going to be.
That's what I'm worried about. Those optics of the highest paid player by.
But we gotta reset how it's viewed, because in literally 2 years, Luka Doncic is going to be getting paid 60, 65.
60 million, yeah.
And
RJ at 37 is going to be nothing.
Okay, that's fair.
We gotta reset how we view it, because right now, as we speak, Jokic has a player option for $60 million in his last year. A player option.
Right. That's
what you do on a setting contract. Let's say he gets 28 this year, 30 next year, 35 third year, 42, 48, etc. So he gets his 180, but not where he's the highest paid this next year or two.
I'm not sure it really matters, to be honest.
You think the 180 is all they're gonna hear is 180? Oh, you got 8.
Yeah.
They're bugging. Hey Dre, fans bugging, bro. Because remember when Julius got that 117? Fans like, oh my God, they gave him 117.
And then when it came out, they got 200. Like,
and the base salary is 23.5.
Right.
That's all Randall's getting paid is 20. Now imagine when these dudes are getting 60 and you're looking at Randall getting 25.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, come on, man.
Right.
I just, man, in my opinion, and I understand budgets. I understand budgets, bro. That's kind of like what I kind of what I do, right? Like asset management. I take one thing, raise the value, and sell it. That's basically what I do. I'm kind of good at it, right? So I understand that thing. That's how we make our living. Even on the side, I'll go buy a car from the auction for $800, put $400 of fixes on it, and sell it for $3,500, $4,000. That's where I get a little side hustle from, right? Right. So I understand that everybody being frugal about RJ Barrett's money, but what we don't really understand and take into account is what he means to the organization. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at is like
and
just
and
that part.
him coming here is almost like a beacon and a signifier that it's a different kind of era. How we treat our players is how this he's supposed to set a standard of how we treat our own. And any like if we were to get Donovan a year from now, he would get an extension, which would be like 3 years, 180 million, just off top because he's an All NBA type player.
I mean,
Because what's his name? What's his name? Dame Lillard literally signed a 2-year extension for $120 million last week.
Right.
But again, I'm not worried about paying the man. I'm concerned about the optics and the factors coming into play when you have two guys who right now, or three guys right now who on the floor are better than he is, getting paid.
Yeah, like the hierarchy of the salaries, right, and the players. Yeah, I'm with you, Anthony, on this one.
Yeah, I understand that part.
And Freezy, because I got to bounce. I just wanted to say that whole the RJ story, like you told us and stuff like that, bro. It's a perfect situation to write a book on. Really nice story, stuff like that. I'm still in paying him the max.
yeah, I'm with you, man. I understand. But nah, bro, I ain't paying you nothing.
Freezy, 151. You can add incentives if he makes, if the Knicks make the playoffs, if team incentives. I don't care about individual. Him making an All-Star game, I don't care. Knicks make the second round of the playoffs, give him $2 more million. Knicks make the finals, give him $10 more million. I don't care.
Yeah.
But Andy, that's what the max is, though. That's what the max is. So and that's where people get things confused when they hear max. They think Powerball, right, or something like that. The max is a contract laden. So first of all, there's base salary compensation.
Yeah.
Right. And then there are attainable bonuses, like what you just mentioned, and there are or highly unlikely bonuses. And there are like extreme bonuses and things. Like if RJ Barrett was to become the league MVP 4 consecutive years, right? He's got certain things like that would get him to that max number of such and such. But the team has to still set aside that money in case he hits those benchmarks, right?
Right.
That's where teams like with the so that's where fans hear max money. And then such and such, like what you just said. Well, first of all, Andy, listen, I appreciate you rocking with us, bro. I wish we could rock together more often, man. Our schedules are always like two ships passing in the night for some reason.
Half world away.
Yeah. Man. So when's the show gonna get online?
I hope today. I already taped it on Friday, I think. So but Sim had some situations around him, stuff like that. So he didn't have the time, but it's basically done. The thumbnail is done. So I hope you guys are gonna enjoy. I was thinking I might even go on yesterday live. But since Sim didn't put out the first episode, I don't want to be like this is the second episode. We're going to start with the second one, then go back to the first one. So
right, no doubt.
So, yeah,
no doubt. We'll keep an eye out for that. Let me know, brother. So when it goes live, that way I can kind of poke my audience and let them know so that they can probably come through and support. I know y'all don't need me, right? But I'm just saying whatever I could do whatever I could do to help support. You know what I'm saying? You know I'm down for it, man.
I shouted you out, bro. You gotta watch the show.
But I gotta watch episode 1 before I watch episode 2, right?
No, listen, you're gonna be that's true. But you're in the intro, you're in the outro. I'm gonna say that much. The Orange Tears family is mentioned there, so
nice,
man, for sure. And so the family is always growing. It's like we're always growing and morphing and things of that sort, man. We love the stuff, Andy. We love the perspective, that you bring. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not only is it resolute and grounded, but it's also European. So it's not. So it's not like me and Saul sitting up here saying the same thing because we got the same background. We from tri-state, both military, around the same age, all this stuff.
Yep.
All this. So we have so many things in common. When he says something, I just have to sit here and be quiet because I was gonna say the same thing that he said.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So Andy, I appreciate the perspective, bro. And hey guys, and on that note, man, it's 4:00 in the morning.
Yes.
And I got to do the Knicks morning drive at 8:00, and I got to do that for 4 hours. Right.
Yep.
So what I'm gonna do is try to get I'm gonna go in here and try to get these dogs from sleeping on my couch and fix a sandwich or two and do some pre-production for the Knicks morning drive. And then rock out starting at 8:00. Do that for like 4 hours straight, bro.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
man. I was hoping somebody would volunteer to come with me, but everybody was like, everybody like, man, I'm getting some sleep, man. But anyway, thank you everybody for coming through, hanging out with us for this marathon, the Knicks at Night podcast. 6 straight hours of nothing but Knicks love. So I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all in about 4 hours.
4 hours.
Peace, y'all.
Thank you so much.